Welcome back to the Midnight Mysteries sleeping experience. We're here to help you have the best night's sleep you've ever had. But first, like the video and comment where you're watching from as well as how late you're watching. Now get comfortable and have a nice night. In the heart of Lima, Peru, on Christmas Eve, 1971, Julianne Kupsi prepared for a flight that was supposed to take her from her boarding school to a joyful reunion with her father in Pucallpa. Born to German zoologists who had moved to Peru to study the rich biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest, Julianne had grown up in an environment where the line between the natural world and daily life was often blurred. At 17, she was as familiar with the sounds of the jungle as she was with the pages of her schoolbooks. Julianne's early years had been spent in the rainforest, where her parents, Maria and Hans Wilhelm Köpke, ran the Panguana Ecological Research Station. Under their guidance, she learned not just to endure, but to respect the untamed life of the Amazon. This upbringing instilled in her a deep appreciation for biology, an interest that was both academic and intensely personal. On that fateful day, as Julianne and her mother approached the bustling Jorge Chávez International Airport, the holiday spirit was palpable. Despite the festive atmosphere, a sense of urgency overshadowed their preparations. The airline they chose, LANSA, had a questionable safety record, but it offered the only available route that could reunite the family for Christmas. This decision, made under the pressure of circumstance, would soon prove to be perilously significant. As they boarded LANSA Flight 508, the aircraft, a Lockheed L-188A Electra turboprop, hummed with the chatter of families and solo travelers alike, all eager to reach their destinations. Julianne, seated next to her mother, tried to stave off the nervousness she felt about flying, particularly with LANSA. Her mother, an experienced traveler through the Amazon's unpredictable terrain, reassured her with a confident smile, masking her own apprehensions. The early stages of the flight passed uneventfully as the plane ascended into the clear sky above Lima. Julianne gazed out the window, watching the cityscape give way to the sprawling greenery of the Amazon. But as the plane approached the Andes, the weather took a sudden turn. Dark clouds loomed ahead, signaling the onset of a severe thunderstorm. The aircraft began to shake violently as it entered the storm, with lightning flashing ominously close. The pilots struggled to navigate through the worsening weather, the atmosphere among the passengers shifting from nervous to fraught. Julianne's grip tightened around her mother's hand, the comforting connection a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. Then, without warning, a deafening sound tore through the cabin as the right wing of the plane was struck by lightning. In an instant, the aircraft began to break apart. Screams filled the air as the fuselage fragmented, and passengers found themselves plummeting towards the earth. Miraculously, Julianne remained strapped to her seat, her body hurtling through the open sky amidst the wreckage. As she lost consciousness, the last thing she saw was the canopy of the Amazon rushing towards her, a sight both terrifying and oddly familiar. Regaining consciousness, Julianne found herself alone in the dense undergrowth of the jungle. Her seat had cushioned her fall, a stroke of improbable luck that allowed her to survive the 2-mile drop. Dazed and injured, she realized the gravity of her situation. She was lost in the vast Amazon, with no sign of other survivors. Drawing on her childhood experiences and the survival skills her parents had taught her, Julianne knew she had to find water first. Recalling her father's advice that following water would eventually lead to civilization, she found a small stream. With a determination fueled by her instinct to survive and the hope of finding her mother and other passengers, Julianne began the arduous journey through the Amazon. Her trek was fraught with challenges. Each step took her deeper into the heart of the jungle, where every sound seemed amplified and every shadow could conceal a predator. However, Julianne's intimate knowledge of the rainforest became her greatest ally. She knew how to read the subtle signs of nature, which plants were safe to touch, and which sounds to heed or ignore. As days turned into an exhausting blur, Julianne's physical strength waned, but her resolve strengthened, driven by the memories of her parents' teachings and the profound connection she felt to the rainforest. Her journey through the Amazon not only tested her survival skills but also deepened her understanding of the natural world. A harsh, unforgiving, yet profoundly beautiful realm that had shaped the course of her life from the very beginning. On the ill-fated day of December 24th, 1971, as Lanza Flight 508 ascended into the increasingly turbulent skies above the Peruvian Amazon, none aboard could have predicted the extent of the disaster about to unfold. The Lockheed L-188A Electra, already buzzing with the low murmur of passengers' conversations mixed with the sounds of the storm outside, faced an immediate and grave threat. The flight began routinely, with the aircraft climbing through the layers of clouds. As the plane approached the dense storm clouds, the pilots increased their altitude in an attempt to navigate above the worsening weather. Julianne Kupke, seated next to her mother, looked out the window, watching the lightning dance across the sky, her heart racing with each flash that illuminated the cabin. The storm intensified, enveloping the aircraft in a violent torrent of rain and gusting winds. Turbulence shook the cabin as the pilots fought to maintain control. Passengers tightened their seatbelts, gripping armrests, and each other, as the plane pitched and rolled. The flight attendants moved quickly down the aisles, reassuring passengers, their voices calm but strained against the roar of the storm and engines. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck directly at the aircraft. The impact was catastrophic, instantly severing the right wing and causing an explosive decompression. The fuselage began to break apart mid-air, the structural integrity of the plane compromised beyond the pilot's control. In moments, the aircraft transformed from a controlled environment into a chaotic maelstrom of wind, debris, and terrified passengers. Julianne, still strapped to her seat, found herself in a surreal situation as the cabin disintegrated around her. The roar of the wind and engines gave way to the sounds of tearing metal and the screams of passengers. The last thing Julianne saw before losing consciousness was the rainforest canopy spiraling towards her, a dizzying green expanse rushing up to meet her. The aircraft crashed into the dense jungle, scattering wreckage and debris across a wide area. The violence of the crash was such that survival seemed impossible. Yet, amidst the devastation, Julianne miraculously survived. When she regained consciousness, she found herself alone, surrounded by wreckage, in the deep jungle. Her survival was a stark contrast to the fate of the other 91 souls aboard, who perished in one of the deadliest aviation disasters in history. The immediate aftermath of the crash was marked by an eerie silence in the jungle, broken only by the sounds of nature quickly reclaiming the space. For Julianne, the shock of the crash soon gave way to the realization of her dire situation. Injured, dazed, and isolated, she faced the daunting reality that her survival depended on her ability to navigate through one of the most challenging environments on Earth. With no rescue in sight, Julianne drew upon her unique upbringing in the rainforest, recalling the lessons from her parents about survival in the wild. She knew she needed to find water and shelter, basic necessities for survival. Leveraging her knowledge of the rainforest's flora and fauna, she began to plan her next steps, understanding that her journey to safety was only just beginning. As she prepared to leave the crash site in search of help, Julianne's thoughts were with her mother and the other passengers, hoping against hope that others might have survived. Her journey through the Amazon would test her physical limits and emotional resilience, shaping into an epic tale of survival against all odds. Miraculously surviving the 2-mile plummet to the earth, Julianne Kupke found herself alone amidst the wreckage, still strapped to her row of airplane seats. The initial moments following her awakening were clouded with confusion and pain, but the urgency of her situation quickly dawned on her. She was deep in the Peruvian Amazon, one of the densest and most dangerous jungles in the world, and her survival depended on her immediate actions. As she unbuckled herself from the seat, Julianne assessed her physical condition. Remarkably, her injuries were minor considering the severity of the crash. A broken collarbone, a deep gash on her calf, and an eye swollen shut. The adrenaline coursing through her body temporarily masked the pain, allowing her to focus on her next steps. Her survival instincts, honed from years of living at a research station in the jungle with her biologist parents, began to take over. Knowing that clean water was critical, Julianne recalled her father's advice that finding a stream or river could lead to rescue, as waterways often ran past civilization. She heard the faint sound of running water nearby and used the noise to guide her through the dense undergrowth. Her progress was slow and painstaking due to her injuries and the challenging terrain filled with thick vines and hidden roots that made walking difficult, especially since one of her sandals was lost during the fall. Julianne's knowledge of the rainforest was a vital asset. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which to avoid, information that became crucial as her journey extended and food sources became a necessity. Her understanding of the rainforest's ecology helped her avoid poisonous plants and dangerous animals, skills not possessed by the average person lost in such an environment. As she navigated through the jungle, Julianne also had to deal with the psychological toll of her situation. The isolation and uncertainty could be overwhelming, but she kept her focus by setting small, manageable goals each day. Her immediate aim was to find help, but her broader goal was to stay alive long enough to be found or to find rescue. Memories of her family and her life back at the research station provided the mental strength she needed to push forward. Despite the lush greenery around her, the Amazon was not a benign environment. Julianne encountered numerous hazards that posed constant threats to her safety. She had to be vigilant of dangerous wildlife, from venomous snakes slithering through the underbrush to predatory jaguars whose roars pierced the night air. The ever-present insects, particularly mosquitoes, were not only a nuisance, but also a vector for disease, making her vulnerable to illnesses like malaria. The dense canopy often made navigation difficult, obscuring the sky for most of the day. This made it hard for Julianne to keep track of time and direction. Her only tools for navigation were the sun's position when visible and the flow of water in the creeks and rivers she followed. Her strategy was simple but effective. Follow the water downstream, hoping it would lead to a larger river and eventually to people. Despite the overwhelming odds, Julianne's determination and unique survival skills kept her moving forward. Each step took her closer to salvation, but also deeper into the physical and mental challenges of the Amazon. Her ordeal was far from over, but her resilience and resourcefulness set the foundation for what would become an incredible tale of human survival and endurance against the most daunting of odds. As Julianne Köpke's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, she depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Köpke's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, she depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Koepke continued her harrowing journey through the Amazon, her determination was fueled by a singular focus: survival. Her days were governed by the essential tasks of finding food and safe drinking water, navigating through the dense jungle, and avoiding the myriad dangers that the rainforest presented. Each small decision had potentially life-saving implications, and Julianne's deep familiarity with the jungle environment became her greatest asset. Using techniques her parents had taught her during her childhood, Julianne tapped into her knowledge of the rainforest's biodiversity to sustain herself. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which were best avoided, knowledge that was crucial in an environment where a simple mistake could prove fatal. This practical botanical knowledge allowed her to nourish herself with fruits and nuts that were safe to consume, providing her with the energy needed to continue. Moreover, Julianne understood the importance of hydration, especially in the hot and humid conditions of the Amazon. She followed small streams, ensuring she stayed hydrated, without moving too far from a predictable water source. These streams not only quenched her thirst, but also guided her through the vast, disorienting landscape, serving as a natural pathway through the dense underbrush. Despite the physical exhaustion and mental strain, Julianne's spirits were periodically lifted by the sheer beauty of the rainforest. The rich sounds of wildlife, from the calls of exotic birds to the rustling of small mammals, reminded her of her childhood spent in similar surroundings. These moments of appreciation provided brief respite from the relentless challenges of survival. Julianne's encounter with wildlife also included moments of tension and fear. The Amazon is home to numerous predators, and Julianne had to remain vigilant against potential threats from jaguars, snakes, and even poisonous insects. Her approach was one of cautious respect, avoiding confrontation and making noise when moving to alert animals to her presence, which is often enough to keep them at bay. Navigation was one of the most daunting challenges. Without a compass or a clear path, Julianne relied heavily on the sun and the flow of water bodies to maintain her bearings. She was aware that rivers and streams are lifelines in the Amazon, often leading to settlements or being used by local people for transportation. By following the flow of water, she aimed to find a larger river that could lead to rescue. The psychological challenge of isolation was profound. Julianne was not only battling physical exhaustion and environmental hazards, but also the emotional weight of solitude. She talked to herself, recounting memories and lessons from her parents, which helped to keep her mind focused and her morale high. This self-communication was crucial in maintaining her mental health and staving off the despair that could come from her isolation. As the days passed, Julianne's initial hope of quickly finding rescue began to wane, yet her determination did not falter. She understood that her best chance of survival was to keep moving toward potential rescue points. This resolve was put to the test when, after nearly 2 weeks alone in the jungle, she stumbled upon a significant sign of human activity: an abandoned boat lodged in a small tributary. Realizing the potential of this find, Julianne used the boat as a shelter, gathering strength and resources. She found a small cache of supplies in the boat, likely left by fishermen, which included some basic tools that could be used for fishing or improving her shelter. This discovery was a significant morale booster and a turning point, providing her with slightly improved living conditions and renewed hope. Julianne's profound knowledge of the jungle, her resilience in the face of overwhelming odds, and her ability to utilize every available resource exemplified human survival instinct at its finest. Her ordeal continued to test every aspect of her being, but each challenge overcome brought her one step closer to safety, underscoring the indomitable human spirit's capacity to persevere through seemingly insurmountable challenges. Julianne Kupka's survival skills were crucial in navigating the harsh environment of the Amazon. Armed with a strong background in biology, imparted by her scientist parents, and her intimate familiarity with the rainforest, she employed a variety of survival techniques that greatly enhanced her chances of enduring the formidable conditions she faced alone. One of the first survival strategies Julianne used was her ability to identify and utilize the resources around her effectively. Her knowledge of the rainforest flora played a vital role in this. She could identify edible plants and fruits that provided necessary nutrition and avoided those that were poisonous. Understanding which plants could offer medicinal benefits allowed her to treat her injuries and prevent infections, which could have been debilitating or fatal in her vulnerable state. Moreover, Julianne's understanding of the rainforest ecosystem guided her in using natural landmarks and the behavior of the river systems to navigate through the dense jungle. The direction of water flow in streams and rivers informed her path, helping her move towards larger water bodies that were more likely to be near human settlements or regularly used paths. In terms of dealing with wildlife, Julianne's approach was based on avoidance and precaution. She knew that most animals are more scared of humans than humans are of them, and made sure to create noise while moving to alert any nearby animals of her presence. This tactic likely prevented potential encounters with predators like jaguars or venomous snakes. At night, she sought refuge in places that offered natural protection from nocturnal predators, using her surroundings to create makeshift shelters. Julianne also demonstrated resourcefulness in her use of the materials available to her. For example, she used vines for binding and building shelters, and turned large leaves into collection surfaces for rainwater or dew when clean water sources were scarce. This ability to improvise was a testament to her deep understanding of the environment and her creativity in survival situations. The psychological resilience Julianne exhibited was perhaps as critical as her physical survival skills. The mental challenges of being alone in such a daunting environment were immense. Julianne coped by setting small, achievable goals each day, which gave her a sense of purpose and progress. She also kept a mental diary, recounting her days and reflecting on her experiences, which helped maintain her mental health and stave off feelings of despair and isolation. The culmination of these survival strategies was evident when, after 11 days of relentless pursuit of survival, Julianne heard the sound of an engine in the distance. Realizing the potential for rescue, she mustered the strength to move towards the sound, eventually finding a small shelter used by lumber workers. Her decision to follow the sound, guided by the hope of human presence, ultimately led to her being found and rescued. Upon her rescue, Julianne was transported to a local hospital where she received medical treatment for her injuries and dehydration. Her story of survival quickly captivated the world, becoming a symbol of human resilience and the will to survive against all odds. Reflecting on her ordeal, Julianne often credited her survival to the combination of her scientific knowledge, survival skills, and the emotional fortitude instilled by her parents. Her incredible journey through the Amazon not only highlighted the human capacity for survival, but also underscored the importance of understanding and respecting the natural world. Her experience continues to inspire and educate, serving as a powerful example of the strength and perseverance inherent in the human spirit. Julianne Kupka's miraculous survival after an 11-day ordeal in the Amazon jungle not only marked her as a figure of extraordinary resilience, but also had a profound impact on her life and the wider world. Her harrowing journey through the dense, perilous wilderness and her ultimate rescue captivated global audiences, bringing attention to the human capacity to endure against overwhelming odds. After her rescue and during her recovery, Julianne's story was widely covered by the media, and she was often portrayed as a symbol of hope and human strength. Her experience resonated with many, providing a narrative that highlighted the importance of courage, persistence, and the will to survive. As she healed from her physical injuries, Julianne also had to navigate the complex process of psychological recovery, dealing with the trauma of the crash and the loss of her mother, who had perished in the disaster. Returning to civilization brought challenges. Julianne faced a flurry of media attention and public curiosity, which was sometimes overwhelming. Despite this, she used her newfound platform to raise awareness about the Amazon rainforest, its beauty, its critical importance to the global ecosystem, and the threats it faced. Her unique insights and first-hand experiences provided a compelling perspective on environmental conservation. Julianne's ordeal also reinforced her interest in biology, shaping her academic and professional path. She pursued studies in biology, earning a doctorate, and returning to Peru to conduct research in the Amazon rainforest. Her work focused on the ecology of the region, and she became an advocate for its preservation, leveraging her personal story to highlight the connection between human survival and environmental stewardship. Moreover, Julianne's survival story has been used in survival training and wilderness medicine courses as a case study on human endurance, psychological resilience, and the practical application of survival skills in extreme conditions. Her ability to stay calm, make rational decisions in crisis situations, and utilize her environmental knowledge effectively are often highlighted as key factors that contributed to her survival. In the years following her rescue, Julianne has participated in documentaries and written accounts of her survival, offering insights into her thoughts and actions during those 11 days. Her reflections often focus on the lessons she learned about the value of life, the strength of the human spirit, and the profound connection between humans and nature. Julianne's story has not only inspired countless individuals, but has also contributed to a deeper understanding of the Amazon rainforest's complex ecosystem. Her advocacy and research work have helped promote efforts to protect and preserve the Amazon, highlighting its critical role in global biodiversity and climate regulation. Her legacy is multifaceted, encompassing her contributions to science, her inspirational survival story, and her ongoing environmental advocacy. As Julianne continues to speak about her experiences and the lessons learned, she maintains a focus on the future, advocating for sustainable practices to protect the environment that once saved her life. In reflecting on her journey, Julianne Coepsie's narrative transcends the mere fact of survival. It encapsulates a profound journey of emotional and spiritual growth, a testament to the resilience of the human body and spirit, and a reminder of our inextricable connection to the natural world. Her life, profoundly shaped by those harrowing days in the Amazon, serves as a beacon of enduring strength, hope, and respect for life in all its forms. On a warm summer morning in August 2005, the island of Cyprus was bustling with the usual tourist activity, its sunny beaches promising relaxation and the azure waters inviting a refreshing dip. At Larnaca Airport, the atmosphere was charged with the typical rush of international travel. Amidst the hustle, Helios Airways Flight 522 was preparing for its routine journey to Prague, with a scheduled stopover in Athens. The Boeing 737, a workhorse of the skies, stood ready on the tarmac, its engines quiet before the day's flight. The flight crew of Flight 522 arrived at the aircraft carrying their customary pre-flight checklists and personal effects. The captain, an experienced pilot with years of service under his belt, was known for his meticulous attention to procedure. Alongside him, the first officer, younger but equally competent, shared duties that ranged from checking the flight instruments to reviewing the weather conditions. Both men had flown this route numerous times, each trip uneventful, each landing routine. As passengers began boarding, the cabin crew, led by a seasoned flight attendant, welcomed them with practiced smiles and polite greetings. Families settling into their seats with young children in tow, business travelers opening laptops to catch up on emails, and vacationers eagerly discussing their plans, all formed the tapestry of the day's passengers. The boarding process proceeded smoothly, with the gentle hum of conversations filling the cabin, and overhead bins being carefully packed with carry-on luggage. While the passengers adjusted to their surroundings, the ground crew was busy with the final preparations. Fuel levels were checked and rechecked, luggage was loaded and secured, and the catering services stocked the galleys with meals for the journey. Outside, the hustle continued as ground operators signaled to each other, orchestrating the ballet of airport ground traffic. Back in the cockpit, the captain and first officer went through the pre-flight checklist with precision. They confirmed the flight path with air traffic control, set the aircraft's navigational systems, and conducted a final review of the plane's mechanical status. All systems were reported as functioning within normal parameters. With everything appearing in order, the captain made a routine announcement to the cabin, his voice calm and reassuring, informing passengers of the expected flight time and weather conditions en route. As the final checks were completed, the doors were sealed, and the cabin crew performed the last head count. The flight attendant briefed the passengers on safety procedures, demonstrating the use of seatbelts, emergency exits, and oxygen masks, a standard precautionary measure that passengers listened to with varying degrees of attention. With clearance from the tower, the engines roared to life, breaking the morning calm. The aircraft vibrated gently as it began to taxi, the familiar sensations reassuring to frequent flyers and thrilling to those less accustomed to air travel. The Boeing 737 maneuvered towards the runway, its pace steady, the turn onto the runway smooth and practiced. Lined up with the runway, the aircraft paused for a final moment before the captain applied the throttles. The engines responded with a powerful surge, propelling the aircraft forward. As speed gathered, the familiar pull of gravity felt by every passenger marked the moment of takeoff. The landscape below shrank rapidly as the plane ascended into the clear morning sky, the coastline of Cyprus waving a silent goodbye. Helios Airways. Flight 522 was now airborne, climbing to its cruising altitude. The seatbelt signs flicked off, inviting passengers to move about the cabin. The flight attendants began their service, offering refreshments and attending to passenger needs. For everyone on board, the flight promised nothing out of the ordinary. A few hours in the air, a brief stop in Athens, and then onward to Prague. Yet, as the aircraft settled into its path across the Mediterranean, an unforeseen issue began to develop. One that would transform what should have been a routine flight into one of aviation's most puzzling mysteries. Unknown to those on board, a critical problem was emerging, one that involved the very air they breathed. As the minutes passed, the situation within the pressurized cabin started to deteriorate, setting the stage for a tragic sequence of events that would confound experts and shake the aviation industry to its core. As Flight 522 cruised smoothly over the picturesque Mediterranean Sea, the cockpit and cabin began to diverge into two very different realities. Within the cockpit, the first signs of trouble emerged subtly. The pilots noticed discrepancies in the cabin pressure warning system, a crucial system that ensures the air inside the aircraft remains breathable as it ascends into thinner atmospheres. A light flickered on the control panel, suggesting a potential malfunction in the pressurization system, but it was not immediately alarming to the experienced pilots. Assuming it might be a sensor error, a not uncommon issue, they attempted a reset of the system. Meanwhile, their conversation remained professional and calm, focused on troubleshooting the potential issue without undue concern. The reset appeared successful, and the warning light extinguished. With no further indications of malfunction, the pilots settled back into the routine of monitoring the flight's progress, discussing expected weather conditions in Athens, and occasionally exchanging light banter. Back in the cabin, the atmosphere was entirely different. Unbeknownst to the flight crew, the aircraft's pressurization system had failed to operate correctly despite the reset. As the plane climbed higher, the cabin altitude, the equivalent altitude inside the aircraft, began to rise, reducing the oxygen levels. This change was gradual, not immediately noticeable to the passengers or the cabin crew, who were busy with meal services and routine duties. The first real indication of something amiss came from the passengers themselves. Some began to feel symptoms of hypoxia, although they may not have recognized them as such. Hypoxia, a deficiency in the amount of oxygen reaching the tissues, starts with subtle symptoms like headache, dizziness, and fatigue. Symptoms easy to attribute to the normal stresses of air travel or a lack of sleep. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the flight continued as planned. The aircraft had reached its cruising altitude and was now on autopilot, heading towards Athens. The pilots remained unaware of the developing crisis behind them, as communication between the cockpit and cabin had not yet conveyed any sense of urgency. The cabin crew, accustomed to dealing with minor passenger ailments, didn't immediately connect the dots between the various complaints. However, as the aircraft continued its journey, the situation escalated. More passengers began to show signs of discomfort. A child started crying, unable to articulate the nausea and headache overwhelming him. An elderly passenger felt severe dizziness and reached out for help from a flight attendant, who herself began to feel lightheaded and confused. It was then that the cabin crew started to realize that these were not isolated incidents. Concerned, the chief flight attendant tried to contact the cockpit. Yet, upon reaching the cockpit door, she found herself struggling with cognitive and physical symptoms of hypoxia. Her knocks on the locked cockpit door went unanswered as the pilots, now also succumbing to the same invisible threat, were losing their ability to perform critical functions. The flight deck had become an increasingly confused and disoriented environment. The captain and first officer, each experiencing the insidious onset of hypoxia, found it difficult to concentrate or understand the severity of their situation. Commands to check instruments and assess systems became sluggish and incoherent. As the situation deteriorated, the aircraft continued on its flight path, governed by the unyielding automation of the autopilot system. The disconnect between the helpless situation in the cabin and the serene, automated flight of the aircraft created a stark and tragic dichotomy. Without intervention, Flight 522 was on a steady course towards disaster, with every passing minute reducing the chances of a safe resolution. As Helios Airways Flight 522 continued its doomed trajectory across the sky, the aircraft's automated systems remained blissfully ignorant of the escalating crisis within. Guided by the autopilot, the plane maintained its course and altitude with robotic precision, flying over the expanse of the Aegean Sea towards the Greek mainland. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere grew increasingly dire. Passengers, now visibly struggling, were experiencing more severe symptoms of hypoxia. Confusion reigned, as many found it difficult to think clearly or move coherently. Parents attempted to comfort their children, who were crying or appearing unusually lethargic, while other passengers slumped in their seats, slowly losing consciousness. The flight attendants, trained for a variety of emergency situations, were also affected by the lack of oxygen. Their training did not prepare them for the creeping, invisible threat of hypoxia, which impaired their ability to recognize and respond effectively to the emergency. Attempts to administer oxygen from portable units proved futile, as the passengers' and crew's ability to operate the equipment waned. Back in the cockpit, the pilots were in a perilous state. The captain, struggling against the effects of hypoxia, displayed symptoms of confusion and disorientation, a condition marked by his inability to perform simple tasks or respond to the aircraft's warning systems. The cockpit voice recorder later revealed disjointed, nonsensical conversations between the pilots, conversations that veered off into irrelevance, a stark testament to their deteriorated cognitive functions. As the aircraft approached Athens, air traffic controllers became alarmed by the lack of communication from Flight 522. Repeated calls to the aircraft went unanswered, breaking standard protocol and escalating concern on the ground. Standard procedure for such silence typically triggers a state of emergency, and Greek air traffic control swiftly moved to implement these protocols. At this juncture, the Greek military was alerted to the potential threat of an unresponsive aircraft entering Athens' airspace, a scenario fraught with post-9/11 security implications. Fighter jets were scrambled from a nearby airbase, tasked with intercepting the Boeing 737 to assess the situation from a closer vantage point. The fighter pilots quickly located Flight 522, observing it from their cockpits. What they saw was chilling. Through the Boeing's cockpit windows, they noted the pilots' seats empty, or the pilots themselves seemingly incapacitated. This visual confirmation of the crew's condition heightened the urgency of the situation, transforming the mission from a simple intercept to a potential rescue operation. Despite the severity of the situation, the autopilot kept the aircraft in a holding pattern over Athens, as programmed for situations when landing clearance is not immediately available. The system's design to maintain flight parameters in lieu of human control was a testament to aviation safety design. Yet in this scenario, it only prolonged the inevitable. As the fighter jets accompanied the ghostly flight, they relayed real-time observations back to ground control, painting a grim picture of a plane effectively flying itself, with no conscious human guidance. The realization dawned on everyone involved that the passengers and crew of Flight 522 were likely beyond help. On the ground, emergency services were placed on high alert, and the airport prepared for the possibility of having to handle a plane, making an uncontrolled landing. A scenario fraught with potential danger, not only to those on board, but also to people on the ground. Meanwhile, in the skies, the limited fuel supply was nearing its end. The engines, which had been running smoothly throughout the flight, began to sputter as the fuel tanks edged closer to empty. This change marked the beginning of the end for Flight 522. As fuel depletion became imminent, The aircraft's engines started to fail, one by one. This loss of power finally disengaged the autopilot, shifting the aircraft from its steady holding pattern to an uncontrolled descent. The ghost flight, now in its final moments, was about to meet its tragic end. This sudden descent marked a catastrophic turn in the flight's narrative. A plane full of incapacitated passengers and crew, doomed to crash. The descent was rapid, the aircraft spiraling downward, pulled inexorably by gravity as it headed toward the rugged terrain north of Athens. The situation, which had started as a series of manageable anomalies, had spiraled into an uncontrollable disaster, highlighting the fine line between technological reliance and the critical need for human oversight in the complex domain of aviation. As Helios Airways Flight 522 descended uncontrollably toward the mountains north of Athens, the situation on the ground shifted into high gear. Greek military had already scrambled F-16 fighter jets to intercept the unresponsive airliner, providing essential visual confirmation that the crew appeared incapacitated. This stark revelation intensified the efforts of all involved, transitioning from a potential hijack or technical failure scenario to an imminent disaster management operation. At the military base, the control room buzzed with activity. Senior officers coordinated closely with civil aviation authorities and emergency response teams, mapping out potential crash zones and strategizing the best immediate response. The military's primary concern was to monitor the aircraft's path and communicate any sudden changes to air traffic control, which was simultaneously trying to clear airspace and manage inbound and outbound flights with heightened security protocols. The F-16 pilots maintained a visual on the Boeing 737, observing its erratic flight path. Their reports were grim. The aircraft's altitude was decreasing rapidly, and its maneuvers were uncoordinated and indicative of a complete loss of control. They described the plane's movements as erratic, with sudden drops in altitude and sporadic turns. The pilots relayed their observations in real time, providing crucial updates every few seconds. On the ground, the mood among the emergency response teams was tense. The Hellenic National Meteorological Service provided real-time weather data to ensure that rescue and recovery operations could be planned with the most accurate environmental information available. Fortunately, the weather conditions were clear, which was one less variable to complicate the already dire situation. At Athens International Airport, the Emergency Operations Center was activated. This included representatives from the fire department, medical teams, police, and airport management. They coordinated closely with the National Disaster Response Team to mobilize all available resources. Hospitals in and around Athens were put on high alert, and emergency medical teams, including ambulances and helicopter units, were prepped and ready to move out as soon as the crash site was confirmed. The real-time communication between the fighter jets and the control center was critical. As the F-16 pilots observed, the 737 began a final fatal descent, and the control room relayed this information to all emergency services. There was now an acceptance that the mission had transitioned from interception to recovery. The crash was imminent, and the focus was on saving as many lives as possible in the aftermath. The Greek Air Force and civil aviation authorities worked in concert to track the aircraft's descent path, using radar and the pilot's visual reports to predict the point of impact. This data allowed emergency services to position themselves strategically, optimizing response times to the expected crash site. As the 737 approached the ground, the fighter pilots observed one engine flame out, followed shortly by the second. The aircraft, now devoid of power, was a gliding hulk of metal, descending faster toward the terrain below. The pilots relayed these observations, their voices tense but controlled. Understanding their report carried grave implications. With every passing moment, the aircraft lost altitude, and the mountains north of Athens loomed closer. The fighter pilots could only watch in despair as the airliner they had been escorting, now silent and ghostly, dipped below the ridgeline and disappeared from sight. The impact was not seen, but the sudden silence on the radar confirmed the crash. The impact site was in a rugged area, difficult to access by road, which complicated the initial response. Helicopters were dispatched immediately, carrying search and rescue teams equipped with medical supplies, extraction tools, and first aid equipment. The response teams knew the chances of finding survivors were slim, given the nature of the crash and the condition of the passengers as last observed. but they remained resolute in their duty to provide any possible aid. Ground teams mobilized in all-terrain vehicles, navigating the challenging landscape to reach the site. Coordination was maintained via radio, with updates on their progress relayed back to the control center. The operation was a grim race against time, with each team member aware of the critical nature of their mission. Upon arrival at the crash site, the scene was devastating. The aircraft had disintegrated upon impact, with debris scattered across a wide area. The emergency teams began the grim task of searching through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life or recoverable bodies. The operation, carried out under the harsh shadows of the mountain, was methodical and respectful, each step taken with a profound sense of duty and sorrow. Back at the control center and across Greece, the nation held its breath, mourning the tragic loss and bracing for the toll of casualties. The crash of Flight 522 would leave a deep scar on the country's psyche, prompting immediate questions about aviation safety, emergency response protocols, and the measures necessary to prevent such a disaster in the future. As dawn broke over the rugged terrain north of Athens, the site where Helios Airways Flight 522 had met its tragic end lay eerily quiet. The once pristine aircraft was now a disfigured mass of twisted metal and scattered debris, painting a grim picture against the backdrop of the Greek mountainside. The initial shock of the disaster was slowly giving way to the somber reality of the rescue and recovery operations now fully underway. Emergency responders were among the first on the scene, their arrival marked by the rhythmic thud of helicopter blades cutting through the morning air and the distant rumble of all-terrain vehicles navigating the rough paths. These teams, composed of seasoned rescue personnel, medical staff, and fire and safety officers, were met with a scene of devastation. The aircraft had impacted with such force that it was immediately clear the chances of finding survivors were slim. The area was cordoned off as a secure zone to allow for an organized search and recovery effort. Teams methodically sifted through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life, although hope waned with each passing hour. Body recovery teams worked with respect and care, meticulously documenting the scene and recovering the remains of the passengers and crew who had perished. As the sun climbed higher, the full scale of the tragedy became apparent. The impact of the crash had spread debris over a large area, complicating the search efforts. Personal effects, a child's toy, a woman's scarf, a man's briefcase, were strewn amidst the twisted remnants of the fuselage, each item a poignant reminder of the lives abruptly ended. Meanwhile, at the makeshift command center set up near the crash site, investigators from the Greek Air Accident Investigation and Aviation Safety Board began their meticulous work. Their task was daunting: to piece together the events that led to the crash from the physical evidence at hand and the data retrieved from the aircraft's flight recorders, known colloquially as the black boxes. These devices, crucial to the investigation, were among the first items searched for amidst the wreckage. The black boxes, once recovered, were immediately transported to an analysis facility where experts began to extract and interpret the flight data and cockpit voice recordings. The data revealed a chilling timeline of the aircraft's final moments, including the loss of cabin pressure and the crew's incapacitating hypoxia. The voice recorder captured the pilot's increasingly confused and disoriented communication, painting a harrowing picture of their final struggle. Back in Athens, the tragedy had already begun to dominate the media, with continuous coverage broadcasting the grim details to a nation in mourning. The public's grief was palpable, compounded by a growing demand for answers and accountability. How had a routine flight turned into one of the country's worst aviation disasters? What failures in protocol or oversight could have allowed such a tragedy to occur? In response to the mounting public pressure, the Greek government announced the formation of an official commission to investigate the crash. This body was tasked with not only determining the causes of the disaster, but also recommending changes to prevent future tragedies. The investigation was to be thorough, transparent, and wide-ranging, involving experts from various fields of aviation and safety. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation deepened. Experts examined every aspect of the flight, from the maintenance records of the aircraft to the training and background of the crew. They scrutinized the airline's operational procedures and the actions of the air traffic control personnel. Each layer peeled back added complexity to the understanding of the crash, pointing to a confluence of technical failure, human error, and systemic issues in aviation oversight. The crash of Flight 522 thus became a catalyst for change in the aviation industry, both within Greece and internationally. It highlighted the critical importance of rigorous safety protocols, the need for continuous oversight and improvement in aircraft design and maintenance, and the vital role of effective communication and emergency response planning. As the investigation continued, the families of the victims began their own, more personal journey through grief and loss. Memorials were held, both in Greece and in the home countries of the passengers and crew, where communities came together to mourn and remember the lives lost. The legacy of Flight 522, marked by both tragedy and the lessons learned in its aftermath, would resonate in the annals of aviation history, serving as a somber reminder of the stakes involved in the complex interplay of human factors and technological reliance in modern air travel. As the investigation into the crash of Helios Airways Flight 522 continued, it became a focal point for profound changes in the aviation industry, not only in Greece, but across the globe. The months following the disaster saw an intense scrutiny of airline operational procedures, aircraft maintenance practices, and pilot training programs. The final report, when released, did more than just elucidate the tragic sequence of events. It prompted a serious reevaluation of how airlines and aviation authorities address safety and compliance. The comprehensive analysis conducted by the Investigative Commission revealed a series of failures that led to the crash. The primary issue was identified as a failure in the pressurization system, which was not correctly set for flight. This mistake, compounded by a series of miscommunications and oversight failures, led to the cabin atmosphere becoming hypoxic. Critically, the report highlighted that the flight crew missed several standard checks and did not adequately respond to the warning signals indicating a pressurization problem. Furthermore, the investigation pointed to deficiencies in the airline's training programs, particularly in emergency preparedness and response to pressurization issues. It became evident that the crew's incapacitation was due to a lack of oxygen, something that could potentially have been mitigated with better training and adherence to protocol. The findings led to immediate actions by aviation authorities in Greece and beyond. Regulatory bodies intensified their oversight of airline operational procedures, placing greater emphasis on compliance checks and safety audits. Training programs for cabin and flight crews were overhauled to include more rigorous simulations of emergency scenarios, including pressurization failures. Internationally, the crash spurred regulatory agencies to enhance the requirements for aircraft maintenance checks. There was a renewed focus on ensuring that all safety systems, especially those related to cabin pressurization, were not only fully operational, but also regularly checked and double verified. In response to the disaster, there were calls for better technology to monitor the cabin environment actively. Advances were made in cockpit alert systems to ensure that warning signals could not be missed or misunderstood by flight crews, regardless of their workload or stress levels. Additionally, policies were implemented that required more frequent and detailed communication between pilots and ground control, especially concerning aircraft system status and any deviations from normal flight operations. Beyond the technical and procedural enhancements, the Helios Flight 522 tragedy led to a cultural shift within the aviation industry. There was a renewed emphasis on safety culture, encouraging transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. Airlines began to invest more heavily in crew resource management training, focusing on communication, decision-making, and teamwork in the cockpit. The victims of Flight 522 were memorialized in several poignant ceremonies and permanent memorials in Greece and Cyprus, serving as a somber reminder of the lives lost. These memorials also function as symbols of the commitment to aviation safety, reminding everyone in the industry of their responsibilities. Families of the victims found some solace in scholarships and foundations set up in memory of their loved ones, aimed at improving safety in aviation through research and education. These initiatives helped to channel their grief into efforts that could prevent future tragedies. The legacy of Helios Airways Flight 522 is twofold. It is a story of a tragic loss, a reminder of the potential human cost of oversight and error in complex systems. But it is also a story of learning and adaptation, a testament to the aviation industry's capacity to evolve and enhance safety in response to its failures. The changes implemented in the wake of the crash have undoubtedly saved lives, making air travel safer for millions of passengers around the world. As years pass, the lessons learned from Flight 522 continue to influence aviation practices and safety standards, ensuring that the memory of those lost informs a commitment to vigilance, excellence, and care within the industry. In commercial aviation, few places in the world are as busy and precisely controlled as the skies above Los Angeles International Airport. Known simply as LAX, this sprawling hub is home to hundreds of daily takeoffs and landings, where air traffic controllers choreograph streams of incoming and outgoing flights with near-flawless coordination. At around 3,000 feet, just a few miles from final approach, pilots are focused, systems are configured for landing, and every second is part of a rehearsed and monitored ballet. So when an American Airlines pilot, flying a routine approach into LAX on August 30th, 2020, looked out his window and reported seeing something wildly out of place, the entire system paused to take notice. Tower, American, 1997. We just passed a guy in a jetpack. The transmission was calm, clipped, and strangely casual, but the words hung in the air like vapor. A guy. In a jetpack. At 3,000 feet, on the approach path to one of the busiest airports in the world. The controller, caught between routine chatter and disbelief, asked the pilot to confirm. He did. Moments later, another voice crackled over the radio. A JetBlue pilot, on a nearby approach vector, chimed in with the same observation. A humanoid figure, upright, flying alone through open sky. No wings, no visible support, just flying. At first, there was an air of disbelief. Not denial exactly, but that pause between hearing something unusual and truly processing it. Pilots are trained observers. They know the difference between a bird, a balloon, and a person. Their reports don't come from imagination or exaggeration. They come from discipline, training, and 1,000 hours behind the yoke. If they saw something, it wasn't a joke. And they weren't the only ones. LAX Tower immediately alerted law enforcement and the Federal Aviation Administration. The term jetpack lit up radios and inboxes in minutes. Within the hour, the FBI had been notified. It wasn't just a strange sighting. It was a potential breach of highly controlled Class B airspace, a safety concern that could not be ignored. Jetpacks, as far as most people understood, were the stuff of comic books and air shows. Yes, the technology existed in experimental form, but they weren't widely available, and their limitations were well known. Short flight times, low altitude, extreme fuel consumption. The idea of someone hovering at commercial altitudes for any length of time was, to experts, next to impossible. And yet, there were now multiple eyewitnesses from 2 commercial aircraft, all describing the same thing. LAPD dispatched helicopters to canvass the area. News crews began calling aviation authorities. The story was strange, yes, but this was Los Angeles, a place where helicopters fly low, stunts are commonplace, and the occasional oddity in the sky isn't entirely unheard of. But this was different. This was controlled airspace. This was close to final approach, where jets are vulnerable and margins are slim. And the figure, whoever, or whatever, it was, had vanished by the time aircraft were redirected to get a closer look. Back in the control tower, the recording of the pilot's transmission was already being reviewed. The audio was shared among aviation circles and online forums within hours. "We just saw the guy pass by us in the jetpack," the JetBlue pilot added later, as the transmission looped back through public replay. The reports were consistent. Upright figure, no wings, no obvious propulsion source, just flying alongside a jet. Within days, the sighting was national news. Headlines toggled between amused curiosity and serious safety concern. Was this a rogue inventor, a publicity stunt, a drone designed to look like a person, or something more advanced than what the public knew? The FAA launched an investigation, as did the FBI, citing potential violations of airspace regulations and serious risks to flight safety. But no individual came forward. No known jetpack test flight had been scheduled or cleared in the region, and no wreckage, equipment, or follow-up sighting was found that day. The skies above LAX returned to normal, but the radar logs now included a gap. A moment when something unexplainable shared airspace with a Boeing 737. For the pilots involved, it was a brief moment, an odd blip in an otherwise standard descent. But for investigators, it was the beginning of a deeper mystery, one that would repeat itself in the months to come. Because this wasn't the last time Jetpack Guy would appear over Los Angeles. In fact, it was just the first. 6 weeks after the initial report, the skies over Los Angeles once again played host to something no one could quite explain. On October 14th, 2020, another commercial aircraft, this time a China Airlines flight on final approach into LAX, reported an object strikingly similar to the one described by American and JetBlue pilots weeks earlier. The pilot's voice came through air traffic control frequencies with the same blend of calm professionalism and subtle disbelief. "We just saw a flying object. Looked like a person in a jetpack." Once again, the figure had been spotted thousands of feet above the ground, dangerously close to the descent path into one of the busiest airports in the world. The timing, the location, and the description all echoed the earlier sighting. But despite an expanded response and active surveillance by the LAPD, no trace of the jetpack-like figure was found. It was becoming harder to dismiss the incident as a one-off error or a case of mistaken identity. These weren't casual eyewitnesses. These were commercial airline pilots with thousands of flight hours logged, trained to recognize potential hazards, and required to report them with accuracy and clarity. And now, there were more of them, saying the same thing. The FAA confirmed both sightings had been officially logged. Investigators reviewed radar data, flight paths, and local air traffic activity. Still, nothing showed up on radar. No transponders were active. No known aircraft, manned or unmanned, were authorized in the area at those altitudes. If someone was truly flying a jetpack near LAX, they were doing so without coordination or clearance, a major violation of U.S. airspace regulations. Jetpack manufacturers were quick to comment, some with interest, others with frustration. The consensus among industry experts was simple: this shouldn't be possible. The technology to fly solo with a jetpack does exist, but it comes with sharp limitations. Current jetpacks can fly for only 30 seconds to a few minutes, rarely above 1,500 feet, and require highly controlled conditions to remain airborne safely, and certainly not at the altitudes and distances described by pilots in controlled airspace, above dense urban sprawl and near passenger aircraft. David Mayman, CEO of Jetpack Aviation, a Los Angeles-based company developing jetpack technology, openly stated that if someone had built a device capable of flying for extended periods at commercial altitudes, it would represent a leap beyond the current state of the art, and he would know. His company's jetpacks, while impressive, are not capable of the range, altitude, or stealth described in these incidents. As aviation authorities scrambled for explanations, the general public latched onto the mystery. News outlets began calling the figure Jetpack Guy. It became a social media curiosity. Memes and mock videos popped up, some humorous, others speculative. But behind the levity was a growing concern. Whoever, or whatever, was in the skies near LAX wasn't just turning heads. They were entering protected airspace, putting aircraft, passengers, and crews at risk. By November, the FAA and FBI had launched a joint investigation. Every agency with a stake in aviation safety was now watching closely. They reviewed reports, canvassed local airports, questioned operators of experimental aircraft, and scanned satellite imagery. Helicopters were deployed in the area with infrared and high-resolution cameras. Still, no definitive source. Then came a new lead. Around the same time as the second sighting, a video surfaced online showing what appeared to be a human-like figure drifting along the coast near Palos Verdes, south of LAX. Captured by a local flight school during a training exercise, the video showed a floating object, dark in shape and upright in posture, slowly moving through the air at around 3,000 feet. It didn't behave like a balloon, but it also didn't appear to have visible propulsion. It hovered, it drifted, and then disappeared into the haze. The footage deepened the mystery. Was this the same entity spotted by commercial pilots? Was it a drone made to resemble a person, perhaps even with a mannequin attached? Or was this simply a case of optical illusion, a stray object caught in the right light, seen from the wrong angle? speculation began to stretch. Some experts suggested a sophisticated drone, possibly a hobbyist project gone too far. Others floated the idea of an elaborate hoax, though how such a prank could evade multiple radar systems and fly alongside aircraft without consequence remained unanswered. What was certain, however, was that this wasn't going away. LAX controllers continued to warn pilots to report any unusual aerial activity, and pilots, now aware of the prior sightings, were watching more closely. It wasn't a question of whether the jetpack guy would return. It was a question of when, and what, if anything, would be waiting for him on the ground. By early 2021, the jetpack guy had evolved from an aviation oddity into a full-blown mystery. With 3 pilot sightings logged near LAX and a growing archive of videos and speculation, the phenomenon was no longer a fleeting curiosity. It was a potential threat to flight safety. And still, there were no answers. No individual had come forward, no jetpack had been recovered, and no government agency could confirm what, exactly, was moving through controlled airspace, undetected and untraced. The Federal Aviation Administration and the FBI remained at the helm of the investigation, but their updates became increasingly scarce. The absence of solid leads was baffling. In an age of constant surveillance, radar coverage, and drone regulation, how could something, whether manned or unmanned, appear and disappear with such precision? The question wasn't rhetorical. It was one investigators were asking behind closed doors. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Police Department, which had initially treated the sightings as a potential airspace violation, began taking a more active role. Helicopter patrols were deployed intermittently through the LAX approach corridor, particularly during peak travel times when traffic converged into tight formations on descent. LAPD air support teams flew grid searches, scanning for signs of jetpack activity using thermal cameras and long-range lenses. Nothing turned up. Not a blip. Not a trail. The airspace remained quiet until the next report came in. On July 28, 2021, the mystery returned. A Boeing 747 pilot, again descending into LAX, radioed air traffic control. "We just passed a guy in a jetpack." The location was consistent with previous sightings, 5 miles from the airport, around 5,000 feet. This time, ATC quickly notified other nearby aircraft and launched an immediate response. Helicopters were dispatched. Airspace data was reviewed in real time. Still, nothing. What made this 4th sighting more alarming was its consistency. The reports were no longer isolated. They followed a pattern. Similar altitudes, locations, and descriptions. Each time, the figure was seen hovering upright, traveling at a steady speed. No wings, no rotors, and no visible means of lift other than what could only be described as a jetpack. Yet, jetpack experts continued to raise doubts. While several companies around the world were actively developing personal flight systems, some of them quite advanced, the physics didn't align with what pilots were describing. Real jetpacks, even those powered by miniature turbines, couldn't sustain flight at 3,000 or 5,000 feet for long periods. They used enormous amounts of fuel. They generated intense heat and noise. They were notoriously difficult to control at high altitudes or in congested airspace. The idea that someone could fly repeatedly near one of the world's busiest airports with that level of precision and remain unidentified, it just didn't compute. One working theory began to gain traction. Perhaps the sightings weren't of a human at all. Perhaps what the pilots were seeing was a drone, highly customized to look like a person in flight. Drone technology had advanced rapidly in recent years, and high-performance platforms could now mimic humanoid shapes. A mannequin or foam figure, paired with a sophisticated propulsion system, might appear from a distance to be a person flying upright. It was a plausible explanation, at least more plausible than a lone jetpack pilot defying altitude limits and FAA regulations undetected. But if it was a drone, it was being flown far beyond the line-of-sight rules required by law, with flight durations and range capabilities not available to the average hobbyist. That suggested either a high-budget operation, a reckless daredevil, or someone intentionally trying to provoke a response. The fact that it had happened repeatedly, and always near LAX, implied planning. Despite all this, authorities remained cagey. Official statements confirmed that investigations were ongoing, but declined to share technical details. Internally, FAA analysts were reviewing radar logs and ADS-B tracking data from the time of the sightings. Military radar inputs were also considered, though it was unclear whether the figure had ever registered on any system. That alone raised even more questions. Was the object simply too small to reflect radar? Or was something else interfering? Journalists covering the story began to dig deeper. They contacted jetpack companies, aerospace experts, and drone hobbyists. Most agreed. This wasn't likely to be a prank. Whoever was doing this had access to advanced equipment, knowledge of aviation corridors, and a clear sense of timing. And still, nothing concrete emerged. The media narrative oscillated between playful headlines and serious concerns. The FAA reiterated its warnings. Entering controlled airspace without clearance, especially in proximity to commercial aircraft, could result in severe penalties or prosecution. But no suspect was named. No arrests were made. No footage, beyond the now famous Palos Verdes video, had captured the figure up close. By mid-2021, the jetpack guy had become aviation's high-altitude phantom, real enough to be seen, but elusive enough to vanish without a trace. Pilots were instructed to continue reporting any sightings. Radar techs kept their eyes on unusual returns. And overhead, the descent into Los Angeles continued, one jet at a time, gliding through the sky where something unknown had passed not long before. By the end of 2021, the mystery of the so-called jetpack guy had transformed from an odd aviation anecdote into an unsolved case drawing attention from pilots, investigators, and even intelligence analysts. Despite 4 confirmed pilot reports, ground searches, and a viral video, there was still no definitive explanation. And then came something new. A clue, but of a different kind. In December 2020, a video began circulating on aviation forums and social media. It had been captured several months earlier by flight instructors near Palos Verdes, south of LAX. In the grainy footage, a humanoid-shaped figure appears to hover motionless at high altitude over the ocean. There were no wings, no contrail, no visible propulsion. It simply floated. The figure's legs dangled loosely, as if from a mannequin, and it drifted with the wind, eerily steady in its upright posture. Some experts quickly pointed to the possibility that the object wasn't a person at all, but a balloon. A very specific kind of balloon. Perhaps a novelty inflatable shaped like a human or superhero. Others weren't convinced. The object's stability and behavior in the air suggested more than passive drifting. Still, the theory gained ground. Could this explain the pilot sightings? Could a life-sized balloon, caught in a thermal or carried by upper-level winds, be the entire mystery? The FBI quietly acknowledged the theory in early 2021, noting that one working theory was that the sightings involved a balloon made to resemble a jetpack-equipped figure. But they didn't confirm that this explained everything. The locations didn't quite match. The altitudes reported by pilots seemed high for a standard inflatable, and the behavior, floating alongside jets on approach, didn't fully add up. The Palos Verdes footage complicated rather than clarified things. If it was a balloon, who launched it? Why? And why hadn't it been recovered? Investigators were left with another piece of the puzzle, but no corner pieces to frame the bigger picture. For many, the mystery only deepened. Because while the balloon theory might explain a few things, it didn't explain everything, especially not why pilots, trained observers, flying in broad daylight, continued to describe a person, not a drifting figure, a man, in a jetpack. By mid-2022, the jetpack guy phenomenon had settled into a strange limbo, unresolved, unconfirmed, but still very much alive in the minds of those who followed it. The mystery refused to fade, in part because it touched something deeper than aviation protocol. It challenged the limits of what we expect to be possible in the sky. At the heart of the growing concern was a simple fact. If a person, drone, or balloon was routinely entering restricted airspace near one of the busiest airports in the world, it posed a real safety risk. Airliners approaching LAX travel at high speeds in dense air traffic. A collision, even with a small object, could be catastrophic. This wasn't just a curiosity, it was a vulnerability. The FAA, now under increased scrutiny from the aviation community, reiterated their guidance to pilots. Report any unusual aerial activity immediately. Air traffic controllers near LAX kept a closer watch. But with no new confirmed sightings since mid-2021, the skies remained uneventful. Still, interest continued to grow behind the scenes. Private drone operators and engineers began analyzing the case, offering their own theories. Some suggested that the sightings could have been a drone platform equipped with a lightweight mannequin or dummy, built specifically to resemble a flying person. Such a craft could, in theory, be operated remotely with high precision, especially with modern GPS stabilization. It wouldn't require a pilot on board, just a skilled technician on the ground. But that theory, too, had holes. A drone large enough to appear man-sized at 3,000 to 5,000 feet would need serious thrust, not to mention a power source capable of lifting it that high and keeping it stable. Regulations on drone flight make such an operation illegal without special waivers, and even then, not in a commercial corridor. So if it wasn't a man, and it wasn't a drone, what was it? Even among the most grounded investigators, the question remained open. Every technical explanation seemed to solve one part of the puzzle, but created new questions elsewhere. And through it all, the mystery persisted. A silent figure in the sky, appearing where no one should be, then vanishing without a trace. As the investigation into the jetpack guy sightings dragged on without resolution, a quiet frustration began to set in. Aviation authorities were running out of conventional explanations. And while the media had largely moved on, pilots, engineers, and a growing community of amateur sleuths continued to pull at the thread. By now, two dominant theories had emerged, each compelling, each flawed. The first was the drone theory, that someone had built or modified a drone to look like a human in a jetpack, perhaps using foam, a mannequin, or lightweight materials. It would explain the upright posture, the lack of wings, and the controlled movement. But it didn't account for the altitude or the extended flight time. Most drones, even high-end custom builds, struggle to reach the heights reported, let alone hover stably there while being mistaken for a person. The second theory was the balloon explanation. A novelty balloon, shaped like Iron Man or a human figure, drifting into approach paths on upper air currents. A few of these had been known to cause confusion before, mistaken for UFOs or strange objects at a distance. And unlike drones or jetpacks, balloons require no power source, no pilot, no effort. But again, the details didn't fit perfectly. The reported behavior by pilots, flying parallel to aircraft, maintaining altitude, showing no signs of uncontrolled drift, wasn't typical of a balloon at all. And then, there were the radar returns, or lack thereof. Despite the sightings being in tightly monitored airspace, none of the figures were ever confirmed by ground radar or air traffic control systems. Not once. No transponder signal, no visible target. Just trained pilots calling out what they saw, then watching it vanish. This gap, between what was seen and what could be tracked, left room for speculation. Some online theorists proposed secret military testing. Others jumped to fringe ideas, cloaking technology, advanced flight suits, or even extraterrestrial probes. Most of these were dismissed outright, but their existence showed how far the public imagination had stretched trying to fill in the blanks. No matter how rational the conversation started, it always seemed to circle back to the same question. How could something be seen so clearly, by multiple pilots, and yet leave no trace behind? By early 2023, the jetpack guy had become more myth than man. His presence in the skies reduced to speculation and echo. There were no new sightings, no breakthroughs. The FAA stopped releasing updates, and the FBI, after a period of quiet probing, also fell silent. Whatever momentum had once propelled the investigation had faded into a holding pattern. The skies above LAX were busy as ever, but the strange visitor hadn't returned. For some, the mystery's slow disappearance was the answer itself. If it were a drone prank or an unsanctioned experiment, maybe the operator had stopped after realizing the risk, or after being quietly warned. If it was a one-off balloon incident, maybe it had been a fluke that gained more attention than it ever deserved. The absence of further appearances made a convenient case for coincidence, but others weren't so convinced. Many within the aviation world remained unsettled. Pilots who had seen the figure firsthand didn't walk away thinking they'd misjudged a balloon. These were professionals trained to identify threats in the sky, and they had described a person, upright, in motion, at altitudes where no solo flyers should be. Their stories hadn't changed, even when the world moved on. Investigative journalists revisited the case, looking for missed connections, any overlooked detail in radar logs, any unreported test flights, any quiet payoff or sealed file. Nothing surfaced. Radar operators from the original incidents remained baffled. One admitted in a later interview, "We had guys scanning the scopes live when it happened, and there was nothing there. No return at all." So the mystery endured, not as a constant news story, but as a quiet chapter in aviation lore. A moment where something appeared against the odds, then disappeared without explanation. And like all good mysteries, it didn't leave answers. Just a strange shape in the sky and the certainty that, for a few brief moments, the rules of flight didn't quite hold. Today, the story of the jetpack guy floats somewhere between urban legend and unresolved aviation case file. There's no confirmed identity, no recovered equipment, no public resolution. The official investigations have long since gone quiet, but the incident lives on, spoken of in pilot lounges, discussed in online forums, and remembered by those who saw it firsthand. In aviation circles, it serves as a kind of parable, a reminder that even in one of the most regulated, monitored, and controlled spaces on Earth, the sky above a major airport, something unknown can still slip through. Pilots remain vigilant. Controllers still reference the event from time to time, especially when an unusual blip appears on radar, or when a trainee asks if that jetpack guy thing really happened. It did. At least 4 pilots, on separate flights, in broad daylight, saw something that didn't belong in their airspace. They weren't drunk. They weren't confused. They were reporting what they saw. A figure, flying upright, alone, thousands of feet in the air. The FAA still logs it as an unresolved aerial occurrence. The FBI, when pressed, simply refers to the case as open, but inactive. There's nothing more to pursue, unless someone speaks up or something new appears. And so, it joins the quiet catalog of aviation anomalies, like the phantom aircraft that appear on radar but never visually materialize, like the ghost flights tracked over empty oceans. It's part of a strange truth about aviation. For all our technology, our control, and our charts of the sky, there are still moments that slip through the gaps. Jetpack Guy may never return, but if he does, if another voice crackles through the radio to say, "We just passed someone in a jetpack," pilots will believe it. They've seen it before. And the sky, for all its predictability, still has room for a little mystery. British Airways Flight 9 was a Boeing 747-236B, a wide-bodied giant of the sky built to travel oceans and continents in quiet, high-altitude grace. With 4 Rolls-Royce engines, a double-deck cabin, and an enviable safety record, the aircraft was an icon of international aviation, reliable, powerful, and capable of carrying hundreds of passengers comfortably across the globe. It was not a plane one expected to see in distress, let alone gliding silently through the dark with all 4 engines out. But on the night of June 24, 1982, this very aircraft, registration GBDXH, would be at the center of one of aviation's most remarkable survival stories. The flight was part of a long journey from London to Auckland, New Zealand, broken into multiple legs. That evening, Flight 9 had just completed a brief stop in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Passengers had stretched their legs, grabbed snacks, or wandered through the small terminal. Most were weary but in good spirits. They were nearing the final stretch. Next stop, Perth, Australia. At the controls for this segment was Captain Eric Moody, an experienced pilot with thousands of flying hours under his belt. Alongside him in the cockpit were First Officer Roger Greaves and Flight Engineer Barry Townley Freeman. All 3 were seasoned, calm professionals, the kind of crew passengers rarely think about, because everything always goes to plan. As the aircraft taxied for departure, the weather was reported as good. It was a routine evening in Southeast Asia, humid but clear, and the crew saw nothing of concern on their instruments. The 747 rolled down the runway with the familiar surge of thrust, lifting into the sky just after 8:40 p.m. local time. Inside the cabin, lights dimmed to a gentle glow as the plane climbed to its cruising altitude of 37,000 feet. By now, passengers had settled into the lull of overnight flight. Cabin service was underway, soft music played over the intercom, and outside, the view was pitch black. Just the occasional flash of stars beyond the window. In the cockpit, it was quiet. The aircraft was flying smoothly, and the crew made small talk while monitoring instruments. Over Indonesia's Java Sea, the aircraft's flight path would soon arc southward toward the Indian Ocean, placing it above volcanic regions, but the skies looked clean. Then, somewhere near the halfway mark between Jakarta and Perth, subtle changes began. It started with something beautiful. Strange blue-white sparks began dancing on the cockpit windscreen. They crawled along the glass like electric tendrils, glowing at the edges of the wipers. This phenomenon, known as St. Elmo's fire, wasn't entirely unheard of. It's an atmospheric electrical effect caused by static buildup, often seen near thunderstorms. But tonight it was different. The glowing shapes were brighter, more intense, and they were being noticed not just by the flight crew, but by passengers as well. Back in the cabin, a strange haze was forming. A soft mist seemed to be drifting from the vents. Some passengers thought it was smoke, others assumed it was condensation. Flight attendants moved through the aisles calmly, checking in with passengers but noticing it too. The haze was odd, and it had a faint smell. Something slightly metallic, a little like sulfur. Nothing alarming, but strange enough to raise eyebrows. Then the cockpit received its first real surprise. Engine 4, on the far right, began to lose power. Warnings flashed briefly, and then Engine 2 began surging. Within seconds, both Engine 1 and Engine 3 began spooling down. The noise in the cabin changed from the steady hum of jet thrust to something quieter, almost unsettling. And then the unimaginable happened. All 4 engines failed. For a moment, the silence was total. No engine roar. Just the rush of wind over the fuselage and the quiet chime of alerts in the cockpit. The 747, one of the most reliable aircraft in the skies, had become a glider at 37,000 feet. The crew checked and rechecked the instruments. This wasn't a gauge failure. The engines were out, every one of them. The aircraft was descending, gliding through the darkness with no power and no clear reason why. It was then that Captain Moody did something extraordinary in its calmness. He picked up the cabin PA and addressed the 263 passengers on board with the now famous words, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped. We are doing our utmost to get them going again. I trust you are not in too much distress." It was a voice steady as steel, offering not false reassurance, but controlled clarity. Passengers looked around at each other, confused. A few gasped. Others thought it was a joke. But the flight attendants, trained for moments exactly like this, moved swiftly. They checked seatbelts. They steadied their voices. They reminded people that the plane could glide for a long distance. And up front, the crew began preparing for a descent with no engine power and no certainty about what lay ahead. Outside, the night was clear, but the sky wasn't empty. Not that anyone could see it yet. The Boeing 747 continued its silent descent through the upper atmosphere, gliding with nothing but inertia and altitude to guide it. In the cockpit, Captain Eric Moody and his crew worked through emergency checklists with quiet urgency, their training sharp, but their situation unprecedented. 4 engines out, no power, no warning, and no clear explanation. They had prepared for engine failures before. Every commercial pilot is, but never all 4. It was the sort of scenario that wasn't supposed to happen. And yet, here they were, in the middle of the night sky over Indonesia, coasting downwards in an aircraft that now resembled a 350-ton sailplane. Inside the cabin, time seemed to slow. Flight attendants, despite their own uncertainty, moved efficiently through the aisles. Passengers clutched armrests and exchanged nervous glances. Some whispered prayers. Others stared out the windows into the black void. There was no screaming, no chaos, just a steady hum of confusion and unease. The mist in the cabin was still there, faintly glowing in the dim lighting. A few passengers noted an unusual brightness around the wings, like a soft, unearthly halo. This was no ordinary turbulence. Something had happened, something environmental, and completely unexpected. The crew still didn't know the source, but they were beginning to suspect it wasn't mechanical in the usual sense. As the aircraft descended past 30,000 feet, a critical clock began ticking. Oxygen. At cruising altitudes, passengers and crew need supplemental oxygen to stay conscious. The aircraft had deployed emergency oxygen masks automatically when the engines failed, but they were only designed to function for a limited time, about 15 minutes, long enough to get the plane down to breathable altitudes. Captain Moody and First Officer Greaves performed glide calculations quickly. The 747 could descend at roughly 2,000 feet per minute with no power. That gave them maybe 20 minutes before they'd be near sea level. If they couldn't restart the engines by then, they'd need a plan B. Jakarta was the nearest viable airport, but reaching it depended on distance, descent rate, and a heavy dose of luck. They began trying to restart the engines, first in sequence, then out of sequence. Fuel valves were adjusted, ignition switches recycled, airflow was monitored. Nothing. The engines refused to respond. At this point, the crew made the difficult decision to declare an emergency with Jakarta Air Traffic Control. The transmission was calm but urgent. Total engine failure. Initiating descent. Requesting immediate vectors for possible landing. The controllers, stunned, began relaying instructions, advising vectors to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, Jakarta's primary field. What no one in the aircraft knew was that they were flying directly through a dense, invisible ash cloud, part of a massive plume released hours earlier by Mount Galunggung, a volcano in West Java that had erupted without warning. Volcanic ash doesn't show up on traditional weather radar, and it doesn't look like a thunderstorm cloud from the outside. It's dry, fine, and composed of glass-like particles that can sandblast a windshield and choke jet engines. The volcanic ash had entered all four of the 747's engines, melting internally at high temperature, coating turbine blades, and then solidifying as it cooled. The engines had essentially suffocated, starved of clean air and jammed by glass dust. And because this phenomenon was not widely understood at the time, the crew had no idea what they were up against. Still descending, they passed through 25,000 feet, then 20,000. The lights flickered, the silence remained, and then something changed. Engine 4, on the far right, gave a cough, then a rumble, and then, against every odd, it restarted. The cockpit came alive with energy. If one engine could be revived, so could the others. Restart procedures were repeated immediately. Moments later, Engine 3 sputtered to life, then Engine 1. Within another minute, Engine 2 followed. All four engines were back, but celebration was premature. The engines had only come back online after the plane had descended beneath the ash cloud. It wasn't until they had cleared the volcanic particles that clean airflow allowed combustion again. And now, having regained power, the aircraft was still in a precarious position, descending, engines unstable, and visibility worsening by the second. The windshields, now coated with a layer of ash and microscopic debris, had been rendered nearly opaque. The crew could barely see forward. Forward lighting produced a milky white glare on the glass, like headlights in a foggy snowstorm. The approach to Jakarta would have to be managed not by sight, but by instruments, and by looking through the tiny clear strips on the side windows where the wipers had kept the view somewhat unobstructed. Passengers, meanwhile, hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. The engines had fallen silent and returned without fanfare. Most remained in a quiet daze, holding tightly to the armrests, oxygen masks dangling now, unsure of whether the danger had passed or only just begun. The crew adjusted altitude, stabilized speed, and turned toward Jakarta. The flight, once a simple overnight leg, had now become a race against further ash exposure, fuel calculations, and a difficult approach into an unfamiliar airport. With limited visibility, potential engine damage, and 263 lives in the balance. British Airways Flight 9 was no longer a glider, but it wasn't out of danger. As the crew steadied the now breathing engines and recalibrated their approach toward Jakarta, the stress inside the cockpit remained razor sharp. The 747 had dropped from 37,000 feet to below 13,000 during the terrifying engine-out glide. With the engines back online, they were climbing slightly to maintain safe maneuvering altitude. But none of the 4 power plants could be trusted yet. Captain Eric Moody, calm as ever, knew the aircraft had passed through something dangerous. Volcanic ash still wasn't even on the flight crew's radar, literally and figuratively. But the damage it had caused was evident in every system readout. The engines were now operational, but only just. And the flight deck's view of the outside world was a ghostly blur. The front windscreen, once a clear panel offering visibility for miles, was now frosted with a fine, gritty residue, etched by the abrasive glass particles of volcanic ash. Headlights reflected off it in a white, opaque haze. From the captain's seat, forward visibility was next to nothing. They could see a little more through the outer side windows, where the wipers had pushed away enough ash to form narrow slits of clarity. But the view directly ahead was like staring into a lit fog. Instrument flight rules, IFR, would have to carry them through the landing. That meant relying entirely on gauges, sensors, radio beacons, and air traffic control guidance. It wasn't uncommon in bad weather or fog, but this was different. The ash damage added an unpredictable element to everything. From airspeed indicators to engine temperature readings, everything had to be double-checked. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, the atmosphere was a mix of subdued tension and whispered relief. The engine's return brought a noticeable change in sound, and with it, a flicker of hope. But no announcement had yet come explaining what had happened. The flight attendants, trained for every possible scenario, kept the passengers calm with measured voices and quick, practiced movements. They offered reassurances, collected used oxygen masks, and quietly passed information back to the cockpit. Then came the announcement. Captain Moody's voice crackled over the intercom, deliberate, composed, and unmistakably British. He informed the passengers that all 4 engines had temporarily failed, and that the aircraft had descended to a lower altitude before successfully restarting them. He offered no dramatics, no guesswork, just facts. He ended with a line that would later be remembered by those on board for its surreal restraint. "We trust you are not in too much distress." The tone of the announcement left many passengers blinking in disbelief. The word temporarily didn't seem to carry the gravity of what they'd just endured. But Moody's cool demeanor had its effect. Panic never truly took hold. Instead, there was a strange kind of stillness, the calm that follows when people realize they're part of something far bigger than themselves, but are being led by someone who won't let go of the wheel. Below them, the lights of Jakarta began to come into view, dim through the smeared glass of the side windows. The aircraft had been cleared for approach to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, a military civilian facility with a long enough runway for a wide-bodied 747. But this was no ordinary landing. With forward vision compromised and concerns still hanging over the engine's reliability, the crew approached the descent with surgical precision. The autopilot assisted in keeping their trajectory clean, while instruments guided them along the glide path. They flew almost blind, save for those narrow bands of semi-clear vision and the glowing instruments inside the flight deck. As they neared 6,000 feet, small sparks danced along the wing edges again. St. Elmo's fire, the same eerie electrical phenomenon from earlier. It was a reminder they might not be entirely clear of the ash cloud yet. The atmosphere remained unpredictable. Any moment, an engine could surge or fail again. The crew made final landing checks. Landing gear down, flaps extended, speed adjusted, altitude descending. Through the side window, Moody could just make out the lights of the runway, but he would need help lining up. First Officer Greaves leaned to his side to aid with visuals, while Flight Engineer Townley Freeman monitored the engine's delicate parameters. It was a cockpit ballet, each man doing his part, trusting the others, moving in rhythm through one of the most demanding approaches in their flying careers. As the runway drew closer, there was no drama in the cabin, no countdown, no fanfare. Just the familiar pitch change as the aircraft flared, then the heavy thud of wheels touching down. The landing was firm, but smooth. The crowd of flight attendants, quietly gripping seatbacks, began to breathe again. On the tarmac, emergency vehicles rolled forward, unsure of what to expect from this wounded aircraft from the sky. But what they found was extraordinary. The engines were still running. The aircraft was structurally intact, and every one of the 263 passengers had survived. They had done it. They had landed a 747, blind and battered, after gliding through a full engine failure at cruising altitude, and no one on board had been lost. The mystery of what had nearly taken them down was still unresolved, but for now there was ground beneath their feet. The nightmare at 37,000 feet was over. When British Airways Flight 9 came to a complete stop on the runway at Jakarta's Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, a stillness fell over the aircraft, unlike any other moment in the journey. After hours of tension, a powerless glide from 37,000 feet, and a descent through an obscured sky, the sound of engines idling on solid ground felt surreal. Passengers looked around, as if waiting for someone to tell them what had really happened. There was no cheering, no clapping. Just quiet exhalation, a shared disbelief that they had made it. Outside, emergency vehicles swarmed toward the aircraft. Fire crews, medics, and ground personnel moved into position, anticipating anything from engine fires to evacuation procedures. But there were no flames, no smoke, no injuries. The only unusual sight was the state of the 747 itself. The once shining paint on the leading edges of the wings was dulled and scorched. The nose cone was frosted over in an eerie gray film, and the cockpit windows were so sandblasted they looked like frosted bathroom glass, completely opaque from nose to crown. Captain Moody and his crew powered down the engines one by one. The aircraft's long flight had ended not in disaster, but in an emergency landing pulled off with remarkable composure and precision. And yet, none of them fully understood what they had just flown through. As maintenance crews swarmed the aircraft, the extent of the damage began to reveal itself. The engine interiors were lined with ash. Turbine blades had melted and resolidified. Tiny shards of glassy material coated the intakes and ventilation systems. On closer inspection, engineers noticed that the ash wasn't just dust. It was volcanic in nature, composed of sharp, abrasive particles. It had scoured the fuselage, dulled the landing lights, and, more alarmingly, interfered with the engines at a level no one had thought possible. British Airways immediately launched an internal investigation. But as data trickled in from Jakarta, it was clear that the source of the crisis wasn't the aircraft itself. It was the sky. Only after Flight 9 was safely on the ground did word reach the crew about the eruption of Mount Galunggung, a volcano roughly 110 miles southeast of Jakarta. The eruption had occurred earlier that day and sent a massive ash cloud soaring into the upper atmosphere. The eruption wasn't violent or fiery. It was quiet, distant, and largely unnoticed by air traffic control. No official NOTAM, notice to airmen, had been issued. The volcanic plume had drifted westward into one of the busiest commercial air corridors in the region, invisible on radar, undetectable until it was too late. Volcanic ash clouds are unique threats to aviation. They don't behave like thunderheads or storm systems. They don't show up on conventional weather radar because the ash particles lack the moisture content to reflect radar signals. Visually, they can appear like thin cloud layers, or even clear air under night skies. But inside those clouds are microscopic fragments of rock, glass, and minerals, lethal to jet engines. The heat inside a jet engine melts the ash into molten glass. This clings to the internal turbine components and then cools rapidly, solidifying again and blocking airflow. In extreme cases, it can choke the engine completely, extinguishing combustion and shutting down power, just as had happened aboard Flight 9. As British Airways and Indonesian authorities pieced together the timing and flight path, they confirmed the unthinkable. Flight 9 had flown directly through the heart of a high-altitude ash plume, and it had done so for several minutes before engine failure occurred. The ash had entered all four engines, cut them off simultaneously, and turned a powered flight into a silent glide. What made the survival even more remarkable was the fact that the engines reignited at all. Most pilots, and even manufacturers, didn't believe that once volcanic ash caused flameout, an engine could be restarted. But by descending below the ash cloud, where the air was clearer and denser, the crew had unknowingly given the engines a chance to breathe again. One by one, they had sputtered back to life. The landing was the culmination of this miracle. Flying blind, trusting instruments, managing systems strained to their limits. It was a display not only of engineering resilience but of human focus, coordination, and calm in a scenario for which no training manual could truly prepare. In interviews that followed, Captain Moody was quick to credit his crew, British Airways, and the aircraft itself. He downplayed heroism and emphasized teamwork. But among passengers and aviation professionals alike, the story took on a legendary quality. A 747, brought down by invisible ash, had glided through the dark and landed safely. Every person aboard had walked away. But the questions were just beginning. If ash clouds couldn't be seen or tracked, what protections did future flights have? How could crews be expected to avoid something they couldn't detect? And how many more flights were passing unknowingly through similar dangers? British Airways Flight 9 was no longer just a near disaster. It was a warning. A quiet, smoky wake-up call to the hidden threats of the atmosphere, and one that would change the aviation world forever. In the aftermath of Flight 9's miraculous landing, the magnitude of what had just occurred began to ripple far beyond Jakarta. British Airways, already conducting internal reviews, now found itself part of a growing international concern. What had struck down a 747 mid-flight, without a storm, without mechanical warning, wasn't turbulence, bird strike, or equipment failure. It was something far less understood, and until now, far more underestimated: volcanic ash. The crew of Flight 9, particularly Captain Eric Moody, quickly became the focus of attention, not only because they had saved 263 lives, but because they had flown through an event that few had believed possible. In press interviews, Moody remained characteristically calm and humble. "We're trained for emergencies," he told reporters, but this one was a bit different. A bit different indeed. Volcanic ash had long been known to pose some threat to aircraft, particularly propeller-driven ones at lower altitudes. But what Flight 9 experienced rewrote the narrative entirely. Jet engines, flying at altitudes above 35,000 feet, were supposed to be above most weather hazards. What no one had accounted for was that ash clouds, fine enough to linger invisibly in the atmosphere, could rise that high, and that their effects could be so devastating so quickly. The engineering teams that examined the aircraft back in Jakarta and later in London were astonished at the damage. All 4 engines had suffered severe erosion to their turbine blades. The combustion chambers were coated in a gritty glaze, molten ash that had fused with metal at high temperature before solidifying mid-process. Portions of the fuselage and wing-leading edges were scraped raw, with paint stripped and sensor covers pitted. Even the landing lights and cockpit windscreens showed signs of abrasion, sanded down to a frosty opacity. Despite this, the aircraft had flown again, and that, more than anything, underscored the miracle. But it also revealed the urgency of a terrifying question. How many other flights had unknowingly passed through similar clouds? And how could pilots avoid something they couldn't see? Before Flight 9, ash clouds weren't monitored with the same seriousness as weather systems. Meteorological stations tracked eruptions when they were explosive or locally hazardous, but there was no global network for tracking ash dispersion in real time. Even radar systems, the gold standard in weather detection, failed to register ash because the dry, fine particles didn't return strong radar echoes. In the cockpit, there was no alert, no warning. Only the ghostly glow of St. Elmo's fire and a faint burning smell. Flight 9 had highlighted a blind spot, both literal and systemic. The aviation world responded swiftly. Within weeks, international aviation bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and major weather agencies, convened emergency meetings. Volcanologists were brought in. Ash behavior at altitude was analyzed. Flight 9 had shown that a jet could lose all engines at once, and that a modern aircraft, even one as large and robust as a 747, was not immune to a silent hazard lurking in plain air. New protocols were drafted. Airlines began training pilots to recognize early symptoms of ash encounters: the sudden static discharge, unusual smells, engine surging, and forward visibility loss. Emergency checklists were updated. Perhaps most importantly, aviation authorities started to develop the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, a global network designed to monitor volcanic activity and issue real-time advisories to aircraft flying in affected zones. Satellite monitoring of ash plumes also advanced significantly in the years that followed. Earth-observing satellites could now track sulfur dioxide and ash dispersal with far greater accuracy, enabling warning systems that could alert air traffic control, dispatchers, and pilots more effectively than ever before. Flight 9 had done something no one wished for, but everyone ultimately benefited from. It forced aviation to evolve. It filled a knowledge gap with a hard-earned lesson. For those aboard that night, the world carried on, but never quite the same. Passengers spoke later of a strange peace during the descent, of how calm the cabin remained even as oxygen masks fell and the engines went quiet. Many credited the demeanor of the flight attendants, who moved like clockwork, keeping passengers steady in the face of the unknown. Captain Moody and his crew received widespread recognition. Their teamwork under pressure became a case study in aviation training programs around the world. Pilots and instructors referenced Flight 9 as the benchmark for poise and process during emergencies. It was not just a near disaster, it was a masterclass in how to fly through one. And in the years to come, other flights would encounter volcanic ash. Some would divert early, thanks to new detection. Others, like the 2010 Eyjafjallajökull eruption in Iceland, would ground hundreds of flights altogether, a decision made not out of fear, but from the lessons learned aboard Flight 9. What was once invisible now had a name, a path, and a plan. The night sky was still dark, but no longer unknowable, because one flight, flying blind over Indonesia, had opened the world's eyes. While British Airways Flight 9 had returned safely to solid ground, the shockwaves from its brush with disaster continued to ripple through the aviation world. The dramatic mid-air crisis revealed vulnerabilities in modern flight that had been previously overlooked or underestimated, especially in the context of a growing global network of long-haul routes that routinely crossed volcanic regions. Jakarta Air Traffic Control, stunned by the event, began working more closely with geophysical agencies to understand what exactly had happened above their skies. It turned out that Mount Galunggung had erupted earlier on the same day as the flight, an event largely unnoticed outside local geological circles. The eruption had released a massive column of ash high into the atmosphere, and with the right combination of upper-level winds, that plume drifted silently into international airspace. The problem was, no one had known it was there. There were no alerts, no radar echoes, no warnings. The implications were sobering. In the months that followed, attention turned toward developing long-overdue protocols for how volcanic activity should be communicated to pilots. What happened to Flight 9 could not be allowed to happen again. At the time, there was no unified global method for identifying and reporting ash in real time. That changed quickly. Under pressure from ICAO and national aviation regulators, the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, were proposed and developed. Eventually, 9 centers would be established worldwide, each responsible for monitoring volcanic activity within a specific region and issuing alerts to aviation authorities and pilots. These centers, including those based in London, Anchorage, Tokyo, and Darwin, now serve as constant monitors of potential ash threats. Flight manuals also began to include specific guidance for recognizing and responding to volcanic ash encounters. New checklists addressed the subtle but critical warning signs: the sudden glow of St. Elmo's fire, strange engine behavior, or the faint, gritty smell of sulfur in the cabin. Pilots were taught not to rely on radar, but instead to trust the signs and act immediately, by descending, turning away, and avoiding further exposure. Flight simulators were updated to include volcanic ash failure scenarios. For the first time, engine flameouts caused by ash could be replicated in training environments. What had once seemed like an impossibility, losing all 4 engines in a 747, was now a part of the training syllabus for airline crews around the world. Engine manufacturers, too, took note. Rolls-Royce and other leading companies studied the damage to Flight 9's power plants in exhaustive detail. The molten ash had entered the combustion chamber, fused onto blades, then cooled into glass. Engineers began designing turbines more resistant to such damage and refining protocols for testing engines after suspected ash exposure. But perhaps the most lasting change was psychological. The illusion of complete control in modern aviation had been fractured. Pilots and passengers alike had been reminded that the sky, so vast, so seemingly predictable, still held secrets. And while the industry had grown more advanced, more redundant, more secure, it was not invincible. Nature, when unmonitored or misunderstood, could still outmaneuver the best of machines. For the passengers of Flight 9, life resumed, albeit with a deeper appreciation for its fragility. Many kept in touch long after the flight, bound by a shared memory of quiet terror and miraculous survival. Some described it as life-changing. Others said they didn't fully understand the gravity of the incident until they saw the headlines afterward. As for Captain Moody and his crew, they returned to flying after a period of review and rest. They were never ones to seek the spotlight, but their actions, decisive, professional, and calm under extraordinary circumstances, became legendary. Their story was passed down in classrooms and cockpits, not just as an example of skill, but of the human strength required when the systems fall silent. Flight 9 didn't crash. It didn't break apart in the sky or disappear beneath the ocean. But what it gave aviation was as important as any near miss or tragedy. A warning that came in time. A mystery, solved just enough to spur global change. And a reminder, above all, that vigilance in the sky must extend beyond what can be seen. In the years that followed the safe landing of British Airways Flight 9, the story became more than an incident report. It became a benchmark, a moment in aviation history where everything worked as it should, even as everything failed. And the final pieces of the legacy it left behind weren't just procedural or mechanical. They were human. They were cultural. They were enduring. The passengers of that extraordinary flight returned to their lives, scattered across the world, some never speaking much about the night they drifted powerless over Indonesia. Others held on to it quietly, knowing they had walked away from something that, by any standard, should have ended very differently. Among them were business people, families, backpackers, and crew members, each with a version of the story that included the surreal calm in the cabin, the quiet descent in the dark, the soundless minutes when the world outside was nothing but stars and silence. For many, the memory wasn't traumatic so much as deeply humbling. Some passengers described an eerie sense of peace while the engines were out, perhaps a product of the crew's measured composure, or the shared understanding that panic had no place here. The cabin crew, too, received high praise. Their ability to continue service, maintain order, and assist passengers through confusion and fear was nothing short of professional excellence. British Airways Flight 9 became a celebrated example of crew coordination under duress. It entered training manuals. Aviation conferences cited it as the gold standard for CRM, crew resource management. And in the years that followed, as aviation evolved with faster aircraft and more automation, the story of Flight 9 reminded the industry of something simple. Machines alone don't save lives. People do. Captain Eric Moody's now famous announcement, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped," became a case study in communication. It was a statement of impossible calm, delivered in a tone that seemed to compress the chaos of the moment into something oddly manageable. Moody, of course, didn't see it as legendary. In later interviews, he always redirected credit to his crew. It was a team effort, he insisted, the way flying is meant to be. And yet, it wasn't just the professional aviation community that took notice. The story captured imaginations far beyond the airport tarmac. It was covered in newspapers and on television, and eventually retold in books, documentaries, and podcasts. Writers saw in it not just technical drama, but the poetry of the impossible. A plane, silenced at altitude, returning from the brink without a single fatality. The Boeing 747 involved in the incident, GBDXH, returned to service after significant repairs and engine overhauls. It flew for years afterward, earning the nickname the Jakarta Jumper among those who knew its history. Every flight it made afterward carried with it a quiet legacy, proof of both the aircraft's resilience and the lessons it forced into the world. And those lessons rippled out far beyond British Airways. The aviation community began to share data more freely, particularly in volcanic regions. Airspace management protocols were rewritten, and volcanic monitoring programs saw new investment. Countries with active volcanoes began establishing better communication channels, with air traffic control centers and flight dispatchers. The volcanic ash advisory centers became fully operational and interconnected. Their early alerts would eventually be credited with saving countless flights from potential exposure in years to come. Notably, in 2010, when Iceland's Eyjafjallajökull volcano erupted and shut down a significant portion of European airspace for days, many remembered Flight 9. Airlines, governments, and meteorologists worked together in real time, guided in part by the experience decades earlier of a jetliner that had fallen silent over Java. The delays were frustrating, but the caution was justified. It was a sign that the system now understood what ash could do. Flight 9 never needed a monument to be remembered. Its legacy lived in every pilot who learned its story, every crew member who rehearsed a once unthinkable emergency, and every satellite pinging Earth's surface to track clouds the eye couldn't see. It became part of aviation's quiet conscience, a reminder that not every danger rumbles with thunder, and not every survival ends with applause. To this day, the events of June 24, 1982, serve as a reminder that the sky, for all its wonder and openness, still holds moments where instinct, skill, and calm resolve matter most. The engine stopped, the sky went quiet, and still, somehow, everyone came home. That's not just a mystery solved, that's a miracle flown. There's something eerie about a plane with no passengers, a machine meant to carry hundreds of people, now sitting idle, its engines silent, its cabin empty. The Boeing 727-223 at 4 de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola, had been sitting there for over a year. Unpaid airport fees kept it grounded. No flight attendants bustled through its aisles. No captains checked their instruments. Just dust, settling quietly over the aircraft's faded American Airlines stripes. This particular 727 had seen better days. Built in the 1970s, it once soared across the United States, carrying businessmen, families, and dreamers. But time had stripped it of its prestige. By the early 2000s, it was purchased by an American businessman named Miami-based Keith Irwin, who leased it to an Angolan airline for fuel hauling operations. Its new role? A flying gas station, refueling remote locations where fuel trucks couldn't go. But things weren't going smoothly. The aircraft sat unpaid, unwanted, and unmoving. Mechanics worked on it sporadically, hoping to get it flying again. But bureaucracy and financial troubles kept it stuck on the tarmac. It became just another forgotten plane in an airport full of them. Until one quiet evening in May 2003, when it did something no one expected. Without warning, the 727 powered up. Its once dead engines rumbled to life, sending a low vibration through the concrete beneath it. Airport workers paused, confused. There had been no flight plan filed, no clearance, no crew had officially boarded. Yet, there it was, moving. As the plane began to taxi, its lights remained off. No communication with the tower, no acknowledgement of commands, just the deep growl of its engines as it turned toward the runway. By the time air traffic control realized what was happening, the Boeing 727 was already accelerating. Within seconds, its wheels left the ground, and the massive aircraft soared into the darkening sky. No distress calls, no transponder signals, just silence. One of the world's largest commercial jets had just vanished into thin air, and no one knew why. At least not yet. The sky was beginning to darken over Luanda, the air thick with the lingering warmth of an African evening. The hum of airport activity had started to quiet, but on the runway, something unusual was happening. The Boeing 727, long grounded and collecting dust, was moving. Its engines, once lifeless, now roared with a low, steady rumble. It wasn't scheduled for departure. No flight plan had been filed, no pilots had requested clearance. But here it was, slowly taxiing toward the runway, as if it had a mind of its own. Airport workers turned to watch. Some assumed it was a maintenance check, maybe a simple repositioning, but something felt off. The aircraft's exterior lights remained off, making it difficult to track in the growing darkness. No calls came through the radio. No one in the control tower had authorized the movement. Inside, if there was a pilot at all, they were flying blind. The 727 was a complex machine, typically requiring a 3-person flight crew to operate. A captain, a first officer, and a flight engineer. Yet, according to every log, no qualified flight crew had boarded that evening. The only 2 people suspected of being on the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic with some piloting experience, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was licensed to fly a 727 solo, yet somehow the plane accelerated down the runway. Then, in a rush of displaced air and roaring engines, the massive jet lifted off the ground. Control tower operators scrambled to make contact. "Unidentified aircraft, please respond." Silence. "State your flight number and intentions." Nothing. The aircraft climbed westward, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. It passed over the coastline, growing smaller and smaller, fading into the horizon. Then, it was gone. No distress calls, no emergency transponder signals, no radar track beyond a certain point. A 200,000-pound aircraft had just disappeared, and the world would never see it again. The night air over Luanda settled into a thick, humid stillness. The Boeing 727 had disappeared beyond the horizon, swallowed by the vast Atlantic. Yet inside the control tower, the confusion lingered like a fog. Officials scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. A commercial airliner had taken off with no clearance, no lights, and no communication. That alone was an aviation nightmare. But worse, no one could confirm who had been at the controls. The last known individuals connected to the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla and John Mutantu, but neither had been scheduled to fly. Padilla was a skilled mechanic and a licensed pilot for small aircraft, but he wasn't qualified to operate a 727 alone. The aircraft required a flight crew trained in complex systems, someone with experience in a large multi-engine commercial jet. So how did it take off so smoothly? Some in the airport speculated that Padilla and Mutantu were not alone. Had a third person, perhaps a skilled pilot, been secretly involved? If so, who were they, and where had they gone? Immediately, officials in Angola reported the missing aircraft. But there was little they could do. The plane had left national airspace. Once it flew over the ocean, it became a ghost. In the following days, the U.S. government took an interest. It was 2003, and in the post-9/11 world, an unidentified commercial jet suddenly going off the grid set off alarms. The FBI, CIA, and even the National Security Agency, NSA, started monitoring possible sightings. Had the plane been hijacked? Was it being repurposed for something sinister? A Boeing 727 wasn't exactly easy to hide. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed over 100 tons when fully fueled. Yet, as the days passed, there were no sightings. No distress signals. No reports of a crash. It was as if the plane had never existed. Authorities issued international alerts. Air traffic controllers around the world were told to be on the lookout for any unidentified Boeing 727s. Security was tightened at airports in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. But the missing aircraft never turned up. It had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 quickly escalated beyond a local aviation mystery. Within hours, intelligence agencies around the world were paying attention. A fully loaded commercial airliner, capable of carrying 10,000 gallons of fuel, had taken off without authorization, without communication, and without a clear destination. In the post-9/11 era, this was more than just a missing aircraft. It was a potential security threat. If the plane had been stolen, what was its purpose? Was it being repurposed for smuggling? A terrorist attack? A military operation? The questions mounted, but the answers were nowhere to be found. The U.S. government immediately launched an investigation. The CIA, FBI, and NSA began tracking any possible sightings, while the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, issued an international alert. Any Boeing 727 matching the stolen aircraft's description had to be stopped and searched. But stopping an aircraft that didn't want to be found was no easy task. Unlike modern jets, the 727 didn't rely on satellite-based tracking systems. Instead, it used older transponder technology, which meant whoever was flying, it could turn it off at any time, and that's exactly what had happened. With no transponder signal, the plane had disappeared from radar almost immediately after takeoff. That meant tracking it would rely on human eyes, pilots, airport workers, or intelligent sources who might spot an unfamiliar aircraft landing somewhere unexpected. Rumors began spreading. Some believed the 727 had landed at a remote airstrip in Africa, repainted and repurposed for illegal activity. Others suspected it had flown to South America, where criminal organizations could use it for smuggling. A few even speculated that it had been taken to a Middle Eastern country to be outfitted for a terrorist attack. But despite weeks of searching, no confirmed sightings ever surfaced. There were no satellite images, no recorded landings, just silence. For intelligence agencies used to tracking the world's most advanced military jets, the idea that a massive commercial aircraft could simply vanish was unthinkable. Yet somehow it had. The search for the missing Boeing 727 took a new turn as investigators focused on the why behind its disappearance. A plane this size doesn't just vanish, it has to go somewhere. But where? And more importantly, for what purpose? Authorities quickly latched onto the most alarming theory. The plane had been stolen for a future attack. In a world still on edge from 9/11, an untracked commercial jet loaded with thousands of gallons of fuel was more than a curiosity. It was a potential weapon. The FBI and CIA scoured international intelligence reports for any sign of the missing aircraft. Could it have landed at an unregistered airstrip in Africa? Had it been smuggled into a conflict zone for use in illicit operations? Or worse, had it been modified for an attack? U.S. officials issued a global security alert, warning that the missing 727 could be repainted and disguised as a commercial jet before being used in a terrorist plot. Every airport from South America to the Middle East was ordered to report any unusual, unregistered Boeing 727s. But there was another possibility, one less dramatic but just as puzzling. What if the plane had been stolen for profit? In the early 2000s, Africa's aviation industry was riddled with corruption. Stolen aircraft weren't uncommon, especially in regions where planes were used for illegal operations. Diamond smuggling, arms dealing, and even drug running. A Boeing 727, if properly hidden and repainted, could become an untraceable aircraft. Smugglers could use it for years, operating out of remote airstrips beyond the reach of law enforcement. Intelligence agencies turned their focus toward known criminal networks in Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South America. Was the plane hidden in a jungle airstrip, making illicit runs between continents? Or had it been dismantled for parts, piece by piece? Leads came in, but none led to the missing plane. No verified sightings, no satellite images, no answers. The idea that a massive, fuel-hungry commercial aircraft could operate in secrecy for this long seemed impossible. Yet, months passed, and still, nothing. It was as if the Boeing had simply ceased to exist. The deeper investigators looked, the stranger the case became. The theories about terrorism or smuggling made sense, but something wasn't adding up. How do you keep a Boeing 727, a plane nearly 50 meters long, hidden for so long? Some believed the aircraft had crashed into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff, possibly due to fuel mismanagement or pilot error. After all, neither Padilla nor Mutantu were certified to fly a 727 alone. If they had tried, the flight could have gone horribly wrong. But if the plane had crashed, where was the wreckage? In aviation history, even deep-sea crashes leave behind something. Floating debris, an oil slick, radio transmissions, something. But in this case, there was nothing. No emergency beacons, no reports of wreckage washing up along the coast. Just silence. Then there was the idea that the plane had been dismantled for parts. A Boeing 727 was valuable, even if it wasn't in prime condition. Its engines alone were worth millions on the black market. If criminals wanted to strip it down and sell it piece by piece, they could. But where? Investigators searched for a hidden airstrip or facility where a 727 could be disassembled. remote airports in Africa, illegal smuggling hubs in South America, anywhere a plane could be secretly torn apart. But again, nothing. No missing aircraft parts matching the plane's serial numbers ever surfaced. Then came the most bizarre theory. The plane was still flying. Some experts believed the 727 had been repainted and given a fake identity, allowing it to blend into international air traffic. In less regulated parts of the world, paperwork could be forged, flight plans fabricated, and an aircraft's past erased. Reports surfaced of suspicious Boeing 727s spotted in Guinea, Colombia, and even the Middle East. But every lead hit a dead end. None of them could be confirmed as the missing Angola aircraft. The lack of evidence only deepened the mystery. If the aircraft had been stolen for profit, why had it disappeared so completely? If it had crashed, why wasn't there a single trace of it? And if it was still out there, flying under a new identity, who was using it, and for what purpose? Months turned into years, and the missing Boeing 727 became something more than just a stolen plane. It became a legend. The case never truly went cold. There were always whispers, rumors of sightings, and theories that refused to die. A plane of that size couldn't just vanish. Someone, somewhere, had to know something. Then, in 2005, 2 years after the disappearance, an unregistered Boeing 727 was spotted in Guinea, West Africa. The sighting came from a private intelligence source, someone who had been tracking illegal aircraft movements in the region. The plane matched the description of the missing Angola jet. Same model, same modifications, but there was no way to confirm if it was the same aircraft. By the time authorities arrived, the plane was gone. Not long after, a second suspicious 727 was reported, this time in Colombia, a known hub for drug cartels and smuggling operations. Again, the details were vague. The aircraft had no verifiable records, and its ownership was a mystery. Could the missing plane have been repurposed for illegal operations? If so, who was flying it? Some former intelligence officers suggested that criminal networks had rebranded the 727, changing its tail number, repainting it, and using it for untraceable flights. A plane that didn't officially exist could be used to move drugs, weapons, or even people without detection. But these theories were just that, theories. No concrete evidence ever surfaced. No serial numbers were confirmed. And despite the occasional sighting, no government agency was ever able to intercept or identify the missing plane. At one point, aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and even former pilots started forming their own networks, trying to track the aircraft. Online forums buzzed with speculation. Had the plane been hidden in a hangar, waiting to be used? Was it flying in a war zone, running supplies or weapons? Or had it been quietly destroyed, its parts scattered beyond recognition? Every time a new sighting emerged, hope flickered, but just as quickly, it faded. The Boeing remained a ghost, appearing and disappearing in whispers, but never in reality. The missing Boeing 727 wasn't just a plane anymore. It was a riddle with no answer. For years, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, and amateur sleuths chased rumors, hoping for a break in the case. But despite fleeting sightings and scattered theories, the real question remained. What happened to the two men suspected to be on board? The last known individuals connected to the stolen aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was an experienced commercial pilot, and certainly neither was qualified to fly a 100-ton jet alone. So where did they go? Ben Padilla, the man at the center of the mystery. Of the two men, Ben Charles Padilla was the bigger mystery. A Florida-based aircraft mechanic, Padilla had been in Angola working on the Boeing 727 for months. He was hired to help restore the aircraft to flying condition, which meant he had intimate knowledge of its systems. He wasn't just a mechanic, though. He had some flight experience, though far below what was needed to operate the 727 safely. Padilla's family refused to believe he had stolen the plane on his own. His sister, Benita Padilla Kirkland, insisted that he was not a criminal and had no reason to steal the aircraft. In her eyes, something had gone terribly wrong. Ben had either been forced to take off or had been taken against his will. She believed he was dead. According to Padilla's family, The most plausible scenario was that someone else hijacked the plane, forcing Padilla to fly it before eventually disposing of him. But if that was the case, where was the wreckage? Where was the aircraft? The Mutantu enigma. Less was known about John Mutantu, the Congolese aviation technician also believed to be on board. Mutantu had no piloting experience and had only been working on the aircraft in a maintenance capacity. Unlike Padilla, Mutantu had no family or contacts advocating for him in the search. His name faded from most reports, and it seemed that whatever had happened to him was an afterthought in the larger mystery of the missing aircraft. If Mutantu had been involved, what was his role? Was he simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or did he know more than anyone suspected? What if they never took off alone? There was always another possibility, that neither man had anything to do with the disappearance. Some theorists believed that a third party had been involved. Could a group of trained pilots have hijacked the aircraft, forcing Padilla and Mutantu to cooperate? Some details seem to support this idea. The aircraft took off smoothly, with no signs of struggle. It climbed westward into the Atlantic as if following a planned flight path. No distress signals or mayday calls were made. If Padilla had been piloting against his will, why hadn't he found a way to communicate with the tower? Was he already dead before takeoff? Others speculated that the aircraft had already been prepped for theft, and Padilla and Mutantu were mere pawns in a larger operation. If this was an organized crime effort, the true pilots could have been waiting nearby, taking control at the last moment. No bank activity, no calls, no traces. For months, investigators kept tabs on Padilla's finances, phone records, and personal connections. If he had stolen the plane, wouldn't he need money, new documentation, or a way to survive? Yet, nothing surfaced. No bank activity. No communication with his family. No confirmed sightings. If he was alive, he had vanished just as completely as the plane itself. This deepened the mystery even further. If he had stolen the aircraft willingly, where did he go? If he had been killed, where was the body? For all the governments, intelligence agencies, and independent researchers involved in the search, not a single solid clue led to his whereabouts. A pattern in aviation. Mysteries? Strangely, this wasn't the first time an aircraft had disappeared so completely. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 had left the world wondering for decades. Flight 19's loss in the Bermuda Triangle, 1945, still defied explanation. Even Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370, 2014, which vanished in modern times with all the world's tracking technology, still had major unanswered questions. Could the Boeing 727 disappearance be part of this long history of unsolved aviation mysteries? Or was it something entirely different? A theft or hijacking that simply succeeded? A final dead end. By 2004, the case had all but stalled. No governments reported the 727 landing in their jurisdiction. No wreckage surfaced. No black market parts were linked back to the missing aircraft. And most unsettling of all, Padilla and Mutantu were never heard from again. Their families never received closure. No remains were found. No records indicated they had started new lives under different identities. It was as if they had been erased. Even today, aviation experts still debate what happened that night in Angola. Was this a carefully planned operation, an accident that spiraled out of control, or something even stranger? No one knows for sure. And until someone, somewhere, finds that missing Boeing 727, the mystery will remain unsolved. In the quiet expanse of the Australian skies, where the vast blue meets the endless horizon, flying was more than just transportation. It was a profound expression of freedom. For 20-year-old Frederick Valentich, it was also a gateway to a future he dreamed of, one that combined his passion for aviation with a youthful fascination for the unknown, particularly his keen interest in unidentified flying objects. Frederick was not just an ordinary young man with a hobby. He was an ambitious pilot, albeit relatively inexperienced, with about 150 hours of flying time logged, a significant portion of which was solo. He was serious about turning his passion into a profession, aiming to qualify as a commercial pilot. However, his journey was marked by both enthusiasm and a few instances of overconfidence, as noted by his instructors and peers. Despite these minor setbacks, his commitment to flying was unwavering, driven by a deep-seated love for the skies. On October 21, 1978, Valentich prepared for a routine flight that was anything but ordinary. His plan was to fly from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria to King Island, a simple stretch across the Bass Strait. The purpose of the trip was partly practical. He was tasked with picking up some friends, and partly personal, a chance to log more flight hours under his belt. The weather that day was favorable, and everything seemed poised for a smooth journey. As he performed his pre-flight checks, Valentich's demeanor was calm and collected. Those who saw him that afternoon reported nothing out of the ordinary. He filed his flight plan, noting his route, expected time of arrival, and other standard details. The flight to King Island was supposed to be a straightforward one, with clear skies and gentle winds. But what transpired over the next few hours would turn this routine flight into one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. The aircraft Frederick chose for this flight was a single-engine Cessna 182, a reliable model known for its sturdy handling and forgiving nature in flight, qualities that made it a favorite among training schools and private pilots alike. This particular Cessna, however, was about to become famous not for its performance, but for its mysterious and sudden disappearance. With everything in order, Valentich took off from Moorabbin at approximately 6:19 p.m. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. Valentich maintained regular contact with air traffic control, providing routine updates on his position as he crossed the coastline and headed out over the open water of the Bass Strait. However, as he neared the halfway point of his journey, his communications took a strange turn. He reported encountering another aircraft, which he described as exceedingly unusual in appearance. According to transcripts of his radio communications, Valentich was initially curious, then increasingly perturbed. He described the other craft as moving at high speed, and it seemed to toy with his Cessna, appearing overhead, then vanishing only to reappear from different angles. His descriptions grew more frantic, his voice tinged with confusion and alarm. Frederick's fascination with UFOs was well known among his circle. He often spoke of them not as mere science fiction, but as a genuine interest, fueled by a string of recent sightings reported across Australia. This context turned his flight into a narrative ripe for speculation and wonder, as he was now seemingly living his worst, or perhaps most thrilling, scenario. His last transmission was the most harrowing. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he reported. These words would be the last anyone would hear from Frederick Valentich. Moments later, the radio link crackled into static, and silence took over. Back at Moorabbin Airport, confusion reigned. Air traffic controllers scrambled to re-establish contact, but to no avail. As the minutes turned into hours, concern grew. Search and rescue operations were soon underway, marking the start of an extensive search that would captivate and mystify the world. Frederick Valentich's disappearance raised numerous questions. What did he see in the sky that evening? Was it a misinterpretation, or had he encountered something truly unexplainable? These questions haunted the investigation, and would soon elevate the incident from a mere missing person case to a legend discussed and debated by aviators and UFO enthusiasts alike. Frederick Valentich's departure from Moorabbin Airport had been routine. The engines of his Cessna 182 hummed smoothly as he ascended into the early evening sky, leaving the familiar landscape of Victoria behind. His flight plan was straightforward: head southwest towards King Island, a speck of land nestled in the Bass Strait between Australia and Tasmania. It was a flight path he had considered carefully, suited to his experience level and the Cessna's capabilities. As Valentich settled into the cockpit, the world below him transformed. The urban sprawl gave way to the rugged, windswept coastline, and then to the open sea. Flying over water was a different kind of piloting experience, one that demanded constant vigilance and respect for the unpredictable nature of the ocean below. The first half of the flight passed uneventfully. Valentich maintained a steady altitude, checking his instruments routinely while keeping in contact with Melbourne's air traffic control. He reported his position methodically, confirming his progress and ensuring he was on track. The communication was standard procedure, a lifeline to the ground and a record of his journey's progress. However, as Valentich approached the midway point of his flight, something changed. It began subtly, an unscripted pause in his communications, a break in the rhythm that had defined the earlier part of his journey. Then, the tone of his transmissions altered. He contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control with an unexpected report. He was not alone in the sky. Valentich's voice, usually calm and collected, carried a note of confusion as he described the other aircraft. It was, he reported, an unusual sight, faster than his Cessna and far more agile. The aircraft appeared to be playing a strange game, moving at high speed, ascending past him only to suddenly appear on a different side. Each report Valentich made grew more alarmed. The craft seemed to toy with him, darting in and out of his field of vision with baffling ease. As he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, Valentich continued to describe the aircraft's maneuvers to air traffic control. His descriptions were punctuated with attempts to identify the type of aircraft, but none fit. It wasn't behaving like any conventional airplane he knew. It didn't seem to adhere to the physical limitations of human-made aircraft. The situation escalated as Valentich reported that the aircraft had approached much closer. It hovered overhead, its movements unlike anything he had encountered before. This proximity allowed him to provide more detail about its appearance. It seemed to be metallic, shiny, and was emitting a green light. His voice conveyed a mixture of awe and distress. The aircraft's behavior and capabilities were unlike anything he had studied or heard about. This part of the flight, marked by these bizarre encounters, was critical. Valentich's focus shifted from navigation to dealing with the unexpected presence. Each transmission to Melbourne became more urgent, his sentences clipped as he struggled to maintain composure and control over his aircraft. The exchange reached a climax when Valentich expressed something more than surprise or confusion. There was a palpable tension in his voice. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he stated firmly, the final words that painted a picture of something beyond ordinary understanding. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the communication cut off. The line went dead, leaving only static in its wake. Melbourne Air Traffic Control frantically called out to Valentich, seeking clarification, any response to indicate that he was still there. But there was nothing, only the haunting silence of an open channel with no reply. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich had begun as an ordinary flight, a young pilot in pursuit of hours and experience. But as the sun set over the Bass Strait that evening, it turned into something entirely different, a mystery that would echo through the annals of aviation history. After the chilling final transmission from Frederick Valentich, the atmosphere in Melbourne's Air Traffic Control Centre shifted from routine oversight to acute crisis management. The young pilot's last report, unsettling in its content and abrupt in its conclusion, spurred immediate action from the concerned controllers. Valentich had been clear, albeit deeply troubled, in his last communication. He described an object hovering above him, which he distinctly stated was not an aircraft. His words were marked by a firmness that suggested he was seeing something extraordinary, something that defied his understanding as a pilot. The silence that followed his final transmission was ominous, turning the routine tracking of a small aircraft into a potential search and rescue operation. With no further contact from Valentich, the controllers wasted no time in deploying standard emergency protocols. Initially, they attempted to re-establish communication, hoping for any sign that Valentich was still airborne and simply experiencing radio difficulties. Repeated calls were made, each unanswered, only amplifying the urgency of the situation. As minutes turned into hours without any response, the scope of the operation expanded. The Australian authorities were notified, and a full-scale search and rescue mission was launched by the evening. The operation involved multiple assets, including aircraft and sea vessels, tasked with scouring the area of Valentich's last known position over the Bass Strait. The search teams faced daunting conditions. The Bass Strait, notorious for its unpredictable weather and rough seas, posed significant challenges. The vastness of the area, coupled with the fading light of dusk, further complicated the efforts. Search planes swept over the water, looking for any sign of Valentich or his Cessna, while boats combed the waves below. Despite the extensive resources deployed and the urgency of the search, no trace of Valentich or his aircraft was found that night. The search continued over the following days, with additional teams joining the effort. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated the operation, expanding the search area and utilizing more sophisticated technology, including radar and satellite imagery. The lack of physical evidence was perplexing. No debris, oil slick, or other typical indicators of an aircraft crash were evident. The sea and air search teams reported back only the emptiness of the open water and the unyielding silence of the sky. The search efforts persisted, driven by hope and the possibility that Valentich might have landed somewhere on the water and was waiting to be rescued. But as days passed with no sign of him or his aircraft, that hope began to wane. The official search operation would eventually be called off, leaving unanswered questions and profound concern for the young pilot's fate. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich became a focal point of intrigue and speculation. It catalyzed a series of investigations, discussions, and theories, both official and among the public. The mysterious circumstances, particularly the pilot's report of an unusual object, fed into broader discussions about unidentified flying objects and their possible interactions with aviation. This chapter of Valentich's journey concludes not with resolution, but with the stark reality of his vanishing, a moment in time that would forever be etched in the annals of Australian aviation mysteries. The silence from his radio on that fateful evening marked the beginning of a story that continues to provoke curiosity and debate to this day. As the reality of Frederick Valentich's disappearance settled in, the focus shifted entirely to a comprehensive search and rescue operation. Initiated by the Australian authorities, the operation spanned several days and involved numerous assets, drawing on a broad spectrum of air and sea resources to comb through the vast, treacherous waters of the Bass Strait. The search efforts were extensive and meticulously planned. Aircraft equipped with advanced radar and thermal imaging flew grid patterns over the area, while boats with sonar capabilities scanned the depths below. The goal was to cover as much area as possible, as quickly as possible, in the hope of finding any trace of Valentich or his Cessna 182. Despite the favorable weather conditions that followed the initial disappearance, the search teams faced the inherent challenges of the Bass Strait, known for its capricious weather patterns and strong currents. These conditions often made the search efforts difficult, with waves and wind disrupting the progress of boats and limiting the effectiveness of aerial searches during certain parts of the day. As the search continued, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated efforts from multiple agencies, including the Royal Australian Air Force, local volunteer marine rescue organizations, and even merchant vessels passing through the area. Each day, the teams would debrief, share findings, and adjust their strategies, determined to uncover any clue that could lead to Valentich. However, the days passed with frustratingly little to show for the efforts. No wreckage was sighted, and no signals were detected that could suggest the location of the crashed plane. The search teams expanded the search radius, hoping that drift patterns might have carried Valentich away from his last known location. Still, the vast ocean seemed to have swallowed all evidence of his passage. The lack of any physical evidence perplexed investigators and search crews alike. In cases of aircraft crashes at sea, some debris typically surfaces, whether from the impact itself or from the interior of the aircraft. Yet, in Valentich's case, the sea offered nothing. No floating debris, no oil slicks, no emergency locator transmissions, nothing that indicated a crash site. This complete absence of evidence led to an increased interest in Valentich's last communication. His report of an encounter with an unusual aircraft, described under clear distress, became a focal point for both official investigators and the public. The peculiar nature of his descriptions prompted some to speculate about otherworldly explanations, including UFO involvement, which only intensified as the search yielded no results. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, the official search and rescue operation was reluctantly called off. The decision was met with disappointment and a sense of defeat by those involved, especially given the emotional toll on Valentich's family and friends. The announcement marked a somber acknowledgement that the chances of finding Valentich alive, or even recovering his remains, were exceedingly slim. The cessation of the search did not end the public's fascination with the case. nor did it silence the myriad theories about what might have happened. Instead, it transitioned the incident from an active rescue operation to a lingering mystery, one that would captivate curious minds and fuel debates about aviation's safety, the unknown, and the unexplained. The story of Frederick Valentich's disappearance remained alive in the collective memory, a perplexing enigma of the skies that refused to be forgotten. With the official search for Frederick Valentich concluded and no tangible evidence found, the focus shifted from a rescue mission to the realm of speculation and investigation. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Valentich's last transmission led to a myriad of theories, each trying to make sense of the unexplained disappearance. Valentich's own interest in UFOs became a significant aspect of the public discourse surrounding his disappearance. His final communication with air traffic control, where he described an encounter with an unusual aircraft exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, naturally led to conjecture about extraterrestrial involvement. This theory was bolstered by reported UFO sightings in the area around the time of his flight. UFO enthusiasts and some members of the public embraced the possibility that Valentich had encountered an alien craft, which somehow led to his disappearance. These speculations were fueled by a broader global interest in UFOs, which in the late 1970s was still riding the wave of the post-Roswell fascination with flying saucers and government cover-ups. Skeptics of the UFO theory proposed more conventional explanations for Valentich's disappearance. Some aviation experts suggested that Valentich, possibly disoriented by the overwater flight at dusk, might have become the victim of spatial disorientation, a common hazard in aviation, particularly among less experienced pilots. This could have caused him to misinterpret what he saw, including mistaking his own aircraft's lights reflected on the water or on a layer of cloud as another craft. Another theory was that Valentich had staged his own disappearance. This stemmed from investigations into his background, revealing his fascination not only with UFOs, but also with stories of pilots disappearing or starting anew under a different identity. However, those close to Valentich, including family and friends, strongly disputed this, describing him as enthusiastic and serious about his aviation career. The possibility of a more mundane accident was also considered. Some speculated that Valentich's aircraft might have suffered a mechanical failure, or that he might have crashed into the sea after running out of fuel. However, the lack of debris and the absence of an oil slick on the water made this scenario seem unlikely unless the aircraft had sunk intact, a rare occurrence given the expected breakup on impact. The absence of hard evidence meant that no conclusive determination could be made. The Australian Department of Transport conducted an investigation, but its findings were inconclusive, citing a lack of sufficient information to reach a definitive explanation. The mystery of Valentich's disappearance had a lasting impact on aviation in Australia, leading to increased safety protocols and more rigorous training for pilots flying over water. The case also continued to be a topic of academic and investigative interest. Researchers and documentary filmmakers periodically revisited the story, each bringing new technology and theories to bear in the hope of uncovering new information, or perhaps one day finding physical evidence that could bring closure to the case. The Valentich disappearance remains a compelling story, not just for those involved in aviation and UFO studies, but for anyone intrigued by human interaction with the unknown. It serves as a cautionary tale about the limits of human perception and the mysteries that can arise when the familiar intersects with the unexplainable. As the years passed, the disappearance of Frederick Valentich continued to resonate not just within the aviation and UFO enthusiast communities, but also among the wider public as a compelling mystery of the unknown. The lack of closure and definitive evidence has kept the case alive in the form of books, documentaries, and continued discussions in various forums. Here, we examine the legacy and ongoing interest surrounding Valentich's mysterious flight. Frederick Valentich's case has become a cornerstone discussion in both aviation safety and UFO circles. For aviation professionals, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of potential disorientation and the vital importance of maintaining situational awareness, especially when flying over large bodies of water. The incident has been used in training seminars to educate pilots about the psychological and physical effects of flying under stressful conditions and the potential for misinterpreting visual cues in the vast and featureless landscapes like the sea. In the realm of UFO research, Valentich's disappearance is often cited as one of the most intriguing cases due to the pilot's own reported sightings and the circumstances of his last transmission. It continues to fuel debates about the possibility of otherworldly encounters, and has become a part of UFO lore, frequently referenced at conferences and in literature discussing human interactions with supposed extraterrestrial vehicles. New developments occasionally reignite interest in the Valentich disappearance. Advances in technology, such as satellite imagery and improved sonar capabilities, have prompted new searches in the Bass Strait and surrounding areas. Though these efforts have not yet produced any concrete results, they maintain public interest and hope that new evidence may eventually surface. Interest is also kept alive by the media, with periodic retrospectives and updates on the case. These often coincide with anniversaries of the event, drawing new attention from those previously unaware of Valentich's story. Each wave of interest encourages fresh looks at the available data, sometimes bringing new theories to light or re-examining old ones with new technology or methodologies. Researchers and theorists continue to explore less conventional explanations, driven both by the strange details of Valentich's last reported observations and by the absence of physical evidence. Discussions often involve the exploration of what an encounter with an advanced unknown technology might entail, and how it could lead to the disappearance of an aircraft without a trace. Such speculations delve into the limits of current human understanding of physics and technology, proposing scenarios where conventional retrieval and detection methods might fail. The Valentich case has also had a significant cultural impact, inspiring segments of films, television series, and literature. These portrayals explore the human aspect of the mystery, emphasizing the emotional and psychological effects on those involved, particularly Valentich's family and friends. They also examine the broader implications of a society grappling with phenomena that it cannot easily explain through current scientific understanding. The legacy of Frederick Valentich is a complex tapestry woven from threads of mystery, tragedy, and the unyielding human quest for answers. While the truth behind his disappearance may never be fully uncovered, the story continues to intrigue and inspire. It serves as a reminder of our perpetual fascination with the sky and what lies beyond, as well as the profound and sometimes haunting unknowns that remain in our own world. As long as the mystery remains unsolved, the legend of Valentich's flight will continue to captivate imaginations and stimulate curiosity across generations. The Learjet 35 is a sleek, nimble business jet, built for speed and comfort at high altitude. Often seen shuttling celebrities, executives, and professionals across the skies, it's a symbol of precision engineering and luxury. On October 25, 1999, one such Learjet, tail number N47BA, was scheduled for a short, uneventful flight from Orlando, Florida to Dallas, Texas. Its flight plan was simple, its weather clear, and its systems all checked out. What should have been a routine trip would instead unfold into one of the eeriest and most heartbreaking mysteries in modern aviation: the flight that flew itself. That morning began quietly at Orlando Sanford International Airport. The Learjet sat prepped and fueled on the tarmac, awaiting its crew and passengers. Among those on board would be professional golfer Payne Stewart, fresh off recent victories and with a bright career still ahead of him. Stewart, known for his charismatic presence on and off the green, was headed to Dallas for business, traveling with his agents and close companions. The crew, consisting of 2 experienced pilots, arrived early, conducted their inspections, and found everything in working order. No warning lights, no strange behavior. Nothing to suggest anything other than a smooth flight ahead. At 9:19 a.m. Eastern Time, the Learjet taxied down the runway and lifted effortlessly into the morning sky. Controllers noted a smooth ascent and acknowledged a routine check-in as the plane climbed through 23,000 feet. The crew confirmed their heading, received clearance for further ascent, and switched frequencies as instructed. But after that final handoff to a new air traffic controller, radio silence. Repeated calls to the aircraft went unanswered. Controllers began to suspect a simple communications issue. Perhaps the crew was just slow to tune to the new frequency. It happens. But the silence continued. Minutes turned to more than 10. Then 20. As the Learjet continued climbing to its cruising altitude of 39,000 feet, concern quietly began to spread through the radar stations watching its steady path. There were no turns off course, no erratic behavior, no deviation in altitude. It flew with an eerie steadiness, almost like a textbook autopilot demonstration. But the longer it flew without a response, the more unusual the situation became. Air traffic control centers along its path continued to attempt contact, escalating alerts and reaching out to the aircraft again and again. Nothing. When the plane crossed into Missouri airspace and still had not responded, the Federal Aviation Administration began coordinating with military authorities. NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, was notified, and preparations began to scramble fighter jets. The goal was to intercept the Learjet, attempt visual contact, and determine whether the crew was in distress or the aircraft had been hijacked. But even as the military moved into action, there was still no sign of deviation. The jet flew northwesterly, passing over Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and into the Midwest. It flew for hour after hour, eerily consistent in its heading and altitude, cruising far above the ground as though everything was perfectly normal. All the while, those tracking it from the ground grew increasingly uneasy. Planes don't just go silent for no reason. Pilots don't miss repeated check-ins. Something was wrong. But what? And what were the people on board experiencing at that moment, if anything at all? F-16 fighter jets were finally scrambled from an Oklahoma Air National Guard base. The pilots quickly ascended to meet the Learjet's altitude and reached visual range as it neared Missouri. What they reported back was chilling. Through the cockpit windows, frosted over and opaque, they could see no movement, no sign of life, no signal or change in trajectory. The jet flew on, as if guided by invisible hands. As they circled the silent aircraft, the fighter pilots tried to make contact, maneuvering beside it, rocking wings, attempting hand signals through the glass. But there was no response. The Learjet flew on, ghost-like, cutting through the sky without a sound save for the engines that kept it aloft. Back on the ground, the realization began to set in. Whatever had happened on board must have happened quickly, and it had likely rendered everyone on the jet unconscious. Investigators would later suspect a loss of cabin pressure, an insidious and silent failure that could rob everyone of consciousness in just minutes, especially at high altitudes where the air is thin and time for useful action is measured in seconds. As the Learjet pushed farther into the open skies of the Great Plains, its engines still strong, it was clear the aircraft was running on autopilot, unmanned, unattended, and unable to correct course. Those watching on radar and through binoculars could only wait, powerless to alter its trajectory. The mystery, now fully underway, had moved beyond a simple communication issue. It had become something else entirely, a jet flying itself across the sky, unresponsive and unstoppable, with no one answering the call. The Learjet continued its silent course through the sky, a sleek silver arrow slicing westward at 39,000 feet, stubbornly steady, eerily perfect. Below it, the United States slowly unfurled, from the green forests of Georgia to the brown fields of Kansas, oblivious to the lifeless aircraft tracing its path across the heart of the country. From the ground, it looked like just another jet, business as usual. But from within radar rooms and military command centers, the reality was growing darker by the minute. After repeated failed attempts to contact the crew, FAA controllers initiated what's known as an INREC, an information request notice, signaling concern for a flight no longer in communication. As the jet drifted into increasingly unfamiliar territory, a heightened state of alert kicked in. This was no minor radio failure. Something was seriously wrong. NORAD scrambled its fighter jets shortly after 10 a.m. Central Time. Pilots from the Oklahoma Air National Guard were directed toward the rogue aircraft. Flying at supersonic speeds, they caught up to the Learjet near Springfield, Missouri. The intercept was coordinated not only to assess the situation visually, but to act swiftly in case of hijacking or other security threats. What they found instead was more unsettling than any armed conflict they had trained for. The F-16s closed in on the Learjet's left side, approaching carefully. Through the aircraft's rounded windows, the fighter pilots tried to catch any sign of movement. Someone at the controls, a passenger shifting in their seat. But the cockpit windows were fogged or frosted, difficult to see through. At one point, one of the fighter pilots reported seeing what appeared to be condensation, or ice, coating the interior of the glass. There were no signs of a conscious crew, no response, no deviation. The plane simply continued. Communicating back to NORAD, the fighter pilots confirmed that the Learjet was behaving like it was on autopilot. It maintained altitude, speed, and heading with textbook precision, just as it had from the beginning. One pilot reported seeing what looked like the silhouette of someone slumped forward in the cockpit, still, unmoving. There was little else the military could do. They had orders not to shoot unless the aircraft was determined to pose an imminent threat to populated areas, and this one, chillingly, posed none. It was headed toward open plains, so the fighters stayed with it, shadowing its strange journey, while more jets were launched to take over escort duties further along the projected route. Back at the FAA, the focus shifted toward trying to understand what could have led to such a situation. The most immediate suspicion: hypoxia. Loss of cabin pressure at high altitude can quickly rob a person of consciousness, within 30 to 60 seconds, without supplemental oxygen. If the pressurization system had failed, and the crew didn't respond in time, the results could be tragic and quiet. In just a few short minutes, everyone on board could have slipped into unconsciousness without ever realizing the danger. The Learjet 35's pressurization system was generally reliable, but like any system, it was vulnerable to failure. Investigators already knew the dangers from previous incidents. One of the most infamous had occurred in 1971, when an airline crew suffered a similar loss of pressure and was rendered unconscious until their autopilot brought them safely, and unintentionally, back to land. But those cases were rare, and never this prolonged. With the Learjet's radio silence stretching into hours, the reality settled hard. It was almost certain that everyone on board had been incapacitated early in the flight. The only thing keeping the aircraft airborne now was its autopilot system, steadily maintaining course, oblivious to the fate of those it carried. The aircraft continued its path over Nebraska, its fuel slowly burning away. In the final hour of its flight, fighter pilots noted the jet was beginning to drift slightly off course. The autopilot may have started to falter. The systems were nearing their limits. The silence had grown louder, not a mechanical failure, not an explosion or fire, but a slow, invisible descent into tragedy. No alarms, no frantic calls, just a flight gone eerily quiet. Families of the passengers and crew had begun to receive calls from authorities. The name Payne Stewart had already reached newsrooms across the country. The media, sensing something serious and strange, began circling. But for now, no one could confirm what had happened. Only that a jet with 6 souls on board was high in the sky, unresponsive, and on a steady heading toward nowhere. The flight that began with such normalcy had now passed its halfway mark, ghosted by jets and trailed by questions. All anyone could do was wait. Wait for the inevitable end, and for the investigation that would follow. Whatever had happened up there, it was unfolding at 500 miles an hour, far above the ground, inside a cabin where no one could speak to the outside world. The Learjet soared high over the midwestern sky, the sun glinting off its polished fuselage as it maintained its unbroken, unwavering path. From the ground, it looked like any other business aircraft, calm, fast, efficient. But to those following it from control towers, military radar stations, and the cockpits of the F-16s assigned to monitor it, the jet had taken on an eerie quality. It was now deep into its ghost flight, heading toward the vast open spaces of South Dakota, a plane flying perfectly, without a soul guiding it. By this point, the Learjet had been airborne for over 3 hours. Fighter jets had tailed it since Missouri, taking turns from different Air National Guard units along its projected route. Their reports remained consistent. No response to radio calls, no movement visible inside, no signs of life. The cockpit windows remained frosted. Through the cabin windows, some F-16 pilots claimed to see what looked like passengers slumped in their seats, unmoving. The cabin pressurization theory now felt less like a hypothesis and more like a tragic certainty. The aircraft's route, originally intended to deliver its passengers from Orlando to Dallas, had long since been left behind. Without human input, The autopilot had locked onto a stable heading and kept the aircraft flying almost due northwest. It crossed Kansas, then Nebraska, and crept steadily toward the sparsely populated regions of South Dakota. There was no deviation, no descent, no flare. Just smooth, steady, silent flight. Those aboard likely lost consciousness within minutes of the presumed cabin pressure loss. At 39,000 feet, the air is far too thin for human survival without pressurization or supplemental oxygen. If the system had failed and the crew hadn't quickly donned their oxygen masks, they would have slipped into unconsciousness before even fully realizing what was happening. Hypoxia doesn't come with flashing warning lights or piercing alarms. It arrives like a soft veil. Confusion, fatigue, and then nothing. And in the calm quiet of a smooth climb, it's easy to miss until it's too late. In the Learjet's cockpit, the autopilot likely maintained level flight while the aircraft cruised through the upper atmosphere. There were no inputs from the pilots, no course corrections, no descent planning. It simply flew, mechanically perfect and unnervingly indifferent to the condition of the people on board. The fighters assigned to shadow it could do little but watch. They flew alongside at a respectful distance, occasionally adjusting positions to recheck for visual clues. Radio calls continued, but no response ever came. With the Learjet not exhibiting any signs of aggression, deviation toward populated areas, or threat to national security, there was no justification to intervene physically. NORAD issued strict standing orders: do not shoot. Meanwhile, across the country, the story had begun to emerge. News outlets picked up on reports of a plane flying unresponsive across several states. As word spread, the name Payne Stewart entered headlines and broadcasts. The golfing world, already buzzing with his recent success at the US Open, was stunned. Fans, colleagues, and sports journalists held their breath, hoping for a miraculous explanation, or at least a safe landing. But aviation experts understood what the signs meant. This was not a survivable scenario. Just after 12 p.m. Central Time, fuel began running low. The jet, having traveled over 1,500 miles, had nearly exhausted its supply. Those tracking it braced for the inevitable. The aircraft could no longer stay aloft. There would be no emergency landing, no radioed mayday. There were no conscious hands at the controls. It was only a matter of time. Radar data showed the Learjet slowly beginning to descend. At first, it seemed like a typical programmed descent, the kind you'd expect from an autopilot approaching a destination. But it wasn't under control. It was a quiet fall. Engines sputtering. No flaps, no gear, no course correction. A graceful but terminal arc toward the ground. At 12:13 p.m., in a remote field near Mena, South Dakota, the Learjet crashed. There were no survivors. The jet impacted the earth at high speed, creating a deep, smoking scar in the soil and scattering debris in a tight pattern. Local authorities and emergency responders were quickly on scene, but the outcome was as expected. The aircraft had completed its journey with tragic precision, flying itself right to the end. The news was swift and sobering. The wreckage confirmed what had already been feared. Among the 6 lost were Payne Stewart, his 2 agents, and the 2 experienced pilots who had flown many such routes before. The country mourned. The aviation world reeled. But more than grief, what followed was a haunting sense of disbelief. A modern aircraft with a seasoned crew, perfect weather, and no distress call, simply vanishing into radio silence and flying on until it could fly no more. Now, the questions began. What exactly had happened inside that cabin? Could anything have been done to save the crew? And how, in the age of radar and redundancy, could a plane become so utterly silent and still so deadly? The crash site investigation would soon begin, but the mystery and the sense of quiet horror had already settled in. The crash site near Mena, South Dakota, was eerily quiet. In the middle of a wide, open pasture, far from any major town or highway, a long scar marked the spot where the Learjet 35 had come to rest. Investigators arrived to find wreckage strewn across the field, much of it buried or fragmented from the high-speed impact. There was no fire, no smoke clouding the horizon, just twisted metal and solemn stillness. a fitting end to a flight that had unfolded in haunting silence. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, quickly secured the site. Their investigators began methodically collecting debris, photographing the scene, and marking the positions of recovered parts. The aircraft had disintegrated on impact, and there were no survivors to offer insight into what had happened in the sky above. But even in devastation, patterns emerge. Investigators knew that answers could still be found, if not in the wreckage itself, then in the systems that had quietly guided the aircraft on its final path. Within days, the flight data recorder, FDR, and cockpit voice recorder, CVR, were recovered. These devices, often referred to as the plane's black boxes, were damaged but largely intact. The FDR contained a record of the aircraft's performance, altitude, heading, engine parameters, over the final minutes of the flight. The CVR held up to 30 minutes of cockpit audio, continuously overwritten unless something triggered a need to preserve it. What they found on the voice recorder was unsettling in its emptiness. For the vast majority of the tape, there was no conversation, no last-minute panic, no emergency troubleshooting, no calls for help. Just the quiet hum of avionics, the occasional autopilot engagement tone, and eventually, nothing at all. The silence on the CVR confirmed what had already been suspected. The crew likely lost consciousness early in the flight. The remaining hours, the jet had flown itself. Further analysis of the flight data showed that the aircraft had performed normally for the first few minutes after takeoff. The climb was steady, the speed within normal limits, and all signs pointed to a well-handled departure. But around the time the aircraft reached its cruising altitude, 39,000 feet, everything stopped changing. The jet leveled off and held that altitude for the remainder of the flight, until the engines flamed out from fuel exhaustion hours later. The most probable cause was now becoming clear: a loss of cabin pressurization, which had gone unnoticed or unaddressed by the crew in the critical early moments. Without pressurization at that altitude, the atmosphere inside the cabin would have thinned rapidly. Hypoxia would have set in, quietly, lethally. Hypoxia is one of aviation's most insidious dangers. At 39,000 feet, the time of useful consciousness without supplemental oxygen is around 15 to 30 seconds. Pilots are trained to recognize its symptoms: lightheadedness, euphoria, impaired judgment, tunnel vision. But those early signs are subtle, easy to misinterpret or miss entirely, especially in a routine flight with no warning alarms. If the pressurization failure was gradual and the oxygen masks weren't deployed immediately, both pilots could have become incapacitated before they even realized what was happening. With the pilots unconscious and the passengers likely affected just as quickly, the aircraft's autopilot became the only force keeping the Learjet in the air. And it did exactly what it was programmed to do: maintain heading, altitude, and speed. For hours it executed its duties with mechanical precision, while the human presence inside faded into unawareness. The pressurization system itself became the focus of a detailed mechanical analysis. Every valve, sensor, and backup system was studied. No major defects were found, but due to the nature of the crash, some components could not be recovered or tested. Investigators concluded that either the pressurization system had failed silently, or the warning indicators failed to trigger the crew's attention in time. The oxygen supply system was also inspected: tanks, lines, and masks. But again, the impact had destroyed much of the evidence. No clear malfunction was recorded. With no distress call made and no manual intervention recorded after climb-out, the NTSB's final report leaned toward a grim but logical conclusion. The crew was incapacitated by hypoxia, the aircraft continued on autopilot until fuel exhaustion, and the crash was the tragic culmination of a system working exactly as designed, but without its most important component: conscious humans. The findings were sobering. There was no singular mechanical failure to blame, no villain, just a cascade of small failures or missed moments that allowed a routine flight to become a national tragedy. The very design of the aircraft, to fly smoothly, efficiently, and without pilot input for long stretches, had become its undoing. As the investigation closed in on its final findings, the public's questions shifted. If something so silent and sudden could render an entire cabin unconscious, what could be done to prevent it from happening again? The focus would soon turn to procedure, training, and systems design. But for now, the most haunting detail remained. A jet, silent and sleek, flying flawlessly across a cloudless sky, with no one left awake to see where it was going. In the weeks following the crash, the National Transportation Safety Board worked through every angle of the case, determined to understand exactly what went wrong aboard Learjet N-47BA, and what could be done to keep it from happening again. The deeper they probed, the more chilling the reality became. This was not a case of one catastrophic failure, but a quiet chain of small, subtle oversights and missed opportunities that ultimately allowed a deadly scenario to unfold unnoticed and unchallenged. The investigation zeroed in on one element above all: cabin pressurization. At 39,000 feet, the human body cannot survive for more than a minute or two without supplemental oxygen. Commercial jets are designed to automatically pressurize the cabin as they ascend, mimicking a lower, livable altitude inside. If that system fails and the cabin pressure drops, hypoxia sets in fast, often before the symptoms are even recognized. The signs can be deceptive: dizziness, tingling, euphoria, confusion. It feels like nothing at first. That's what makes it so deadly. The Learjet's pressurization system was mechanically sound during its most recent inspections, with no known issues on record. But because the aircraft was destroyed upon impact, investigators couldn't recover every component. They couldn't confirm whether a slow leak had begun early in the flight, whether a valve had malfunctioned, or whether a system setting had been overlooked by the crew. What they did know was that at some point during or shortly after climb-out, something went wrong. Under normal procedures, a crew reaching altitude would check cabin pressure levels and confirm that the pressurization system was functioning correctly. If a warning light illuminated or an alarm sounded, pilots were trained to immediately don oxygen masks and begin emergency descent. That's the critical window. Seconds, not minutes. The crew of N-47BA didn't make a call. They didn't descend. They didn't engage emergency protocols. The only conclusion? They lost consciousness too quickly to act. The aircraft's oxygen system also came under scrutiny. Investigators wanted to know if the emergency supply, stored in high-pressure tanks and delivered through masks, had failed in some way. But there was no way to verify whether the masks had deployed or whether they had been used. The voice recorder revealed no conversation indicating trouble, no sounds of masks being donned, no struggle, no effort to troubleshoot. Just silence. This raised unsettling questions. Had the crew ignored early warning signs? Had they mistaken hypoxia's onset for simple fatigue or pressure changes? Or had the failure been so sudden and complete that they never stood a chance? The flight data reinforced a consistent pattern. Once the jet reached cruising altitude, it never deviated. Autopilot held the aircraft at 39,000 feet for nearly 4 hours. This indicated that the autopilot had been set properly before the crew lost awareness, but also that it had never been disengaged or overridden afterward. The aircraft remained in a perfectly stable cruise, flying as it was told, right up to the moment its engines gave out from fuel starvation. The NTSB's findings, while incomplete in hard physical evidence, pointed with overwhelming probability to a gradual loss of cabin pressure and a failure to react in time. It wasn't negligence. It wasn't sabotage. It was a quiet breakdown in human response, masked by the reliability of technology and the subtle danger of altitude. The report's conclusion was concise but grave. The probable cause of this accident was incapacitation of the flight crew members as a result of their failure to receive supplemental oxygen following a loss of cabin pressurization for undetermined reasons. It was a hard truth. This was an aircraft that did exactly what it was built to do. It flew straight and smooth, held its course, and executed every function as designed. And that was part of the problem. In the absence of human oversight, automation had no way of recognizing or responding to the unfolding crisis. The industry had long viewed automation as a safeguard, a way to reduce human error and lighten pilot workload. But this incident revealed an unsettling paradox. When the human element disappears, automation does not replace it. It simply keeps going. For pilots across the aviation world, the case became a cautionary tale. It emphasized the importance of early response to pressurization warnings, the need to remain vigilant even in routine climbouts, and the real present danger of hypoxia. In training programs, simulators were updated to reflect hypoxia scenarios more realistically, showing just how quickly a routine flight can spiral into silent catastrophe. For the families of those lost, the report offered little comfort. There was no villain, no mechanical flaw to fix, just a small window of time that closed too quickly, and a flight that became one long, quiet drift into darkness. What remained was the sobering understanding that modern flight, for all its sophistication, is still deeply vulnerable to the unseen. At 39,000 feet, a missed cue or a failed system doesn't come with chaos. It comes with silence. And sometimes, that silence is the loudest warning of all. The crash of Learjet N-47BA, while tragic, left behind more than a trail of wreckage. It sparked change. In the months following the investigation, the aviation industry began taking a closer look at how it trained pilots to recognize and respond to hypoxia, and how it designed safety systems to account for the very scenario that had unfolded across America's skies. Simulators were updated to emphasize rapid onset hypoxia situations, showing pilots just how subtle and dangerous the symptoms could be. Training programs stressed that reaction time is everything. New emphasis was placed on immediate oxygen use at the first sign of cabin pressure loss, even before verifying the problem. Aircraft manufacturers and regulators reviewed pressurization systems and the alarms associated with them. The aim was to create clearer, more urgent warnings, both visual and audible, so that no early sign would go unnoticed or dismissed. Some aircraft began including additional automation that could descend a plane automatically in the event of pilot incapacitation. But perhaps the most lasting impact was in the collective mindset of aviation professionals. The Learjet incident reminded the industry that high-altitude flight isn't just about navigating clear skies. It's about respecting the invisible risks that come with them. At 39,000 feet, there is no room for hesitation, no second chances. The ghost flight of October 25, 1999, became a case study, not just in system failure, but in how quickly silence can fall when vigilance slips for even a moment. It wasn't just a story of a jet that flew itself. It was a quiet call to action that rippled through the aviation world, changing how pilots prepare, how aircraft are designed, and how deeply the human element matters, even in the most advanced flying machines. News of the ghost flight spread rapidly in the hours after the crash. By the time the Learjet came to its tragic end in a South Dakota field, the story had already gripped the nation. It wasn't just that a high-profile figure like Payne Stewart was aboard. It was the deeply unsettling nature of what had occurred. A plane, flying perfectly straight for hours, with no one in control. The public response was swift, emotional, and widespread. Vigils were held across the country. Golf fans, friends, and colleagues gathered not only to honor Stewart's legacy, but to try and process the surreal nature of the event. He had been more than a champion athlete. He was a personality known for his charisma, his old-school attire, and his spirit. The golf world mourned not just the loss of a player, but a symbol of the sport's character. Tributes poured in, from fellow athletes to fans who had never met him. Golf tournaments observed moments of silence. Flags at PGA events flew at half-staff. Beyond the personal grief, the crash triggered a deep fascination with the incident itself. People were drawn not just to the tragedy, but to the mystery, the unsettling idea of a plane in flight, silently continuing its journey with no human hand guiding it. It became the subject of intense media coverage, panel discussions, and late-night conversations. The phrase ghost plane entered the public lexicon, carrying with it a strange blend of technological wonder and human fragility. As the months passed and the investigation concluded, the public's focus turned to the legacy of the event. Families of the victims worked with aviation safety groups, pushing for reforms and sharing their stories. They didn't just want answers. They wanted to ensure that future flights wouldn't suffer the same fate. Their advocacy added a human face to the technical changes that would follow. And so, the story of the Learjet 35 that flew itself came to rest not only in a quiet field in South Dakota, but in the minds of millions who followed its journey. It served as a modern parable of how even the most precise machines depend on fragile human systems. A reminder that, in aviation, silence isn't always a sign of calm. it can be the first whisper of something going terribly wrong. In the years since, the incident has remained one of aviation's most haunting modern mysteries. It is taught in flight schools, discussed in safety briefings, and referenced in conversations about the evolution of autopilot systems and cockpit protocols. The aircraft's flight path has been recreated in simulations, studied in classrooms, and depicted in documentaries. But above all, it endures because it touched a nerve, a flight that began like any other, guided by trusted hands and bound for familiar skies, only to drift slowly into the unknown. The final chapter of N-47BA wasn't written by turbulence or storm, nor sabotage or chaos, but by stillness. A quiet cabin, a plane flying itself through clear skies, and a world below, watching, wondering, and learning. On a humid morning in early March 1962, the tarmac at Guam's airport was bustling with activity. Amidst this, a Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation, a long-range aircraft revered for its capabilities, was being prepared for a significant journey. This aircraft, operated by the Flying Tiger Line, was chartered by the U.S. military to transport troops and their equipment to Clark Air Base in the Philippines. The flight, numbered 739, was one segment of a multi-leg journey that had begun in California and was to ultimately end in Saigon. The Lockheed Constellation, known affectionately as the Connie, was a sight to behold with its distinctive triple-tail design and dolphin-shaped fuselage. On this day, it stood ready, its gleaming exterior reflecting the morning sun, as ground crew busily loaded the last of the cargo. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of purpose and urgency, common to military operations, yet there was an undercurrent of casual camaraderie among the crew and passengers. Flight 739 was carrying 93 U.S. soldiers, 3 South Vietnamese, and 11 civilian crew members. The military personnel were mostly engineers and technical specialists, tasked with setting up communication and logistics bases in Vietnam. The flight crew, seasoned and skilled, were well versed in the demands and responsibilities of such important missions. The captain of the flight, an experienced pilot with years of flying with both commercial and military charters, performed a final walk-around inspection of the aircraft. He checked under the wings, examined the tires, and glanced over the engines, ensuring everything was in order before the long overwater flight. His co-pilot and navigator were already inside the cockpit, going through the pre-flight checklist, their voices a mixture of professional focus and occasional light-hearted remarks. Inside the cabin, the flight attendants briefed the soldiers on safety procedures. Although the mood among the troops was generally relaxed, many of them used to the routines of deployment, the flight attendants noted the attentive seriousness with which the soldiers listened to the emergency instructions. In the cargo hold, the last pieces of equipment were secured, the manifest checked and rechecked, to ensure that all was accounted for. Once boarding was complete, the crew closed the doors, and the captain made his way to the cockpit, signaling to the control tower their readiness to depart. Clearance was given, and the engines roared to life, a powerful, reassuring sound to both passengers and crew. The aircraft taxied to the runway, the early morning light casting long shadows on the ground. As the Super Constellation lined up on the runway, the captain made a final announcement over the intercom, his voice calm and confident. He reviewed the flight plan with the passengers, noting the expected flying time and weather conditions, which were favorable. There was a palpable sense of anticipation as the aircraft's engines revved up, the propellers spinning faster until they were just blurs. With a smooth surge forward, the plane began its takeoff roll, quickly gaining speed. The soldiers watched through the windows as Guam's landscape began to blur, the sensation of liftoff bringing a momentary weightlessness that contrasted with the heavy reality of their mission. As the aircraft climbed into the clear blue sky, it banked gently towards the west, setting course over the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The flight was expected to be routine, with hours of flying over open water. The crew settled into their roles, monitoring the aircraft's systems and maintaining regular communication with air traffic control. Below them, the Pacific stretched out endlessly, its surface a deep blue, occasionally broken by the white caps of waves. As Flight 739 reached cruising altitude, the captain switched on the autopilot, the aircraft humming steadily along its charted path. In the cabin, soldiers dozed or chatted quietly, the drone of the engines a constant backdrop. Everything seemed normal, the flight progressing as countless others had before. Yet, unbeknownst to those on board, this would be the last time Flight 739 would be seen or heard from. In the hours to follow, somewhere over the vast, mysterious depths of the Pacific, the aircraft and all its passengers would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions and a lingering sense of unease that would echo through the annals of aviation history. As Flight 739 steadily ascended to its cruising altitude, the vast Pacific Ocean unfolded below, a seemingly endless expanse of blue. The Lockheed L-1049 super constellation, a marvel of its time, was designed for long-range missions just like this, equipped with state-of-the-art navigation systems and powerful engines that hummed rhythmically, reassuringly. Inside the cockpit, the crew engaged in routine monitoring of their instruments, ensuring all systems operated within normal parameters. The flight path from Guam to the Philippines was a well-traveled route, typically uneventful, yet requiring constant vigilance due to its vast overwater stretches. The captain, a seasoned pilot with extensive experience in both commercial and military aviation, occasionally exchanged light-hearted banter with his co-pilot, breaking the monotony of the flight. However, their professionalism never waned. Each gauge and radar sweep was diligently observed, each communication with air traffic control crisp and clear. Inside the cabin, the mood among the passengers, mostly U.S. soldiers accustomed to the rigors of deployment, was one of subdued anticipation. Some tried to catch some sleep, resting against the rumble of the aircraft, while others read books or played cards, making the best of the hours ahead. The flight attendants moved quietly along the aisles, offering refreshments and checking on their charges with practiced smiles and gentle reassurances. Approximately 2 hours into the flight, as Flight 739 approached the midpoint of its journey over the open water, the captain made routine contact with air traffic control. Reporting their position, altitude, and status, everything was confirmed to be on track, with no deviations from the flight plan. The skies were clear, and weather reports indicated smooth sailing ahead. The controller at the other end acknowledged the update with a standard response, wishing them a continued safe journey. This communication, routine and unremarkable, would later be scrutinized and replayed, as it was the last confirmed transmission received from Flight 739. At the time, however, there was no indication of anything amiss. The aircraft continued on its path, the autopilot maintaining a steady course, the engine's steady drone a testament to their reliability. But as the minutes ticked by, an unseen and escalating issue was unfolding. Unbeknownst to the crew and passengers, a critical situation was developing that would soon culminate in the mysterious disappearance of Flight 739. The aircraft, now a mere speck against the vastness of the Pacific, was heading towards an uncertain fate. The last radar contact with the aircraft showed it continuing along its intended flight path. Then, inexplicably, the blip that represented the mighty constellation faded from the radar screens, vanishing without a trace. The disappearance was so sudden, so complete, that air traffic controllers initially doubted their equipment, frantically adjusting settings and calling out to the aircraft with growing urgency. "Flight 739, this is Control. Please come in," crackled over the radio, the controller's voice betraying a hint of concern. There was no response, only static filled the airwaves. Repeated calls, each more desperate than the last, met with the same eerie silence. As the realization set in that the aircraft was no longer on radar and not responding to communications, a chill ran through the control room. Emergency protocols were swiftly enacted. The disappearance of a military-chartered aircraft, especially one carrying over 100 souls, was a critical incident. The U.S. military, along with local aviation authorities, began coordinating an immediate response. Search and rescue operations were mobilized, with aircraft and ships directed to the last known location of Flight 739. As the news of the disappearance began to spread, the families of those on board, the military community, and the aviation world held their breath, hoping for any news of the aircraft. The mystery of what happened to Flight 739 in those final moments before it vanished would soon captivate the world, sparking questions, theories, and a massive search effort that sought in vain to uncover traces of the missing plane. The disappearance of Flight 739 triggered one of the largest search and rescue operations of the time, as the U.S. military, alongside international and local forces, launched an extensive effort to locate the missing aircraft and its passengers. Given the flight's last known position over the expansive Pacific Ocean, the area to be searched was vast and daunting, presenting significant logistical challenges. As soon as the aircraft was reported missing, the control centers coordinating the search mobilized a fleet of aircraft from various bases across the Pacific Rim. These included long-range patrol aircraft equipped with sophisticated radar and other sensory equipment designed for maritime surveillance and search operations. The U.S. Navy dispatched ships that were in the region to converge on the suspected area where contact with Flight 739 was lost. This initial response was a race against time, with hope still alive for finding survivors. Simultaneously, the Air Force's Rescue Coordination Center set up a command hub to oversee the operation, pulling in resources from across the military spectrum. This hub became the focal point for all communication and decision-making, ensuring that efforts were not duplicated and resources were deployed efficiently. Information flowed continuously, with updates on weather conditions, sea currents, and any sightings or debris reported by ships and planes partaking in the search. The search area, primarily defined by the last known radar contact with Flight 739, covered thousands of square miles of ocean. The area was known for its deep waters and challenging weather conditions, which could change swiftly and dramatically, complicating search efforts. The operation used a grid pattern, with each ship and aircraft assigned specific sectors to scour. The systematic approach was designed to cover as much area as possible, but the vastness of the Pacific Ocean and its deceptive tranquility made the task daunting. As days passed, the intensity of the search increased, but no trace of the aircraft or its passengers was found. The lack of debris or any sign of the aircraft was perplexing, leading to growing frustration and anxiety among the search teams and the families waiting for news. The operation continued round the clock, with search teams working in shifts, battling fatigue, and the emotional toll of the fruitless search. Meanwhile, speculation about the fate of Flight 739 began to mount. The absence of a distress signal prior to the disappearance raised questions about sudden catastrophic events, such as an explosion or a rapid descent into the ocean, which might have left little trace. The possibility of a hijacking or a deliberate diversion was considered but seemed less likely without any communication or ransom demands. Experts from various fields were brought in to analyze the flight's last known parameters and environmental data to model potential crash scenarios. These models were used to adjust search patterns, taking into account ocean currents and wind conditions that might have moved debris away from the initial impact site. Satellite imagery was scrutinized for any anomalies that could indicate a crash site, and other nations with satellite capabilities were requested to review their data. As the search extended into weeks, the hope of finding survivors waned, and the mission gradually shifted from rescue to recovery. The focus became finding any wreckage that could provide clues to what happened during the final moments of Flight 739. This was crucial not only for solving the mystery, but also for providing closure to the families and ensuring that any potential safety issues affecting other flights could be addressed. Despite the extensive efforts, the search was eventually scaled back. The decision was heart-wrenching for all involved, particularly for the families of those on board. Memorials were held in various locations, attended by military personnel, family members, and representatives from the Flying Tiger Line. The gatherings were somber, with attendees clinging to each other for support, sharing memories of their loved ones, and grappling with the unresolved fate of Flight 739. The official end of the search marked a painful closure of this chapter, leaving a lingering mystery in the annals of aviation history. The disappearance of Flight 739 remained a topic of fascination and speculation, inspiring investigative reports, documentaries, and continued amateur sleuthing. The lack of concrete evidence or wreckage allowed for numerous theories to flourish, from alien abductions to secret military experiments, each adding layers to the enigma of the vanished aircraft. Yet, the most significant impact was undoubtedly on the families and the aviation community, who continued to feel the absence of closure and the haunting presence of those 107 souls lost somewhere over the vast, inscrutable Pacific Ocean. The vanishing of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 in 1962 continued to haunt the aviation community and the families of the missing. Without any wreckage or clues to provide closure, the mystery seemed destined to remain unsolved. But behind the scenes, Various theories were actively being explored, each proposing a different scenario that might explain the sudden disappearance. One prevailing theory was a catastrophic mechanical failure. The Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation was a reliable aircraft, but it was not immune to the intense demands of long-haul flights across vast oceanic expanses. Experts pondered the possibility of a structural failure that could have led to an in-flight breakup. This type of disaster could explain the lack of distress signals if the aircraft was destroyed rapidly and completely above deep waters. Another theory suggested sabotage or an explosion. Given the Cold War context and the military nature of the flight, speculations arose about the involvement of espionage or a targeted attack. Some relatives of the crew and passengers theorized that the plane might have been brought down by a bomb, perhaps planted to intercept the sensitive military cargo purportedly on board. This theory was bolstered by scattered reports from sailors who claimed to have seen a bright light in the sky that could have been an explosion. However, these accounts were never officially confirmed, and no physical evidence supported the explosion theory. Further complicating the mystery were the extensive military communications and radar networks spanning the Pacific, which astonishingly failed to track the aircraft beyond its last known position. The lack of radar evidence puzzled investigators and fueled conspiracy theories. Some suggested that the flight might have veered off course, entering an area where it was either captured or brought down by foreign military forces. Yet, without traces or credible reports from international or enemy states, this scenario remained speculative. As time passed, the intense focus of the initial search efforts waned, but the determination for answers did not. The military's initial response had been robust, reflecting the urgency and gravity of losing a plane carrying over 100 service members and civilians. When the official search operations were concluded, many felt a profound sense of incompleteness, driving them to continue seeking answers independently. This ongoing quest for clarity led to a resurgence of interest in the case among amateur sleuths and investigative journalists. Decades after the disappearance, new technologies and changing geopolitical landscapes allowed for fresh examinations of old flight data and military records. Freedom of Information Act requests revealed previously classified documents that shed some light on the military's internal responses and concerns regarding the flight's disappearance. The families of the passengers, united in their need for closure and understanding, formed a network to share information and support each other. Annual gatherings and memorials were organized, where stories about the missing were shared, keeping their memories alive. These meetings often served as a forum for exchanging the latest findings and theories, maintaining pressure on the authorities to keep the investigation open. In recent years, advances in underwater technology and satellite imagery have prompted new searches in the Pacific. These efforts are often funded by private entities and supported by volunteers, including retired naval officers and aviation experts. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public interest and, more importantly, offering a glimmer of hope to those still haunted by the loss. Documentary filmmakers and investigative reporters have also played a crucial role in keeping the story in the public eye. Documentaries have delved deep into the technical aspects of the aircraft's design and operation, interviewed former military personnel who were involved in the initial search and rescue operations, and highlighted the personal stories of those left behind. These films often end with a call to action, urging aviation authorities and the military to revisit the case with new tools and insights. The continuing mystery of Flight 739 not only serves as a poignant reminder of the risks inherent in aviation, but also underscores the limitations of mid-20th century technology in dealing with such disappearances. The story of Flight 739, woven through decades of speculation, research, and remembrance, remains a compelling chapter in the history of aviation, reflecting the enduring human need for answers and the relentless pursuit of truth, no matter how elusive it may be. The lack of definitive answers surrounding the disappearance of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 had a profound impact on the families of the passengers and the crew, as well as on military operations and the broader aviation industry. As years turned into decades without closure, the emotional weight bore heavily on those left behind, prompting shifts in policy and continuing dialogue about aviation safety and military procedures. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance was a time of intense grief and confusion for the families of the 107 individuals on board. The absence of tangible evidence, or a clear explanation, compounded their sorrow, leaving many to grapple with unresolved feelings of loss. This grief was accompanied by a growing frustration with the military and government agencies, perceived by some as withholding information, or not doing enough to resolve the mystery. This sentiment spurred some family members to become advocates for change in how military-related aviation incidents were handled, particularly regarding transparency and communication with victims' families. Their efforts led to more structured policies on providing timely and clear information to families, which has since been adopted in other areas of military and civilian aviation. In addition to the emotional and procedural impacts, the disappearance prompted a re-evaluation of flight safety protocols and emergency response strategies. The military, heavily reliant on chartered flights for transporting personnel and equipment, particularly during the Vietnam War, began to implement more rigorous checks on aircraft and operators, including stricter standards for maintenance and crew training. This shift was mirrored in the civilian aviation sector, where the incident underscored the need for robust tracking and communication technologies. It catalyzed advancements in flight monitoring systems, including the development and eventual mandate of more sophisticated transponders and satellite-based tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft over vast and remote areas like the Pacific Ocean. The ongoing mystery also influenced public perceptions and policies regarding military secrecy and accountability. The initial secrecy surrounding the flight's mission and cargo fueled conspiracy theories and public speculation, leading to calls for greater transparency in military operations involving civilian contractors and equipment. As the decades passed, the families of those lost on Flight 739 found various ways to honor their memories. Memorials were established, and annual remembrances were organized, allowing relatives, friends, and former military colleagues to gather and share memories of their loved ones. These events also served as platforms for continuing advocacy for improvements in aviation safety and military accountability. The unresolved nature of the disappearance continued to inspire investigative journalists, researchers, and filmmakers, leading to periodic resurgences of interest in the case. Each new article, documentary, or book prompted public discussions and occasionally brought forward new information or theories, though none sufficient to solve the mystery. Most recently, technological advances in underwater exploration and satellite imaging have given new hope to those seeking answers. These technologies have the potential to explore and map the ocean floor at depths and with accuracy previously unattainable. Inspired by successful searches for other lost aircraft, such as Air France Flight 447, some family members and independent researchers have called for new searches in the areas where Flight 739 might have gone down. Despite the tragedy and the many years that have passed, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 remains a powerful catalyst for change and a poignant reminder of the enduring human spirit's quest for answers and justice. The story of Flight 739 continues to resonate, a mysterious chapter in aviation history that still captures the imagination and determination of many around the world. As the years turned into decades, the unresolved mystery of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continued to cast a long shadow over all who were touched by its disappearance. With neither wreckage nor definitive answers, the enigma remained a persistent reminder of the limitations faced in the search for truth within the vast, unyielding expanses of the ocean. The story of Flight 739, fraught with its enduring mystery, has transcended its era to become a symbol of unresolved loss and the pursuit of closure. Families of the missing, united by their shared grief, formed a close-knit community, bound together by the need to keep the memory of their loved ones alive and to seek answers. This community often gathered on anniversaries of the disappearance, creating a space not only to mourn, but also to share updates and continue pressing for action. Despite the passage of time, the call for new searches never completely died down. Advances in technology, particularly in satellite imaging and deep-sea exploration, rekindled hope among the families and the aviation community that someday the site of the crash might be discovered. Inspired by successful recoveries of other lost aircraft, such as the finding of the Titanic and the wreckage of Air France Flight 447 decades after their disappearances. Advocates for reopening the case of Flight 739 argued that modern technology could finally offer the means to locate the remains of the aircraft. Efforts to leverage new technologies led to proposals for targeted searches using sophisticated sonar equipment capable of deep-sea mapping, as well as drones that could scan large areas of the ocean floor more efficiently than manned vessels. These proposals garnered attention not only from the families, but also from governmental and private entities that could provide the necessary resources. In the realm of public engagement and media, the story of Flight 739 maintained a captivating allure. Documentaries produced in recent years brought the case back into the public eye, featuring interviews with former military personnel, aviation experts, and family members. These documentaries often explored not just the facts of the case, but also the broader implications of such disappearances on aviation safety and military transparency. Additionally, the mystery inspired authors and filmmakers, leading to the creation of various fictional accounts and conspiracy theories that, while often speculative, kept the conversation alive. These narratives explored themes of Cold War espionage, alien encounters, and even experimental military technology, reflecting the human fascination with unresolved mysteries. Academically, the disappearance of Flight 739 became a case study in international relations and military studies programs, where it was examined in the context of U.S. military logistics during the Vietnam War era and the geopolitical tensions of the time. This scholarly interest helped to maintain a degree of academic attention on the case, ensuring that it remained a part of the discourse on aviation history and military operations. Legal and political advocacy also became a significant part of the legacy of Flight 739. Family members and their supporters often lobbied for changes in laws regarding the military's accountability to civilian families and the transparency of information concerning accidents involving military personnel and equipment. These efforts sometimes led to legislative changes and improved policies regarding family briefings and access to records. As the 60th anniversary of the disappearance approached, the U.S. government released several formally classified documents related to the flight. While much of the information had been redacted, the release of these documents represented a small victory for those who had long advocated for greater transparency. For some families, the documents provided new details that, while not solving the mystery, offered insights into the military's handling of the incident. The ongoing quest for answers about Flight 739 also highlighted broader issues related to the recognition of service personnel and civilians involved in covert or classified operations. This led to discussions about the ways in which such individuals are memorialized and honored, culminating in more inclusive memorials that acknowledge their contributions and sacrifices. Today, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a poignant story of loss and the relentless pursuit of truth, a narrative that has impacted aviation safety regulations, military accountability, and the technologies used in search and rescue operations. For the families of those who vanished along with the aircraft, it remains a deeply personal story of waiting and hoping for closure. In a broader sense, the mystery serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities in human endeavors, particularly in the face of vast and indifferent natural forces like the deep ocean. Yet, it also illustrates the human capacity for resilience, the enduring quest for knowledge, and the unyielding desire to find answers, no matter how elusive they may be. The profound impact of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739's disappearance stretched beyond the immediate shock and continued to resonate through the subsequent years, driving changes and fostering developments across multiple facets of society, from aviation technology to family advocacy and public policy. As the narrative of Flight 739 moved forward, it beckoned a broader contemplation on the themes of memory, technological progress, and the pursuit of closure, a pursuit that never seemed to diminish in intensity or necessity. Even decades after the disappearance, the commitment to finding Flight 739 was reinvigorated by technological advancements that offered new hope. The introduction of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and more sophisticated side-scan sonar technology provided tools capable of exploring the ocean depths with unprecedented detail and efficiency. Proposals for new search initiatives were drafted, with input from oceanographers, former naval officers, and aviation experts who believed that the aircraft's final resting place could be pinpointed with the right resources and a targeted approach. Family members and advocacy groups, empowered by these technological promises, renewed their calls for action. They organized conferences and engaged with experts in maritime search and recovery to outline feasible search plans. These plans were then presented to governmental and private agencies capable of funding and executing such ambitious undertakings. The dialogue between these families and potential supporters became a testament to the enduring hope that modern technology could finally unravel the mystery that time had not forgotten. The story of Flight 739 also found its way into educational curriculums and cultural reflections, influencing how future generations understood and interacted with the past's unresolved mysteries. Universities and educational institutions developed courses that dealt not only with the technical aspects of aviation, but also with crisis management, historical analysis, and the psychological impact of unresolved tragedies. These academic discussions often used Flight 739 as a case study to explore the complex interplay between technology, human factors, and nature. Culturally, the disappearance influenced artistic expressions across mediums. Playwrights, novelists, and filmmakers drew upon the emotional and mysterious elements of the story to craft works that questioned the nature of truth, the reliability of memory, and the human response to the unknown. These works contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of loss and resolution, illustrating how a single event can continue to inspire and provoke thought across generations. On a more practical level, the ongoing discussions around Flight 739 spurred further enhancements in aviation safety standards and search and rescue operations. The incident underscored the need for robust international cooperation in aviation incidents, leading to stronger protocols for sharing information and resources during multinational search operations. The global aviation community took to heart the lessons learned, or rather, the questions raised, by Flight 739's disappearance. Policymakers, influenced by the advocacy of families and communities connected to the flight, worked to refine laws regarding the military's responsibility to keep families informed and involved in the aftermath of accidents involving military personnel on non-combat missions. These policy changes aim to ensure transparency and accountability, preventing any future family from experiencing the same prolonged anguish of not knowing. As the years turned into a full circle of commemorations, various memorials and events were established to honor the memories of those lost on Flight 739. These acts of remembrance served as poignant reminders of the individuals behind the mystery, highlighting their lives and legacies rather than allowing them to be overshadowed by the circumstances of their disappearance. Through these memorials, the families found not only spaces of mourning, but also of celebration of the lives that had touched theirs so deeply. New memorials were dedicated, and annual gatherings were held, not just as rituals of remembrance, but as ongoing affirmations of the community's commitment to finding answers. Each ceremony, each plaque unveiled, and each story shared added layers to the collective memory of the event, ensuring that the narrative of Flight 739 would remain a living, evolving part of the historical and cultural landscape. Through these multifaceted legacies, the story of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continues to resonate. It serves as a powerful narrative about the limits of human endeavor against nature's immensity, the relentless pursuit of technological advancement to conquer these limits, and the undying human spirit's need for resolution and understanding. Even as the mystery endures, the quest for closure remains a poignant reminder of the indelible impact of those who were lost, and the unyielding hope of those left behind to tell their story. On a seemingly ordinary day, Iran Air Flight 655, a civilian Airbus A300, was preparing for a routine journey across the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas, Iran, to Dubai, UAE. The aircraft, a symbol of modern civilian aviation, was equipped to carry a significant number of passengers in comfort and safety. Yet, on July 3, 1988, this flight would tragically transform from a routine air travel episode into a devastating international incident, forever marking a dark chapter in aviation history. The geopolitical climate of the late 1980s was fraught with tension, particularly in regions like the Persian Gulf, where strategic interests and political conflicts intersected dramatically. The backdrop of this tension set the stage for the catastrophic downing of Flight 655, a tragedy that escalated existing hostilities between the United States and Iran, and raised critical questions about military rules of engagement and the safety of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. At the heart of these tensions was the USS Vincennes, a United States Navy guided missile cruiser stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will. This operation was aimed at protecting oil tankers and international shipping routes from attacks amid the ongoing Iran-Iraq war, highlighting the region's global economic significance and the high stakes involved in maintaining control over it. The USS Vincennes, equipped with some of the most advanced naval technology of the time, including sophisticated weaponry and an Aegis combat system, was under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III. The ship was a floating fortress, capable of tracking and engaging multiple targets with precision. Yet, the complexities and pressures of operating in such a volatile environment would soon lead to a grave misjudgment. On that fateful morning, the Vincennes was already on high alert due to earlier skirmishes with Iranian forces. The crew was tense, their readiness for combat tested by the recent engagements. This heightened state of alert would prove to be a crucial factor in the tragic events that unfolded. As Iran Air Flight 655 took off, carrying 290 passengers, including 66 children, it ascended into clear skies, expecting an uneventful passage to Dubai. The passengers aboard the Airbus were a mix of individuals, families returning home, pilgrims on spiritual journeys, and business professionals. None could have anticipated that their flight path would intersect disastrously with the Vincennes mission. The tragic misidentification of Iran Air Flight 655 by the Vincennes' sophisticated combat systems as a hostile Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet, rather than a civilian airliner, set into motion a chain of decisions that would culminate in one of the deadliest mistakes in naval history. This incident, with its profound loss of innocent lives, served as a somber reminder of the dangers civilian aircraft face during military conflicts and the dire consequences of miscommunication and error in the heat of combat. On the morning of July 3, 1988, Iran Air Flight 655 was preparing for its routine short flight over the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas International Airport in Iran to Dubai, UAE. The Airbus A300 was one of the mainstays of Iran Air's fleet, well-maintained and capable of carrying a large number of passengers across international lines. On this particular day, the aircraft was filled with 290 passengers, including 66 children, who were looking forward to their destinations. The mix of individuals on board included Iranian pilgrims heading to Mecca after their stop in Dubai, families on vacation, and businessmen on routine travel. The captain of Flight 655, Mohsen Rezayan, was an experienced pilot with thousands of hours of flying time. His familiarity with the route and his aircraft were well established, factors that contributed to the routine nature of what should have been a short and uneventful flight. The crew's professionalism was a constant reassurance to their passengers, who trusted them with their safety across the often politically turbulent skies of the Persian Gulf. The flight crew completed their pre-flight checks with the practiced ease of seasoned professionals. The atmosphere inside the cabin was calm as passengers settled into their seats, stowed their carry-on items, and listened to the flight attendant's safety briefing. Outside, the weather conditions were ideal for flying, with clear skies and mild winds. At 10:17 a.m. local time, Flight 655 was cleared for takeoff. Meanwhile, the USS Vincennes, under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III, was on high alert. The ship, part of the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet, was armed with advanced weaponry and a sophisticated combat system designed to track and engage enemy targets efficiently. It was stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will, which aimed to protect neutral oil tankers and international shipping lanes from attacks during the ongoing Iran-Iraq war. The Vincennes had been involved in several tense encounters with Iranian military forces in the weeks leading up to July 3rd. Earlier that day, the ship had exchanged fire with Iranian speedboats, heightening the crew's readiness and sensitivity to potential threats. The psychological pressure of continuous engagement and the perceived constant threat from Iranian forces colored the crew's judgment, setting the stage for the tragic events that would unfold. As Flight 655 ascended into the international air corridor known as the Amber Route, it entered a region heavily monitored by military radars, including those of the USS Vincennes. The standard commercial flight path of Flight 655 would take it within proximity of where the Vincennes was operating. However, in the tense atmosphere of military engagement and the heightened state of alert, the approaching civilian airliner was misidentified by the Vincennes combat systems as a potential military threat. The crew of the Vincennes observed the aircraft ascending and, due to a catastrophic series of misinterpretations and misinformation, identified it as an Iranian F-14 Tomcat fighter jet, a type previously encountered in the region. This misidentification was due primarily to the psychological and situational stress factors affecting the Vincennes crew, compounded by the lack of effective communication between the ship and the aircraft. Attempts to contact the approaching plane were unsuccessful. In part, this was due to frequency discrepancies. Military vessels and civilian aircraft often operate on different communication channels. Moreover, the crew of the Vincennes, operating under the belief that they were dealing with a military jet, may have expected a different type of response than a civilian airliner could provide. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was rapidly made. Believing they were acting in defense against an imminent threat, the Vincennes fired 2 surface-to-air missiles at Flight 655. Within minutes, the Airbus A300 was struck, causing it to explode and plummet into the waters of the Persian Gulf. The aftermath of the explosion was catastrophic. All 290 people aboard were killed instantly, their lives claimed by a tragic misinterpretation in a high-stakes environment. The debris of Flight 655 scattered across the water, marking the spot where the aircraft met its tragic end, and where the intersection of a routine commercial flight and a military operation in a conflict zone resulted in one of the deadliest incidents of its kind in the history of aviation. On that fateful day, July 3, 1988, as the radar officer aboard the USS Vincennes saw the blip of Iran Air Flight 655 appear on his screen, the standard operating environment quickly escalated to a crisis situation. Situated in the strategic yet volatile Strait of Hormuz, the crew was acutely aware of the potential for encounters with Iranian military forces. The intense pressure and rapid pace required for decision-making aboard the Vincennes set the stage for what would become a tragic misunderstanding. The sequence of events leading up to the tragedy was both swift and disastrous. The Vincennes was already engaged in a tense confrontation with Iranian gunboats, and the atmosphere was charged with the urgency of defense. When the Airbus A300 appeared on the radar, the Vincennes' advanced Aegis combat system tagged the plane as a potential threat. This system, designed to track and engage under extreme conditions, did not differentiate between military and civilian aircraft without specific input to do so. Captain William C. Rogers III faced the critical decision of how to respond. The standard identification protocols called for confirming the aircraft's identity before taking any aggressive action. However, amid the chaos and under the impression that they were dealing with a potential Iranian military threat, the crew attempted to contact the approaching aircraft, using military frequencies to issue warning signals, which civilian aircraft like Flight 655 were not equipped to receive properly. The efforts to communicate failed, increasing the perception of a threat. As the aircraft continued its normal flight path towards Dubai, unaware of the unfolding situation, the crew of the Vincennes interpreted its silence and the maintained flight trajectory as confirmation of hostile intent. This misinterpretation was compounded by the psychological strain on the crew, who were operating under the assumption that any delay in response could be catastrophic given the high tensions in the region. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was made. Captain Rogers, weighing the perceived imminent threat against the rules of engagement, authorized the launch of 2 SM-2MR surface-to-air missiles. The decision, made under the duress of active defense during perceived wartime conditions, was aimed at neutralizing what they thought was a military threat. The missiles were launched and tracked until they struck Iran Air Flight 655, causing a catastrophic explosion. The plane disintegrated in mid-air, killing all 290 passengers and crew aboard instantly. Debris scattered across the water as the reality of the situation began to dawn on the crew of the Vincennes. The immediate aftermath was one of confusion and horror. The U.S. Navy, realizing the magnitude of the error, scrambled to assess the situation. However, the damage was irreversible, and the grim task of accounting for the civilian lives lost began. This tragic incident highlighted the dire consequences of miscommunication and the devastating impact of military engagements on civilian lives. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate outrage and profound grief. The loss of 290 civilians, including many children, in such a horrific manner, exacerbated the already tense relations between the US and Iran. The Iranian government condemned the attack, mourning the loss of innocent lives and demanding international condemnation and justice. The incident became a symbol of American aggression and a rallying point for Iranian national sentiment. Internationally, the shootdown of Flight 655 stirred a wave of criticism against the United States. Governments and human rights organizations around the world questioned the protocols and the judgment that led to the use of lethal force against a civilian airliner. The tragic mistake prompted calls for a thorough investigation and a re-evaluation of military rules of engagement to prevent similar incidents in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the perilous intersection of military operations and civilian aviation, underscoring the need for stringent measures to protect innocent lives in conflict zones. The tragedy has had a lasting impact on international relations and military protocols, serving as a grave lesson in the costs of warfare and the absolute necessity for vigilant, informed command decisions in combat situations. The destruction of Iran Air Flight 655 by the USS Vincennes reverberated through the corridors of power in Washington and Tehran, sparking a complex aftermath characterized by political turmoil, international outrage, and profound grief. The immediate response from the U.S. military and government was a mix of defensive posturing and cautious regret, reflecting the delicate balance between national security interests and the tragedy of civilian casualties. Immediately following the incident, the United States Navy conducted a preliminary internal investigation to understand the sequence of events that led to the tragedy. The initial statements from the U.S. government were carefully worded, emphasizing the tense situation in the Persian Gulf and the Vincennes crew's belief that they were engaging a hostile Iranian military aircraft. Captain Rogers, commanding officer of the Vincennes, and his crew were initially defended by U.S. officials who highlighted the challenging conditions under which they operated. However, as details of the shootdown became clearer, the U.S. administration faced increasing pressure to address the incident more fully. President Ronald Reagan expressed deep regret over the loss of life, but stopped short of a formal apology, citing the need for further investigation. The administration's stance was seen by many as an attempt to mitigate diplomatic fallout, without fully acknowledging the extent of the error. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate and profound indignation. The Iranian government condemned the downing of Flight 655 as a barbaric act and a gross violation of international law. The incident was portrayed in the Iranian media as a deliberate attack, exacerbating anti-American sentiment and rallying public support against the U.S. Mourning turned into anger as thousands took to the streets in Tehran and other cities to protest against what they saw as an act of aggression. The Iranian leadership used the tragedy to reinforce their narrative of victimization by Western powers, particularly the United States, which served to strengthen the regime's domestic standing at a time when it was still recovering from the prolonged and bloody Iran-Iraq war. Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, described the incident as an example of American savagery and declared that it exposed the true face of the United States to the world. Internationally, the incident drew widespread condemnation. The United Nations Security Council convened to discuss the shootdown, and while a resolution explicitly condemning the United States was not passed due to diplomatic maneuverings, the incident led to a series of debates about military engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. Numerous countries expressed their condolences to Iran and called for comprehensive measures to prevent such tragedies in the future. In the months following the disaster, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and other international bodies scrutinized the incident, leading to discussions about improving communication channels between military and civilian aircraft. This dialogue highlighted the need for enhanced identification protocols to distinguish military from civilian aircraft, a key factor that could have prevented the downing of Flight 655. The U.S. Congress also held hearings to examine the circumstances that led to the tragedy, questioning the rules of engagement and the use of force in crowded international waters. These hearings were often contentious, reflecting the deep divisions within the United States about the appropriate use of military power and the need to protect civilian lives. In 1996, 8 years after the incident, the United States and Iran reached a settlement at the International Court of Justice, where the U.S. agreed to pay $61.8 million in compensation to the families of the victims, though without admitting legal liability or formally apologizing. The settlement was part of a broader attempt to thaw relations between the two nations, although deep-seated mistrust and unresolved issues continued to plague U.S.-Iran interactions. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a significant event in the history of U.S.-Iran relations, embodying the tragic potential for misunderstanding and unintended consequences in high-stakes military operations. The political, legal, and diplomatic efforts to address the aftermath of the incident have shaped international aviation and military engagement rules, serving as a somber reminder of the importance of rigor, caution, and clarity in military operations around the world. The investigation into the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 was a complex and contentious process, involving multiple international stakeholders and fraught with geopolitical implications. The aftermath of the incident necessitated a thorough inquiry to determine the causes and contributing factors that led to such a catastrophic error by the USS Vincennes. The U.S. Navy conducted its initial investigation shortly after the incident. This inquiry aimed to piece together the events leading up to the missile strike and evaluate the decision-making processes of Captain Rogers and his crew. The investigation acknowledged that the crew had misidentified the civilian airliner as a military threat, specifically an Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet. However, the findings also highlighted the high-pressure environment under which the crew operated, citing the perceived threat of Iranian attacks and the intense psychological strain of their mission in the Gulf. Simultaneously, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, launched its own independent investigation, focusing on the safety protocols and communication failures that contributed to the tragedy. This investigation scrutinized the radar systems and the protocols used by the USS Vincennes, examining how a sophisticated Aegis combat system could mistake a large climbing Airbus A300 for a descending fighter jet. The ICAO's findings were critical in understanding the technical limitations and human errors in complex combat systems. These investigations revealed a series of critical missteps and misunderstandings. The USS Vincennes had been operating in a declared war zone and was on high alert due to previous skirmishes with Iranian forces earlier that day. This context contributed to the crew's heightened defensive posture and readiness to engage perceived threats rapidly. Furthermore, the investigation found that the Vincennes radar operators had misinterpreted the standard commercial airliner's flight profile, mistaking its larger radar signature and steady ascent as aggressive maneuvers. Compounding these errors were failures in communication. Flight 655 was transmitting on a civilian air traffic control frequency, not the military frequencies monitored by the Vincennes. Attempts by the Vincennes to warn the aircraft used military channels, which the civilian plane was not equipped to receive. Additionally, psychological factors such as confirmation bias and tunnel vision exacerbated the crew's misjudgment, as they interpreted incoming data through the lens of an expected military confrontation. The findings of these investigations led to significant controversies and debates. In Iran, the U.S. Navy's explanation was met with skepticism and outrage, perceived as an inadequate response to the loss of 290 civilian lives. Many Iranians saw the incident not as an error, but as an intentional act, reinforcing deep-seated animosity and distrust towards the United States. Internationally, the incident sparked a broader discussion about the rules of engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The tragedy highlighted the need for clearer differentiation between military and civilian air traffic, leading to calls for enhanced identification protocols and improved communication systems to prevent similar incidents in the future. In response to the global outcry and the internal reviews suggesting procedural failures, the U.S. military took steps to revise its rules of engagement and bolster the training of its personnel, especially in the identification and engagement of air targets. These changes aim to reduce the likelihood of such tragic errors in future conflicts, emphasizing the importance of verifying targets before engagement. The U.S. government also faced legal and diplomatic repercussions. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, claiming that the shootdown was not only unlawful but also a deliberate act of aggression. The proceedings at the ICJ were closely watched worldwide as they dealt with critical issues of international law and state responsibility. In 1996, the United States agreed to settle the case by compensating the families of the victims, though it continued to avoid admitting legal liability or formally apologizing, maintaining that the incident was a tragic mistake. The settlement, while providing some financial compensation to the bereaved families, did little to heal the deep wounds inflicted by the tragedy. The legacy of Flight 655 continues to influence U.S.-Iran relations and serves as a grim reminder of the dangers of military escalation and the essential need for rigorous safeguards in military operations to protect innocent lives in times of conflict. The ongoing discourse around this incident underscores the enduring challenge of balancing security concerns with the imperatives of human rights and international law. The political and military implications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 were profound, shaping the dynamics of U.S.-Iran relations for years and influencing global military and aviation policies. The incident became a significant point of contention, affecting diplomatic interactions and international perceptions of military engagement rules. In the immediate aftermath, the incident drastically exacerbated the already strained relations between the United States and Iran. It deepened the chasm of mistrust and hostility, complicating any efforts toward rapprochement. For Iran, the incident was perceived not just as a tragedy, but as a deliberate attack, reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The Iranian government leveraged this event to unify public opinion and garner international sympathy, portraying the United States as an aggressive and imperialist power. On the American side, the incident prompted a re-evaluation of military engagement rules, particularly concerning the identification and engagement of non-combatant aircraft in conflict zones. The U.S. military faced intense scrutiny both domestically and internationally, prompting discussions about the safeguards needed to prevent such incidents. In response, the Pentagon reviewed and tightened its rules of engagement and command protocols, particularly around areas with high civilian activity. One of the significant changes was the enhancement of the military's identification processes to distinguish between civilian and military aircraft more effectively. This involved improving radar systems capabilities and ensuring that personnel were better trained in interpreting radar data under pressure. The military also increased its emphasis on using multiple sources of information to confirm the identities of potential targets before engaging them. These changes were partly influenced by the broader shift towards more stringent standards for accountability within military operations worldwide. The incident underscored the necessity for robust checks and balances in military decision-making processes, especially in scenarios where the risk of civilian casualties is high. Internationally, the shootdown had ramifications for global aviation safety. It highlighted the vulnerability of civilian aircraft flying in or near conflict zones, and led to calls for improved communication between civilian and military entities. This led to increased cooperation between the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and various military organizations to enhance civilian aircraft safety during military conflicts. Procedures and technologies for better tracking and communication were developed, aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Moreover, the incident influenced international law regarding military engagements and the protection of civilians in armed conflict zones. It became a case study in numerous international law programs and military academies discussed for its legal, ethical, and procedural implications. The discussions often focused on the balance between national security interests and the need to protect civilian lives, shaping future legal frameworks and conventions. The diplomatic fallout from the incident continued to linger, impacting U.S.-Iran relations for decades. The lack of a formal apology from the U.S. government was particularly contentious, seen by many in Iran as an indicator of insincerity in addressing the consequences of the shootdown. This perception hindered diplomatic dialogue and contributed to the cyclical escalation and de-escalation of tensions between the two countries. Despite the passage of time, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the catastrophic consequences of military miscalculations. The incident continues to be referenced in discussions about military ethics, the rules of engagement, and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives in times of conflict. It serves as a somber lesson in the importance of vigilance, precision, and accountability in military operations, ensuring that the memory of those lost continues to inform and guide future military and diplomatic endeavors. The legal and ethical ramifications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 are as complex as they are profound. In the years following the incident, a series of legal actions and diplomatic negotiations highlighted the challenges of addressing such a tragedy within the frameworks of international law and bilateral relations. These proceedings also raised significant ethical questions about accountability and reparations in cases involving military mistakes with civilian casualties. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Iran sought justice and compensation through international legal avenues, claiming that the downing was not only a tragic accident, but a gross violation of international law. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, demanding accountability and reparations for the victims' families. This legal move was part of Tehran's broader strategy to internationalize the issue, seeking global condemnation of the United States and reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The United States, while expressing regret over the loss of innocent lives, maintained that the incident was a tragic mistake during a complex combat situation. Initially, the U.S. government resisted admitting legal liability, framing the event as an unfortunate consequence of wartime operations in a high-threat environment. This stance was heavily criticized, both domestically and internationally, as it seemed to sidestep the broader issues of military accountability and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives. In 1996, after years of legal and diplomatic wrangling, a settlement was reached at the ICJ, where the United States agreed to pay $61.8 million, equivalent to $213,103.45 per passenger, as compensation to the families of the victims. This settlement, while significant, did not include an admission of legal liability or a formal apology from the U.S. government, which continued to impact the perception of the U.S. response both in Iran and among the international community. This resolution raised numerous ethical questions about the value of human life and the extent to which monetary compensation can serve as reparation for the loss of loved ones. It also highlighted the limitations of international law in dealing with incidents where military actions lead to civilian casualties. Many argued that the settlement, while providing some form of compensation, did little to address the underlying issues of military engagement rules and the protection of civilians in conflict zones. The ethical considerations surrounding the incident also extended to discussions about the rules of engagement and the responsibilities of military forces operating in civilian-populated areas or international airspaces. The tragedy underscored the need for clear guidelines that prioritize the protection of civilian lives and stricter controls on military responses to perceived threats. Furthermore, the incident has been a case study in ethics courses and military training programs, often discussed in the context of moral decision-making under pressure. It serves as a grim reminder of the high stakes involved in military operations and the profound ethical obligations of military personnel to make decisions that minimize harm to civilians. Reflecting on the legal and ethical implications of the Iran Air Flight 655 tragedy reveals a complex tapestry of human rights, international law, military ethics, and diplomatic relations. It highlights the ongoing challenges in achieving true accountability and justice in international incidents, and underscores the importance of ethical leadership and rigorous training in preventing similar tragedies in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the tragic intersections between military operations and civilian aviation, a historical event that continues to evoke pain, provoke thought, and stir debates decades after the incident. The memories of the 290 lives lost on that fateful day have been immortalized through various memorials and remembrance ceremonies, both in Iran and around the world, serving as somber tributes to the victims and constant reminders of the need for vigilance in military engagements. In Iran, the tragedy of Flight 655 is commemorated annually with ceremonies that pay homage to the victims. These events are not only moments of mourning, but also of collective reflection on the broader implications of the incident for Iranian society and international relations. The crash site in the Persian Gulf has become a sacred space, marked by memorials that stand as a testament to the lives lost. Families of the victims and political leaders often gather here to honor the memory of those who perished, reiterating calls for peace and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The legacy of Flight 655 also extends into ongoing diplomatic tensions between the United States and Iran. The incident is frequently cited in discussions of U.S.-Iran relations, symbolizing for many the deep-seated mistrust and animosity that complicates dialogue between the two nations. Even as diplomatic efforts are made to thaw relations, the shadows of past grievances, including this tragedy, loom large, influencing perceptions and interactions at diplomatic levels. Moreover, the downing has had a lasting impact on international aviation safety and military protocols. It prompted significant changes in the rules of engagement for military forces around the world, particularly concerning the identification of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. The tragedy underscored the critical need for robust systems and checks to prevent misidentification and ensure the safety of civilian air traffic. These improvements have been crucial in preventing similar incidents, contributing to safer skies for international air travel. Academically and in policy-making circles, the incident is studied as a case of what can go wrong when high-stakes military decision-making intersects with civilian life. It serves as a crucial case study in international relations and military ethics courses, helping to educate new generations of military officers, diplomats, and international lawyers about the complexities of engagement in globalized contexts. The lessons learned from the incident continue to influence policies aimed at enhancing the accountability of armed forces and reinforcing the norms of international humanitarian law. Legal frameworks and international conventions have also been influenced by the fallout from the Flight 655 tragedy. The incident has played a role in shaping international legal standards regarding state responsibility and compensation for wrongful acts, reinforcing the principles that govern state actions in international airspace and the treatment of civilians during military operations. These legal precedents continue to be relevant in contemporary conflicts, where the distinction between combatants and non-combatants can often be blurred. In sum, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a painful incident that resulted in unnecessary loss of life, but also as a catalyst for change in international military and aviation protocols. The tragedy remains a critical reference point in discussions about the moral and legal dimensions of military actions, serving as a somber reminder of the need for perpetual vigilance, rigorous training, and the moral courage to make decisions that prioritize human life. As such, the story of Flight 655 is not just a historical footnote, but a continuing influence on how military and civilian interactions are managed in an increasingly complex global landscape. On the afternoon of May 25, 1979, the bustling atmosphere of Chicago's O'Hare International Airport was typical of a busy travel hub. Passengers of American Airlines Flight 191, bound for Los Angeles, were boarding the McDonnell Douglas DC-10, a familiar workhorse in the fleet, recognized for its distinctive three-engine configuration. Inside the terminal, families hugged goodbye, and travelers made their final calls before switching their devices to airplane mode. As they settled into their seats, the flight crew, led by Captain Walter Lux with over 22,000 flight hours, was methodically conducting pre-flight checks. The cabin crew efficiently demonstrated safety procedures, their routine polished by countless repetitions. The energy on board was a blend of excitement and the monotony of routine travel, with passengers adjusting overhead bins and leafing through magazines. Outside, ground crew buzzed around the aircraft. The hum of the jet engines blended with the clatter of loading equipment as luggage was stowed and fuel lines were secured. The final checks were marked by a visual inspection of the aircraft's imposing frame, which showed no outward signs of distress or malfunction. The DC-10 pushed back from the gate, its engines roaring to life with a surge that vibrated through the cabin. Air traffic control cleared the flight for takeoff, slotting it into the busy sequence of departures. As Flight 191 taxied to the runway, pilots reviewed the flight path and weather conditions, confident in the aircraft's ability to deliver another routine flight. As the aircraft aligned with the runway, Captain Lux increased throttle, and the DC-10 began its takeoff roll. Acceleration pushed passengers gently back into their seats as the plane gathered speed, racing down the runway. However, unbeknownst to those on board, a critical failure was unfolding. As the aircraft reached takeoff speed, a loud thud was heard, a sound unbefitting of a normal takeoff. From the cockpit, the crew felt a jolt through the controls. Warning lights flashed as an engine pylon holding engine number 1, located under the left wing, failed catastrophically. The engine, along with its supporting structures, broke away from the wing, flipping over the wing and severely damaging control lines and part of the wing itself. Despite the chaos, the aircraft momentarily lifted off the ground, climbing into the sky. But the damage was too severe. Control was compromised. The DC-10, struggling against the physics of its crippled state, began to roll ominously to the left. Onlookers at the airport watched in horror as the aircraft's wing dipped, grazing the ground. The plane crashed just beyond the runway in a massive fireball, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. Emergency services at O'Hare, trained for rapid response, were dispatched immediately, their sirens cutting through the shock of the onlookers. Firefighters and rescue teams raced towards the flames, but the devastation was apparent from a distance. The impact was not survivable. As the first responders made their way through the wreckage, the aviation community was already buzzing with the news of the disaster. Flight 191 had become the deadliest aviation accident in U.S. history at that time, a tragic record marked by the loss of all 271 passengers and crew, along with 2 individuals on the ground. In the control tower, confusion compounded the tragedy, with reports that the flight crew had communicated with air traffic control post-crash, an impossible scenario that muddled an already chaotic situation. This eerie detail sparked immediate speculation and a flurry of theories about what had actually transpired in the cockpit in those final moments. This bizarre communication would later become a focal point of the investigation, adding a layer of mystery to the crash. As federal investigators descended upon the crash site, their task was to unravel not only the mechanical failures, but also to explore the procedural and human elements that led to this catastrophic event. The implications of their findings would resonate far beyond O'Hare, rippling through the aviation industry and leading to critical changes in aircraft design and maintenance practices. The crash of Flight 191 was a watershed moment in aviation safety, serving as a harsh reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in complex systems and the perpetual need for vigilance in monitoring, maintenance, and regulatory oversight. The legacy of this tragic day would shape the future of aviation, compelling a re-examination of safety protocols to prevent a recurrence of such a disaster. As American Airlines Flight 191 ascended into the afternoon sky, those on board were unaware of the imminent disaster. The sequence of events on that fateful day in May 1979 unfolded rapidly, beginning with a critical failure that occurred just as the aircraft reached takeoff speed. A loud sound, almost like an explosion, was heard as the left engine and its pylon assembly separated from the wing, flipping over the top and slamming against the fuselage. This catastrophic failure was not only audible, but also visible to those watching from the airport, who saw parts separating from the aircraft as it struggled to climb. The aircraft initially continued to ascend, albeit with difficulty. Inside the cockpit, Captain Walter Lux and his crew were suddenly fighting to control an aircraft that was quickly becoming uncontrollable. The flight data later revealed that critical hydraulic lines had been severed when the engine detached, leading to a loss of hydraulic power to the control surfaces on the left wing. The damage was extensive, and the aircraft's ability to maintain lift and balance was compromised. From the ground, the sight was horrifying. Eyewitnesses described seeing the aircraft roll sharply to the left as it lost aerodynamic stability. The DC-10's left wing dipped down, striking a light pole at the end of the runway, which tore a gash in the wing and exacerbated the already critical situation. Fuel began leaking profusely, trailing flames. Seconds later, the wingtip hit the ground, causing the aircraft to roll completely onto its side and crash in a massive fiery explosion just beyond the runway perimeter. The impact was devastating. The aircraft, fully loaded with fuel for its cross-country flight, became an inferno. Rescue and emergency services at O'Hare were quick to respond, dispatching fire trucks and emergency personnel to the scene within moments of the crash. Despite their rapid response, the The intensity of the fire and the total disintegration of the aircraft structure made immediate rescue efforts nearly impossible. The crash site was a scene of chaos and destruction. Twisted metal, charred debris, and personal belongings were strewn across the field where Flight 191 came to rest. First responders described the scene as apocalyptic, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky and the acrid smell of burning jet fuel and materials filling the air. Their primary focus was on extinguishing the fire, which took hours to fully control, and searching for any possible survivors, a hope that dimmed as the scale of the devastation became clear. Meanwhile, air traffic control at O'Hare, having witnessed the crash from their tower, were in a state of disbelief and shock. They immediately initiated emergency protocols, which included shutting down the airport to incoming and outgoing traffic. The control tower personnel, trained for emergencies but seldom confronted with a disaster of such magnitude, worked to manage the crisis, coordinating with on-site emergency teams and rerouting flights scheduled to land or depart. As news of the disaster spread, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, was alerted, and a team of investigators was quickly assembled and dispatched to the site. Their task was daunting: to determine what caused Flight 191 to crash so disastrously just moments after takeoff. Initial theories ranged from catastrophic mechanical failure to possible pilot error, but the eyewitness accounts and early examination of the debris pointed strongly to a failure related to the aircraft's left engine and pylon. In the days following the crash, the area around the crash site was cordoned off as a massive investigation unfolded. Pieces of the aircraft were meticulously catalogued and examined. The engine and pylon were of particular interest, given their unusual behavior during the takeoff roll. Investigators began the painstaking process of tracing the maintenance history of the aircraft, particularly recent work done on the engines and pylons, which had involved a technique known as the milk stool method. This method was suspected to potentially stress the pylon structure unduly. As the NTSB delved deeper into the aircraft's maintenance records and the procedures used during recent repairs, they uncovered significant lapses in compliance with McDonnell Douglas's maintenance specifications. It became evident that shortcuts taken during maintenance could have led to structural weaknesses, setting the stage for the failure observed during the aircraft's final takeoff. The immediate aftermath of the crash not only focused on determining the cause, but also on supporting the families of the victims. American Airlines and various agencies set up support centers to assist relatives and loved ones, providing them with information and helping to manage the overwhelming grief that swept through the community. The airline industry, too, was forced to confront the potential implications of the disaster, as it became apparent that the crash of Flight 191 could have profound effects on public confidence in air travel, and particularly in the DC-10 model. The disaster of Flight 191 thus became a critical moment in aviation history, prompting a re-evaluation of aircraft maintenance practices and regulatory oversight, and raising serious questions about the safety protocols adhered to by airlines and their maintenance contractors. This tragic event not only resulted in the loss of 273 lives, but also marked a turning point in how aircraft maintenance was approached and regulated, with reverberations felt across the entire aviation industry. Following the catastrophic crash of American Airlines Flight 191, just moments after its takeoff from O'Hare International Airport, a perplexing and chilling detail emerged that added a layer of mystery to an already tragic event. According to reports, air traffic control received a communication from the pilot of Flight 191 after the aircraft had already crashed. This bizarre occurrence sparked a mix of confusion, speculation, and intense scrutiny among investigators, media, and the public. The alleged post-crash communication was first noted by air traffic controllers who were in a state of shock after witnessing the aircraft's abrupt descent and explosion. The claim was that a transmission, purportedly from Captain Lux, came through, even though the aircraft was visibly in flames on the ground. This transmission was described as garbled and brief, with some interpreting it as a routine final approach message, which was haunting given the timing and context. This eerie twist propelled the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, to delve deeper into the incident, examining every possible angle to understand how such a transmission could have occurred. Investigators began by scrutinizing the air traffic control audio recordings from that day, looking to verify the authenticity of the reported transmission and to pinpoint its origin. Technical experts were brought in to analyze the communication systems of the DC-10, along with the procedures followed by air traffic control. One theory considered was that there might have been a cross-channel interference or a malfunction in the communication equipment that replayed a previous message from Flight 191. Another possibility explored was a phenomenon known as phantom transmission, where stress and expectation lead listeners to misinterpret background noise or static as voice communications. Simultaneously, the broader investigation into the crash itself was gaining momentum. Autopsies and forensic analyses were underway to identify the victims and understand the dynamics of the crash impact. As each victim was respectfully identified and returned to their families, the community began to mourn the tremendous loss, with vigils and memorials springing up across the country. The investigation also focused on gathering and analyzing eyewitness accounts from other pilots, airport staff, and passengers who were at O'Hare at the time of the incident. These accounts were crucial in reconstructing the sequence of events leading up to the crash and provided additional context for the mysterious transmission. Some witnesses corroborated the timeline of the crash and the subsequent transmission, while others were unsure, adding to the ambiguity surrounding the event. As weeks turned into months, the NTSB compiled a detailed report that combined technical findings with human factors analysis. The goal was not only to provide answers about the crash, but also to address the haunting question of the post-crash communication, which remained a topic of fascination and horror. The final report suggested that the most likely explanation was a misinterpretation of static or a technical glitch that coincidentally mimicked a voice transmission. This conclusion, however, did little to quell the public's intrigue and the emotional impact of the incident on the families of the victims and the survivors. The idea that the pilot might have communicated post-crash had a profound effect, highlighting the human aspects of the tragedy. It served as a poignant reminder of the unexpected and often inexplicable nature of catastrophic events. The aftermath of Flight 191's crash and the mysterious communication underscored the importance of comprehensive emergency response planning and the need for rigorous maintenance and safety checks. It also highlighted the critical role of clear and reliable communication systems in aviation safety, leading to improvements in aircraft communication technology and protocols. Ultimately, the story of Flight 191, marked by this mysterious communication, became a case study in aviation safety courses and emergency response training, teaching future aviators and controllers about the complexities of crisis management and the importance of maintaining a clear head during emergency situations. The legacy of this event thus continued to influence aviation practices, ensuring that the lessons learned from this tragedy would contribute to safer skies for future generations. As the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, intensified their investigation into the crash of American Airlines Flight 191, they encountered a complex web of factors that had led to one of the deadliest aviation accidents in U.S. history. Their inquiry extended beyond the initial impact and the unsettling reports of a post-crash communication, delving deep into the aircraft's design, maintenance history, and operational procedures. The DC-10, like any sophisticated aircraft, relied heavily on its design and maintenance to ensure safety. Early in the investigation, it became evident that the engine and pylon assembly detachment was central to the catastrophe. Analysis revealed that the pylon attachment points had been subjected to maintenance using a procedure known as the milk stool method shortly before the incident. This method, though not standard, had been used to expedite the maintenance process, but was now under scrutiny for its potential to impose undue stress on the structure of the aircraft. Investigators discovered that during this procedure, improper handling and insufficient support of the engine assembly might have caused microscopic cracks or stress points at critical junctures of the attachment. Over time, and under the strain of regular flight operations, these weaknesses likely propagated, leading to the catastrophic failure witnessed during Flight 191's takeoff. As the technical analysis continued, the NTSB focused on the aircraft's flight data and cockpit voice recorders, which provided crucial insights into the final moments before the crash. The recordings captured the flight crew's routine pre-takeoff checks and the initial realization of a severe malfunction shortly after liftoff. The crew's attempts to manage the rapidly evolving situation were evident, showcasing their professionalism and training under extreme stress. However, the loss of critical control systems made disaster unavoidable. Eyewitness accounts and ground video footage also played a significant role in piecing together the events leading up to the crash. These sources helped investigators confirm the sequence of mechanical failures and assess the impact dynamics. This evidence was crucial for reconstructing the accident and for validating the data extracted from the onboard recorders. Amidst these technical inquiries, the human aspects of the tragedy were ever present. The investigators' reports touched on the personal stories of the passengers and crew, emphasizing the profound loss experienced by their families. These narratives drove home the importance of the investigation's goal, to prevent such accidents from occurring in the future. The NTSB's final report on the crash of Flight 191 concluded that the primary cause was the improper maintenance procedure employed during the engine and pylon attachment. The report criticized the oversight practices that had allowed such procedures to be implemented without adequate scrutiny or understanding of their potential impact on aircraft safety. Following the release of the investigation findings, the FAA took immediate action to revise maintenance and inspection protocols for the DC-10 and similar aircraft. These new regulations mandated more rigorous oversight of maintenance practices and required additional training for maintenance personnel. The aviation industry as a whole reeled from the revelations, prompting a widespread review of operational and safety procedures across all airlines. Moreover, the crash and subsequent investigation had a lasting impact on aviation safety regulations and practices. It led to enhanced design standards for engine pylons and other critical structures, ensuring that future aircraft designs would incorporate more robust safety features. The tragedy also accelerated advancements in aircraft monitoring systems, including the introduction of more sophisticated diagnostic tools that could detect potential failures before they became catastrophic. In academia and industry training programs, the crash of Flight 191 became a case study in the importance of adhering to established safety protocols and the potential consequences of their neglect. The lessons learned from this incident have been used to educate generations of aeronautical engineers, maintenance technicians, and pilots about the critical interdependencies between design, maintenance, and operation in aviation safety. Ultimately, while the loss of life could not be undone, the rigorous investigation and its aftermath led to significant improvements in aviation safety. These changes have undoubtedly prevented other tragedies, serving as a somber reminder of the need for constant vigilance and improvement in the ever-evolving field of aviation. The crash of American Airlines Flight 191 had far-reaching impacts on aviation safety, propelling significant changes in both policy and industry practices. This tragedy served as a critical lesson for aviation authorities, manufacturers, airlines, and the public, highlighting the crucial importance of rigorous maintenance and regulatory oversight. In the wake of the disaster, one of the immediate responses was the heightened scrutiny of the McDonnell Douglas DC-10's design and maintenance procedures. The Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, undertook a comprehensive review of the aircraft's certification processes, particularly focusing on the engine and pylon assembly. This review led to mandatory design changes and modifications for the DC-10 fleet to enhance structural integrity and reduce the likelihood of a similar failure. Moreover, the FAA revised its regulations regarding aircraft maintenance procedures. The crash had underscored the potential consequences of deviations from standard maintenance protocols. As a result, the FAA tightened its oversight of maintenance practices, requiring more detailed documentation and rigorous compliance checks. These new measures aim to ensure that all maintenance tasks were performed correctly and that any modifications to procedures were thoroughly evaluated and approved by regulatory authorities. The aviation industry also witnessed a shift in how maintenance staff were trained and certified. Recognizing that the quality of maintenance directly impacts aircraft safety, training programs were overhauled to include more in-depth coursework on the specific mechanics of aircraft systems, particularly focusing on critical components like engines and control surfaces. Maintenance technicians were now required to undergo regular recertification, ensuring they remained current with the latest technologies and best practices. Airlines themselves began to invest more heavily in their maintenance operations, often upgrading facilities and equipment to meet the new, stricter standards. Many adopted more sophisticated systems for tracking maintenance history and scheduling, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Airlines also began to foster a culture of safety that encouraged employees to report potential issues or deviations from standard procedures without fear of retribution, a shift towards a more proactive safety management system. The impact of Flight 191 extended beyond regulatory and operational changes. It also influenced public perceptions of aviation safety. The crash, given its dramatic nature and the significant loss of life, drew widespread media coverage and public attention. This heightened awareness led to increased passenger interest in airline safety records and practices, prompting airlines to be more transparent about their safety measures and incident handling. In the broader context of aviation safety, the lessons from Flight 191 contributed to the development of more advanced safety technologies. Aircraft manufacturers began to incorporate more robust diagnostic systems that could detect potential issues before they led to failure. These systems, coupled with advancements in materials science and engineering, have led to newer generations of aircraft that are significantly safer and more reliable. The legacy of Flight 191 also includes its contribution to the evolution of emergency response and disaster management strategies at airports. The crash highlighted the need for rapid and effective emergency services, leading to improved coordination among first responders and the implementation of more sophisticated disaster response plans at major airports. Reflecting on the crash and its aftermath, the aviation industry recognizes that such tragedies, while devastating, provide critical opportunities for growth and improvement. The changes spurred by the Flight 191 disaster have undeniably enhanced the safety of air travel, turning the lessons learned from a moment of tragedy into enduring contributions to the safety and reliability of commercial aviation. The commitment to learning from past mistakes ensures that the legacy of those lost in Flight 191 continues to influence positive changes in aviation safety standards, helping to safeguard future generations of air travelers. The crash of American Airlines Flight 191, while a profound tragedy, catalyzed significant advancements in aviation safety and regulatory practices. However, the emotional and psychological impacts on the families of the victims and the broader community were deep and enduring. This chapter explores the personal ramifications of the disaster, the continuing mystery of the reported post-crash communication, and how these elements have influenced cultural perceptions and ongoing safety dialogues. For the families and friends of the 273 victims, the crash was a devastating blow that left a permanent scar. The sudden loss inflicted profound grief and a persistent quest for answers and justice. Support networks, both formal and informal, sprang up in the aftermath, providing counseling and a platform for shared grieving and mutual support. American Airlines and various community organizations established funds and memorials to honor the memory of the deceased, aiming to provide a semblance of solace to the bereaved. In addition to these support mechanisms, the families became pivotal advocates for aviation safety reforms. Driven by their personal losses, many relatives engaged with regulatory bodies, participated in safety conferences, and worked alongside lawmakers to push for stringent safety regulations. Their efforts ensured that the lessons from the crash translated into concrete legislative and industry changes, embedding their loved ones' legacies within the framework of improved aviation safety standards. The incident's mysterious aspect, particularly the report of a post-crash communication from the aircraft, added a layer of intrigue and continued public interest in the crash. This unresolved detail fueled speculation and numerous conspiracy theories, which found their way into media portrayals, books, and documentaries. The eerie nature of the alleged communication led to various interpretations, some seeing it as a technical anomaly, while others speculated about less explainable causes. These speculations and the dramatic nature of the crash itself captured the public's imagination, embedding the incident firmly within the cultural landscape. The story of Flight 191 has been recounted in numerous television programs and articles, often highlighted during discussions on aviation safety and disaster management. The crash is frequently cited in academic and training scenarios, serving as a grim reminder of the potential human cost of safety failures and the importance of adherence to maintenance protocols. Moreover, the incident spurred a reevaluation of how airline disasters are communicated to the public and managed in the media. The need for timely and transparent information became apparent, leading to better communication strategies that focus on providing accurate updates and managing public relations sensitively and respectfully in times of crisis. The ongoing dialogue about the crash of Flight 191 and its implications has also influenced the development of new technologies aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Innovations in aircraft design, diagnostics, and materials have all been driven, at least in part, by the lessons learned from this disaster. Additionally, advancements in simulation and training tools have allowed pilots and crew members to prepare more thoroughly for a wide range of emergency scenarios. Reflecting on the broader impact, the legacy of Flight 191 extends beyond changes in policy and practice. It has become a poignant narrative of loss, resilience, and reform. The continued public and professional interest in the crash demonstrates the complex interplay between human factors and technological advancements in shaping aviation safety culture. It underscores the importance of learning from past mistakes and ensuring that the memories of those lost continue to drive improvements in an ever-evolving industry, ensuring their legacy contributes positively to the safety of future air travel. As the aviation community reflected on the aftermath of the crash of American Airlines Flight 191, it became evident that the incident had significantly altered the trajectory of aviation safety and regulatory practices. This part of the story delves into how the lessons learned from the crash have been implemented over time and continue to influence aviation safety today. The comprehensive investigation that followed the crash of Flight 191 led to significant enhancements in aircraft design and maintenance. One of the most critical changes was the revision of the Federal Aviation Administration (FAA) regulations concerning aircraft maintenance procedures and inspection protocols. The crash had exposed serious flaws in the way engine attachments and other critical components were inspected and maintained. In response, the FAA mandated more stringent inspection routines, specifically targeting the attachment points of engines to the wings, and introduced requirements for more detailed reporting by maintenance crews. This shift was accompanied by a broader industry movement towards a more proactive approach to safety, known as the Safety Management Systems, SMS. This framework encourages airlines to not only comply with existing safety regulations, but also to continuously assess and improve their safety practices. The adoption of SMS has been pivotal in shifting the culture within airlines from reactive to proactive, focusing on the identification and mitigation of potential safety risks before they lead to accidents. The tragedy also spurred advancements in engineering and materials science, leading to stronger and more resilient aircraft components. Manufacturers began to use more sophisticated non-destructive testing technology to detect faults in metal parts before they become critical. These technologies, such as ultrasound and eddy current testing, have become standard in the industry, enhancing the overall safety of aircraft. Training for pilots and maintenance personnel has also evolved in response to the crash. Simulation technology, which has significantly advanced since 1979, now allows for more realistic and varied training scenarios. Pilots and crew members are better prepared to handle a wide range of emergency situations, including those that may not have been well understood at the time of the Flight 191 crash. This comprehensive training is crucial in equipping today's aviation professionals with the skills they need to ensure passenger safety. Furthermore, the crash has had a lasting impact on emergency preparedness and response strategies at airports. Lessons learned from the response to the Flight 191 crash have led to improved coordination among emergency services, more effective disaster response plans, and better resources for handling mass casualty situations. Airports around the world have refined their emergency protocols, ensuring that they are better prepared to respond to accidents swiftly and effectively. The legacy of Flight 191 extends into public awareness and education about aviation safety. The crash underscored the importance of transparency and accountability in the aviation industry. Today, passengers are more informed about the safety records of airlines and the specifics of the aircraft they fly on. This informed passenger is a critical component of the aviation safety ecosystem, as public pressure and expectations continue to drive improvements in industry standards. In conclusion, the tragic crash of American Airlines Flight 191 was a pivotal moment that transformed the aviation industry. It brought about sweeping changes to safety protocols, regulatory oversight, and the technology used in aircraft manufacturing and maintenance. The lessons learned from this disaster continue to resonate, ensuring that the legacy of those lost lives on through each flight that safely reaches its destination. The improvements in safety practices and the ongoing commitment to preventing similar tragedies stand as a testament to the importance of learning from the past, no matter how difficult those lessons may be.